Dear friend, pay attention. In every life there comes a season when you find yourself standing before a door that will not budge. You can see the promise waiting on the other side. You can almost taste the breakthrough within reach. Yet, no matter how long you knock, no matter how sharp your plans, no matter how fierce your efforts, the door refuses to open. And it is in that moment a humbling truth comes alive. The key rests only in God's hand. He alone can unlock the financial door no man has the power to close. That is where real victory begins. Not through human force breaking barriers, but through a surrendered heart trusting the Almighty to turn the lock. For we live in a world that equates worth with wealth, that defines success by possessions, that grants honor to those who appear to have more. Yet behind many smiling faces hides crushing debt, restless worry, and empty souls. They chase money as if it were a god, bowing before the altar of greed. But money is not a master. It is a tool. And when you let God take His rightful place as your provider, He uses even the smallest seed to produce a harvest beyond imagination. That is the foundation of true financial freedom. Not worshiping wealth, but surrendering your resources, your hopes, and your future to the one who holds the storehouses of heaven. Do not think for a moment that God is blind to your struggle. He sees the bills stacking on the table. He hears the silent cries at night when you wonder how you'll make it through the month. He knows the weight of responsibility pressing on your shoulders. But let me tell you this with all conviction. God has never forsaken the righteous. God has never abandoned those who trust in Him. The hand of God is not short. His resources are not limited. His generosity does not run dry. If He can feed the birds of the air and clothe the lilies of the field, He can open a financial door for you that no one could ever imagine. But here is where the decision comes. Will you trust Him? Will you surrender control of your finances into His hand? Too often people try to live in two worlds. They pray for God's blessing but cling to worry, doubt, and disobedience. They beg for provision but close their fists when God calls them to give. They want open doors, yet they refuse to align their steps with His truth. My friend, hear me clearly. Financial breakthrough is not just about money. It is about faith, obedience, and trust. When you place God first, when you honor Him with what you have, He opens doors that no bank, no employer, and no system could ever close. God's doors are different from man's doors. Man's door might swing on hinges of favoritism, corruption, or fleeting opportunity. But when God opens a financial door, it is rooted in eternal purpose. It does not just bless your pocket, it blesses your soul. It lifts you out of fear and places you on the solid ground of faith. It shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance. Not because you suddenly have more, but because you realize that the source of all things is with you, for you, and working through you. You may say, "But I have nothing left. My resources are gone. My strength is exhausted. My opportunities have dried up." Then rejoice, for you are in the perfect position to see the hand of God. Throughout history, God has shown His power not when people were overflowing with resources, but when they stood empty and helpless. When a widow had only a handful of flour, God multiplied it until famine turned into feast. When a servant held only a jar of oil, God poured it out until debt was erased and abundance overflowed. When a hungry crowd had only a few loaves and fish, God created a banquet that fed thousands. And when you have little left, when you stand at the end of your rope, God delights to show you that He alone is your provider. But let us be clear, God does not open financial doors for selfishness. He does not bless greed. He does not fund pride. He blesses for His glory. He opens doors so that you may walk through them with humility, generosity, and gratitude. The question is not only will God bless me, but also what will I do with the blessing once it comes? If you hoard it, it will decay. If you idolize it, it will destroy you. But if you honor God with it, if you serve others with it, if you allow your blessing to become someone else's answer to prayer, then God will continue to pour more, for He can trust you with His treasure. I must warn you, there are false doors in this world. Promises of quick wealth, schemes that prey on desperation, paths paved with lies that lead only to ruin. Do not be deceived. When God opens a financial door, it will never require you to compromise your integrity, betray your values, or abandon your faith. God's blessing does not add sorrow. It brings peace. It does not enslave. It frees. If the door you are about to walk through demands you sell your soul, know this: it is not from God. Close it, walk away, and wait for the true door to open. Now, some of you are asking, how do I prepare for God to open my financial door? You begin with prayer. Not empty words, but desperate, honest, faith-filled prayer. Cry out to Him with the sincerity of your heart. Ask Him not only to provide, but to shape your character. Ask Him to remove greed, fear, and doubt. Ask Him to make you trustworthy with whatever He gives. And then live in obedience. Align your life with His principles: integrity in your work, generosity in your giving, humility in your attitude, discipline in your spending. For faith without action is empty, and prayer without obedience is powerless. You see, financial breakthrough is not about sitting idly and waiting for a miracle. It is about moving in faith while trusting God with the outcome. Work diligently, but remember that promotion comes from God. Give faithfully, but remember that harvest comes from God. Plan wisely, but remember that security comes from God. The farmer who plants must still depend on God to send the rain. And you, no matter how hard you work, must remember that every open door, every opportunity, every increase comes not from your effort alone, but from the hand of Almighty God. The world will tell you that money is the answer to all problems, but you know better. You know that without God, money can vanish overnight. Without God, riches can rot, investments can collapse, and banks can fail. But with God, even a little becomes enough. With God, the impossible becomes possible. With God, doors open in places you never thought existed. With God, financial freedom is not just wealth. It is peace of mind, strength of spirit, and joy that no currency could ever buy. My friend, let me speak plainly. The greatest obstacle to seeing God open your financial door is not the economy, not the lack of opportunity, not the failures of the past. It is unbelief. The door may already be unlocked, but unbelief keeps your hand from turning the handle. Doubt whispers it will never happen for you. Others may prosper, but not you. God has forgotten you, but that is a lie straight from the pit of despair. God has not forgotten you. God has not overlooked you. The timing of His blessing is perfect. The manner of His provision is precise. And the moment He chooses to open your financial door, nothing and no one can stand in the way. Faith is not wishful thinking. Faith is not closing your eyes and hoping circumstances will change. Faith is standing on the unshakable reality that God is faithful even when your bank account is empty, even when your job feels insecure, even when the doors of opportunity seem to slam in your face. Faith says, Though I see nothing now, I will trust that God is working behind the scenes. Though I hold little in my hand, I will believe that God can multiply it. Though the world declares impossible, I will proclaim with God all things are possible. That is the faith that moves mountains. That is the faith that opens financial doors. Do not underestimate the power of gratitude in this journey. A heart that grumbles repels blessing, but a heart that gives thanks invites abundance. If you cannot thank God for the little you have now, how will you thank Him when He gives you more? Gratitude shifts your perspective. It teaches you to see provision even in the smallest things. A meal on the table, a roof over your head, the strength to work, the chance to try again. And when you give thanks in the small, you prepare yourself to receive the great. The door of abundance opens more quickly to those who walk through life with thankful hearts. Let me remind you, God's provision often begins with a test. Before the door swings wide, God may allow circumstances that press you, that strip away pride, that challenge your trust. He may take you into a wilderness season, not to destroy you, but to refine you. For it is in the wilderness where dependence on Him is born. It is in lack that faith is forged. It is in the waiting that character is proven. Many want the blessing, but few are willing to endure the testing. Yet those who endure, those who remain steadfast, those who choose to trust God when every outward sign says otherwise, those are the ones who step into doors that others never see. Understand this: God's financial door is not merely about money, it is about destiny. When God blesses, it is not only to put food on your table, but to put influence in your hand. It is not only to ease your burden, but to equip you for greater impact. When He prospers you, it is so that you may bless generations. When He opens your financial door, it is not a small gesture. It is a divine strategy. He wants to use you as a channel of provision in a world drowning in need. And the question you must answer is this: are you willing to let His blessing flow through you? Not just to you. Do not despise small beginnings. Many miss their door because they are waiting for something grand while ignoring the little opportunities right before them. That part-time job, that small project, that tiny seed of an idea. It may not look like much, but when God breathes on it, it multiplies. Remember that doors often appear ordinary before they swing open into the extraordinary. You may be faithful in what feels insignificant, but in God's eyes you are passing a test. Be faithful in the little, and He will trust you with much. Some of you are standing before doors right now, but fear is holding you back. Fear of failure, fear of risk, fear of change. Let me tell you, fear is a thief. It steals opportunities. It paralyzes progress. It blinds you to the possibilities that God has already placed before you. But faith is courage in action. Faith steps forward even trembling because it knows God walks ahead. If the door is from God, then the ground you step on is already secured by His promise. Do not let fear lock you out of the very breakthrough you have been praying for. Others are trapped by comparison. You look at someone else's blessing, someone else's financial door, and you think God has favored them more than you. But comparison is poison to your soul. What God has for you is tailored, timed, and prepared for you alone. You cannot walk through another person's door. You cannot carry another person's blessing. Stop envying what belongs to someone else and start preparing for what God has designed for you. Yeah, your door is coming, and when it opens, it will fit perfectly with your calling, your gifts, and your destiny. Let me say this with authority: poverty is not your permanent address. Lack is not your identity. Scarcity is not your inheritance. You are not defined by what you lack, but by the one who provides. God is your source, and He delights in supplying your needs. Do not let the voice of the enemy convince you that you are forgotten or unworthy. Lift up your head, straighten your shoulders, and declare with confidence, God is my provider. God will open my door. God will make a way where there is no way. When the financial door opens, it may not come in the form you expect. God may bless you with wisdom to manage what you already have. He may give you creativity that turns into opportunity. He may align you with the right people at the right time. He may lead you into ventures that seem small at first but grow beyond measure. Do not limit God by expecting only one kind of blessing. His ways are higher than your ways, and His plans exceed your imagination. Stay open, stay alert, stay faithful, and you will not miss the door He places before you. And when that door opens, and it will, walk through it with boldness. Do not hesitate. Do not look back in doubt. Do not apologize for the blessing of God upon your life. Walk through with gratitude, humility, and the determination to honor Him with all that He gives. For your breakthrough is not just about you, it is about the testimony it will create. Others will see what God has done in your life, and they will be stirred to believe that He can do the same for them. Your blessing becomes a witness. Your increase becomes a message. Your open door becomes an invitation for others to trust in God's faithfulness. My friend, when you begin to understand that every good thing flows from the hand of God, your entire outlook on life changes. You stop striving as though everything depends on your strength. You stop panicking as though your survival rests on the shifting winds of the economy. You begin to live with a deeper peace, a holy confidence, because you know that the doors of heaven are not controlled by the opinions of men. God alone determines the season of your increase. And when He declares a door open, no one can close it. But hear this truth. God's financial doors are not simply about wealth. They are about stewardship. A steward understands that what is placed in their hands is not truly theirs. It is entrusted to them for a purpose. When God opens your financial door, He is watching not only what you will receive, but how you will manage it. Will you squander it on vanity, or will you invest it in what truly matters? Will you cling to it in fear, or will you release it in faith? The true test of abundance is not what you gain, but how you use what has been given. Some of you are standing in a season of waiting. You have prayed, you have sown, you have believed, and yet the door has not yet swung open. Let me tell you, delay does not mean denial. Waiting is not abandonment. Many times the waiting season is God's preparation season. He is stretching your faith. He is purifying your motives. He is teaching you endurance. He is protecting you from premature blessings that would harm you if they came too soon. When the farmer plants, he does not dig up the seed the next day to see if it has sprouted. He waits knowing that unseen growth is taking place underground. And in the same way, while you are waiting, God is working beneath the surface. The roots are growing. The foundation is being laid. And when the time is right, your financial door will burst open with power. Do not despise discipline in this journey. Discipline is the guardrail that protects the blessing once it comes. Without discipline, wealth destroys faster than poverty. Without discipline, increase turns into bondage. God may be holding the door closed until you are ready to handle what lies behind it. If you cannot manage little without waste, how will you manage much without ruin? If you cannot handle one stream responsibly, how will you steward a river? Discipline in finances is not about restriction. It is about positioning yourself for overflow. God's open doors are not for the careless, but for the faithful. Let me warn you that there will be resistance when God begins to open your financial door. The enemy does not rejoice when the people of God prosper, for he knows that prosperity in the hands of the righteous shakes his kingdom. You will face opposition, discouragement, even betrayal. Doors that God has ordained may attract jealousy from others, but you must not be shaken. If the door is truly from God, no enemy can shut it. No critic can block it. No scheme can derail it. Opposition is not proof that God is absent. It is often confirmation that you are on the edge of breakthrough. You must also guard your heart against pride when the door opens. Prosperity can be a greater test than poverty. In scarcity, you cry out to God. In abundance, you may be tempted to forget Him. Remember always that it is not your wisdom, not your skill, not your effort alone that opened the door. It was God. Pride whispers, "What I have done," but humility declares, "Look what God has given." Pride turns blessings into idols, but humility turns blessings into testimonies. If you keep humility at the center, God can trust you with more, for He knows you will give Him the glory. Let us not forget generosity. A closed hand cannot receive, but an open hand is ready for blessing. God does not pour into reservoirs. He pours into rivers. When your financial door opens, let the blessing flow through you to others. Be a source of hope for the weary, a light for the struggling, a vessel of God's provision in a needy world. The more you give, the more God can trust you with, because He knows you will not hoard His blessings. Your generosity becomes a key that unlocks even greater doors. Some of you may say, "But I have given and received nothing." Do not give as a transaction, as if God were a banker you can manipulate. Give as an act of worship, as a declaration of trust, as a seed sown in faith. For in due season, the harvest comes. Not always in the way you expect, not always in the time you demand, but always in the way that God knows is best. And when it comes, it will arrive pressed down, shaken together, running over in ways that leave no doubt that the source was God alone. Remember this, God's financial door is not locked by your past mistakes. You may have mismanaged before. You may have fallen into debt, wasted opportunities, made choices that brought regret. But God is a redeemer. He is the one who restores the years the locusts have eaten. He is the one who gives beauty for ashes. He is the one who takes broken vessels and fills them with new oil. Do not let shame keep you from expecting God's provision. Your failures do not cancel His faithfulness. When you turn back to Him with sincerity, He can open new doors even in the ruins of your past. And let me tell you something vital. Your financial door may be the very thing that positions you to fulfill your calling. When you are bound by lack, your vision shrinks to survival. But when God prospers you, your vision expands to destiny. You begin to think not just about making it through the day, but about building for generations to come. You begin to dream bigger, plan wider, give deeper. You see yourself not as a victim of circumstances, but as an instrument in the hands of God. That is what an open door does. It transforms you from surviving to thriving, from struggling to building, from barely holding on to lifting others up. Beloved, draw close and listen well. When God lays His hand upon your journey, every shut gate, every sealed door, every chain of lack must surrender to His command. The very voice that declared, "Let there be light," can speak over your resources and summon an opening where before there was only a barrier. What looks impossible to you is already inevitable to Him. What you label as hopeless, He has named as preparation. And what you assume is the end, God has already written as the first page of your breakthrough. Hold on to this truth with everything in you. Money itself carries no true power. But when surrendered to the authority of God, it becomes a tool that restores, builds, lifts, and propels forward. Wealth in reckless hands brings ruin, but placed in the hands of the faithful, it shines as living proof of God's goodness. This is why your prayer should never be, "Give me more money," but rather, "God, make me a worthy steward of whatever you choose to pour into my life." Because when you are prepared, when your heart is aligned, when your spirit is anchored, then when God opens the door, you will not waste the blessing. You will walk in it with purpose. Do not forget that God often begins His miracles with what you already have. The door is not always hidden in some distant opportunity. It may be right there in your house, in your skill, in your idea, in your network, in the simple thing you have overlooked. God asked Moses, "What is in your hand?" And with a staff, seas were parted and nations delivered. A widow brought only a jar of oil, and God multiplied it until lack turned into surplus. What is in your hand today? It may seem small, but if God breathes on it, that very thing could be the key to your open door. But let me speak with boldness. God will not open financial doors for those who serve money as their master. If greed is your God, the doors of heaven will remain shut, for God will not fund idolatry. But if your heart is pure, if your desire is to glorify Him, if your longing is not only to prosper, but to be a vessel of His goodness, then stand ready, because those are the hearts God delights to bless. The financial door He opens is not just for your comfort. It is for His kingdom's work, for the uplift of others, for the legacy of faith you will leave behind. There is something you must also understand. God's timing is perfect. You may think He is late, but He is never late. He may not move according to your clock, but He moves according to His divine schedule. Many give up just before the door opens, abandoning faith at the very threshold of breakthrough. But those who endure, those who refuse to quit, those who choose to trust when everything screams to doubt, they are the ones who see doors swinging open in glory. Patience is not passive. It is the active stance of faith that says, "Though the vision tarry, I will wait for it will surely come." And when the door opens, it often comes with responsibility greater than you imagined. Prosperity is not only about receiving, it is about managing well what you have been entrusted with. The world celebrates those who flaunt wealth, but heaven celebrates those who honor God with it. When your door opens, do not let arrogance creep in. Do not forget the days of prayer, the nights of weeping, the hours of struggle. Remember who it was that brought you out. Remember the lessons learned in the valley, for they will keep you grounded on the mountaintop. I must tell you this. The financial door that God opens is not just about survival, it is about vision. It is about lifting your eyes beyond your own needs to see the needs of others. It is about funding dreams that bless communities, supporting causes that bring hope, raising generations that know the value of faith and integrity. When your door opens, think generationally. Think beyond today. Think about how your obedience, your stewardship, your generosity can ripple through time, touching lives you may never even meet. That is the true mark of God's blessing. It outlives you. But take caution, for not every opportunity is a door from God. The world will present counterfeits, openings that glitter but lead to bondage, shortcuts that promise quick gain but end in sorrow. Pray for discernment and measure every opportunity against God's truth. If the path demands compromise of your character, it is not from Him. If the deal requires you to abandon your integrity, it is a trap. If the opportunity looks bright but leaves your spirit uneasy, walk away. Better to wait for the true door of God than to rush into a counterfeit that destroys what you've prayed for. And let me encourage you, do not underestimate the power of faith spoken aloud. Declare the promises of God over your finances. Speak life over your work, over your business, over your household. Do not let your lips echo only fear and worry. When you say, "I will never make it," you are closing the door with your own words. But when you declare, "God is my provider and He will make a way," you align yourself with His power. Your tongue can be a key that either locks or unlocks the financial doors God intends for you. Some of you may feel unworthy, saying, "Why would God bless me? I have failed too many times." But hear me clearly. God's blessing is not about your perfection. It is about His grace. His mercy covers your past. His power redeems your mistakes. His love restores your dignity. Do not disqualify yourself from the blessing that God has already prepared. Humble yourself before Him, surrender your pride, confess your need, and trust that He delights to bless His children. You are not too far gone. The door is not too far closed. The God who opened seas, who rained manna from heaven, who provided water from rocks, is the same God who will open your financial door. And when that door opens, let it be known that it was God and God alone. Do not attribute it to luck. Do not give the credit to coincidence. Proclaim boldly that the hand of God moved on your behalf. Testify so that others may know that what He did for you, He can do for them. Your testimony is a key that can unlock faith in someone else's heart, preparing them for their own door of breakthrough. My friend, I must tell you with urgency in my voice, the greatest lie the enemy wants you to believe is that what you see right now is all there will ever be. He wants you trapped in the illusion that your present lack is your permanent state, that closed doors will never open, that scarcity will forever define your life. But hear me, when God steps in, the story changes. When God moves His hand, what was empty becomes full. What was barren becomes fruitful, and what was shut for years bursts wide open in a moment. Never measure your future by your present condition. Never define your destiny by your current difficulty. God specializes in rewriting stories, and yours is not finished yet. You must anchor this truth deep in your heart. God's resources are unlimited. The earth is His and everything in it. The gold, the silver, the cattle on 1,000 hills all belong to Him. What seems impossible for men is effortless for God. While systems collapse and markets shift, while banks close and businesses fail, God's economy is never in crisis. He is not worried by inflation or shaken by downturns. He does not wring His hands when the world panics. He sits on the throne, sovereign, steady, and sure. And when He decides to open your financial door, no storm in the world can stop Him. But let me be plain. Doors of blessing are not open for idle hand. God blesses diligence. He honors faithfulness. He increases those who are willing to labor with integrity. The ants gather in summer. The farmer plants in season. And so must you put your hand to the plow in whatever work God has given you. Do not despise your small job, your simple task, or your daily routine. For these are often the very fields where God plants the seed of increase. When you show yourself faithful where you are, He can trust you with more. The open door is not a replacement for effort. It is the reward of faith and diligence, working together under His blessing. Do not confuse God's blessing with mere accumulation. Many have riches but live impoverished lives, always chasing, never satisfied, always fearing the loss of what they hold. That is not prosperity. That is slavery. True prosperity is peace in your heart, freedom in your mind, and sufficiency in your hands to live, to give. True prosperity is knowing that you are not bound to money, but money is bound to serve the purposes of God in your life. When God opens your financial door, He is not simply giving you currency. He is giving you capacity. Capacity to dream bigger, to serve greater, to impact deeper, to live freer. Some of you are one act of obedience away from seeing the door open. God may be nudging you to give, to forgive, to release something you are clinging to. And until you obey, the door remains shut. Remember, obedience is the master key. It is not enough to desire the blessing. You must align with the will of the one who gives it. Saul lost his kingdom through disobedience, but Joseph was elevated through faithfulness in every season. Which path will you choose? Will you resist the prompting of God and remain outside the door? Or will you obey even when it feels costly and see the hinges swing wide? I tell you, do not despise the stretching of your faith. God will often bring you to the brink, to the very edge where it seems there is no way forward, so that when the breakthrough comes, there is no doubt it was Him and Him alone. He let the Israelites walk to the edge of the Red Sea with the army of Pharaoh behind them, not to destroy them, but to display His power when the waters parted. He may let you reach the point where your resources are gone, your options exhausted, and your strength depleted. But in that moment when you have nothing left but trust, you will see Him open the door with such force that every enemy who doubted you will tremble. Be alert, for sometimes God's provision comes disguised. It may not look like a door at first. It may come as an idea that seems too small, a connection that seems too insignificant, a shift in your routine that seems unimportant. But behind that simple thing may be the door to your breakthrough. Naaman almost missed his healing because the river seemed too ordinary. The widow almost missed her miracle because the oil seemed too little. Do not reject the small beginnings, for within them may lie the very opening you have been praying for. And when your door opens, do not waste time hesitating. Fear will whisper, "What if you fail?" Doubt will whisper, "What if it is not real?" Envy will whisper, "Why you and not me?" But you must silence every voice and move in faith. Walk through boldly, for when God opens a door, it is not a trap. It is an invitation. It is an invitation to step into a higher level of faith, a greater realm of responsibility, and a deeper experience of His provision. Let me also remind you, every open door is also a call to warfare. The enemy will not sit idle while you step into new territory. Expect resistance, expect distraction, expect attack. But do not fear, for the same God who opens the door equips you to walk through it. He strengthens your hands for battle and crowns your head with victory. No opposition can stand when you march in the authority of the one who sent you. If God opened the door, then He has already prepared the path for you to walk in triumph. My friend, as I draw this to a close, let me remind you with all the strength of conviction in my heart, No door is too heavy for God to open. No lock too strong for His hand to break. No barrier too high for Him to tear down. What man shuts in your face, God can swing wide in an instant. What life has denied you, God can restore in ways far greater than you ever imagined. Do not live as if your story ends in lack. Do not walk as if your life will always be chained by scarcity. Stand tall in the truth that you serve the God of abundance, the God of overflow, the God who delights to bless His children. Let this burn within you. Your financial door is not in the hands of the world. It is not in the grip of chance. It is not buried in the rubble of your past. It rests in the hand of God, and when He moves, no power in heaven or on earth can resist. Anchor your faith. Fortify your soul. Step forward in obedience. Give with an open hand. Wait with endurance. And look ahead with unshakable confidence. Because I proclaim to you today, the very same God who guided you through storms, who provided when resources ran dry, who kept you standing when strength was fading, that God is preparing to swing wide your financial gate. And when it opens, it won't trickle, it will pour. It won't be a passing moment, but a lasting wave. Not just enough for your own needs, but enough to overflow into the lives of others. Enough to leave a lasting inheritance. Enough to stand as living proof of the strength and faithfulness of the Almighty. Step boldly into that faith. Hold firmly to that promise. Be prepared, for the key is turning, the frame is trembling, and the door is ready to burst wide open. My friend, open your heart wide and let these words sink deep into your spirit. When God chooses to act, He does not come timidly. He does not arrive quietly. He does not slip into your story unnoticed. No. When God displays His might, He breaks in with what I call violent favor. Oh, it is not a gentle push. It is not a quiet whisper. It is a divine disruption so fierce, so undeniable that every human plan is shaken and every plot of the enemy is ripped apart. Some of you right now feel trapped in life's waiting room, as if your prayers vanished into silence, as if your battles have drained every last ounce of strength. But hear this without doubt. God is about to break into your life with a favor so mighty it will not be polite. It will not wait for permission. It will crash through every wall of limitation and overflow your life with blessing beyond measure. God's favor is not subject to human approval, and it does not check with your enemies before arriving. When God decides to lift you, He does not hold a meeting to see who agrees. He raises you in the sight of those who doubted you, and He exalts you in the presence of those who spoke against you. Violent favor means the hand of God will come upon you in such force that no barrier can withstand it. The same God who split the sea will split open pathways for your destiny. The same God who brought water from the rock will bring provision out of the dry, barren places of your life. The same God who overturned kingdoms to protect His people will overturn the order of your life, not to destroy you, but to build you into something greater than you ever thought you could become. You see, we often want God's blessing to arrive in a calm, predictable manner. We pray for ease, we pray for comfort, but God in His wisdom knows that gentle favor will not shake loose the chains that bind you. Gentle favor will not silence the voices of accusation. Gentle favor will not rip down the walls that generations have built against you. It takes violent favor. Favor that storms in like thunder. Favor that sweeps away opposition like a flood. Favor that overturns what men thought was permanent. God is not preparing to negotiate with your problems, He is preparing to overthrow them. He is not coming to ask darkness to leave politely. He is coming with a violent light that will shatter the shadows. And let me tell you this, when God interrupts, it often feels uncomfortable. It may even feel frightening because His interruption does not fit your schedule. It does not match your expectations. It does not arrive in the packaging you imagine. But hear me, the very disruption you resist may be the very breakthrough you have been praying for. The violent favor of God does not arrive to pamper you. It arrives to position you. It pushes you out of places you would never leave. It pulls you into arenas you never thought you belonged. And it forces you to depend entirely on God and God alone. That is why some of you feel your routines breaking apart, your relationships shifting, your comfort zone trembling. Because God is preparing to interrupt. Do not confuse disruption with destruction. What feels like everything falling apart is in truth everything falling into place by the mighty hand of God. Some of you have enemies who thought they buried you. They thought they had the last word, but violent favor means God is about to lift you up from the pit they dug and set your feet on solid ground before their very eyes. Some of you have been told that your destiny is capped, that your opportunities have expired, but God's favor does not respect expiration dates. God's favor does not abide by human deadlines. He is the author of time, and when He interrupts, He redeems wasted years in a single moment. A season that seemed stolen can be restored with interest. What you thought was gone forever, God can bring back with multiplied increase. That is violent favor. It does not just restore, it multiplies. It does not just mend, it transforms. It does not just visit, it inhabits. Do not think for a moment that violent favor is a reward for perfection. It is not about what you deserve. If God only blessed the perfect, there would be no blessings at all. Violent favor is about God demonstrating His sovereignty. It is about Him declaring to the world, "This one is mine. I have chosen them. I have marked them. And I will raise them regardless of who stands against them." That is why you cannot explain it. That is why people will look at your life and say, "How did they rise so quickly? How did they survive what crushed others? How did they succeed without the connections, without the qualifications, without the resources?" And you will answer with one word, God, because violent favor makes it undeniable that it was not you. It was not luck. It was not coincidence. It was God. And so I tell you, prepare yourself. Prepare your mind. Prepare your spirit. Prepare your house, because God is about to interrupt you. Do not cling to the old structure when He begins to shake it. Do not cling to the old season when He begins to close it. Do not cling to the old pain when He begins to heal it. The interruption will not always be gentle, but it will always be good. You may weep in the midnight hour when the shaking comes, but you will dance in the morning when the favor has settled upon you. Violent favor is coming, and when it arrives, no one will be able to take credit for it. No one will be able to steal it from you, and no one will be able to deny it. All glory will belong to God. My friend, let me take you deeper. The kind of favor I'm speaking about today is not delicate. It is not soft. It is the violent favor of God that collides with your life like a rushing river that has broken its dam. You cannot control it. You cannot contain it. You cannot predict it. And you cannot stop it. It comes at the appointed time when God Himself says, "Enough is enough." Enough delay, enough chase, enough wandering, enough being overlooked. When God decides to interrupt your life with violent favor, every force that tried to bury you will tremble. Every barrier that tried to block you will collapse. and every word spoken against you will dissolve into silence. You will stand not because of your own strength, but because God Himself will stand for you. There are moments in history where God has moved in this very way. He interrupted the lives of people who thought they were forgotten. People who had settled into hopelessness. People who had no idea that a divine disruption was on the horizon. And when His hand moved, everything changed in a single stroke. God does not need decades to reverse your story. He needs only a moment. The violent favor of God can collapse years of pain in an instant. It can rip away cycles that generations before you could not escape. It can open doors that no man can close. And it can close doors that no enemy can force back open. You see, violent favor is not gentle because the obstacles in your life are not gentle. The enemy that has stalked your peace is not polite. The bondage that has weighed on your family line has not been courteous. The storm that has battered your mind has not been calm. And so when God decides to intervene, He does not come softly. He comes with power. He comes with authority. He comes with a violent force that sweeps away everything that has tried to strangle your destiny. This is why the moment before your breakthrough often feels like the darkest night of your soul. Because when the storm rages loudest, it is often the moment before God thunders into your life with unstoppable fear. Let me remind you, violent favor is not something you negotiate with. You do not earn it by convincing God you are worthy. You receive it because God has chosen you. His favor is not democratic, it is sovereign. He does not ask your enemies for their vote. He does not ask the world for their opinion. When God sets His eyes on you, when He marks your name for elevation, when He decides to pour His power upon your life, no scheme of man and no plot of darkness can overrule His decree. Violent favor means the handwriting of God has touched your story, and every other script written about you must bow. But here is what I must warn you of. When violent favor arrives, it often dismantles what you thought was secure. It shakes the foundations of comfort. It tears down false support. It strips away what you leaned on that was not built on God. Why? Because violent favor does not come to decorate your life. It comes to transform it. It is not an accessory. It is an earthquake of blessing. And if you are not ready, you will confuse the shaking for punishment. You will confuse the disruption for abandonment. But no, my friend, when the winds howl and the walls tremble, it is God clearing out space for a glory you cannot yet comprehend. Listen to me closely. You have prayed for increase, but increase requires space. You have prayed for new opportunities, but opportunities require room to breathe. You have prayed for freedom, but freedom requires chains to be shattered. And none of those things happen quietly. They happen violently. The shattering of chains is loud. The collapse of walls is disruptive. The breaking of cycles is messy. But it is all the sound of God's favor violently rearranging your reality for His purpose. So let me speak straight into your spirit right now. Stop fearing the interruption. Stop clinging to what God is shaking. Stop weeping over what He is dismantling. Because if He is tearing it down, it is only to rebuild something greater. If He is shaking it loose, it is only to root you deeper in His will. If He is closing a door with violent force, it is because behind it lies destruction, and He is redirecting you toward life. Do not fight the hand of God when it interrupts. Yield to it. Trust it, because His violent favor never arrives to harm you. It arrives to heal you, to lift you, to position you, to prove that His word is final. And hear this truth, violent favor is never subtle. It will be so undeniable that even those who hated you will have no choice but to recognize it. They may not like it. They may not celebrate it, but they will see it. And they will not be able to deny that it was the hand of God. You will not have to explain yourself. You will not have to defend yourself. God's violent favor will be the explanation. It will be the defense. It will be the testimony. Now I ask you, are you ready? Are you ready for God to interrupt you? Because this kind of favor does not knock gently on your door. It bursts through. It does not arrive with whispers. It arrives with thunder. It does not suggest a change. It enforces one. Violent favor means your life will not look the same after it comes. The very identity you thought defined you will be rewritten. The very ceiling you thought kept you will be shattered. The very road you thought was the only way will be rerouted by the hand of God. I want you to see yourself right now at the edge of this moment. You are standing before a floodgate, and behind it is a rushing river of favor that God has held back until the appointed time. You hear the pressure building. You feel the shaking under your feet, and suddenly, without warning, the gate bursts open, and that river floods into every dry corner of your life. That is what violent favor looks like. It is not a trickle. It is not a drizzle. It is an unstoppable flood. And when it comes, nothing will ever be the same again. My friend, let me speak with a fire that cannot be silenced. When God decides to interrupt your life with violent favor, it will not be a quiet rearranging of your calendar. It will be a holy collision with destiny. Some of you have lived too long under the weight of almost blessed, almost healed, almost free, almost delivered, almost seen. But violent favor does not deal in almost. Violent favor completes what was incomplete. It finishes what was unfinished. It brings to pass what you thought was forever stuck in delay. And when it arrives, the hesitation of years is erased in a single act of God's power. Violent favor means acceleration. The steps you thought would take decades can happen in days. What was supposed to take years of struggle can be overturned in a single moment of divine intervention. Understand this. When God interrupts, He collapses time. He bends the clock of your life to serve His purpose. He takes you from the back of the line and sets you at the front. Not by your merit, but by His decree. People will be stunned when they see you rise, because they will not understand the mathematics of heaven. They will measure your story with human logic. But violent favor does not submit to human equations. It multiplies. It expands. It outruns reason. And it makes you a living testimony that God alone holds the final word. Let me tell you, when God's violent favor enters, it will reveal who truly walks with you. Some people celebrated you when you were struggling because your struggle made them comfortable. But when favor falls, they will shift. They will begin to question. They will whisper. They will distance themselves because the violent favor of God exposes motives. Do not be afraid when people scatter. Do not mourn when they walk away. God's violent favor is too heavy for weak hands to carry with you. He removes those who cannot handle your increase. He clears the path of counterfeit alliances so that when He lifts you, only those chosen to stand by you will remain. And listen to this. Violent favor is not polite to your enemies. It does not knock softly on the walls they built against you. It does not ask permission to remove their schemes. No, it smashes through. It humiliates the darkness that tried to hold you. It silences the accusations that tried to define you. Violent favor means the very mouths that spoke curses against your name will have to eat their words, because God Himself will vindicate you. You will not have to defend yourself. You will not have to argue your case, because God's favor is the evidence. When it floods your life, even your enemies will have no choice but to acknowledge, surely the hand of God is upon them. But let me go deeper. Violent favor is not only about blessing you, it is about transforming you. It is not a cosmetic touch. It is a total reconstruction. God is not coming into your life to sprinkle you with ease. He is coming to uproot what does not belong, to break what has held you captive, and to build something entirely new. Do not be surprised when He asks you to release things you thought you needed. Do not resist when He shakes what you thought was stable, because violent favor cannot coexist with weak foundations. God must first tear down in order to raise you up higher. He must first dismantle before He multiplies. And if you endure the shaking, you will see the glory that follows. Right now, some of you are experiencing a season where nothing feels steady. Relationships are shifting. Opportunities are slipping. The ground beneath your feet feels unsteady. Do not mistake this for abandonment. This is preparation. This is the sound of violent favor on its way. The storm you feel is not sent to destroy you. It is clearing out the debris so that favor can have room to rest upon you. God will never pour His violent favor into a vessel cluttered with idols, with fear, with compromise, with chains. He will first empty you, cleanse you, strip you down to the essentials, and then He will pour in a blessing so heavy that it overflows into every area of your life. And here is a truth I want you to anchor in your spirit. Violent favor is disruptive because it is generational. It is not only about you, it is about those who will come after you. God's favor is about breaking cycles so that your children do not inherit your chains. It is about cutting off curses that have plagued your family for decades. It is about rewriting the narrative so that future generations walk in freedom rather than bondage. That is why the interruption feels violent, because it is not only fighting for your destiny, it is fighting for theirs. God adds favor is colliding with the history of your bloodline, shattering patterns that held your ancestors, and establishing a new order rooted in His power. You are the turning point, and violent favor is the force by which God declares it ends here. So stand tall. Do not cower in fear when you feel the shaking. Do not shrink when the disruption comes. Lift your eyes and declare with boldness, God, interrupt me. Break what you must break. Remove what you must remove. Shake what you must shake. Pour out your violent favor until there is no corner of my life untouched by your hand. Because the truth is, you cannot pray for extraordinary destiny and expect ordinary interruptions. You cannot ask for uncommon elevation and expect common favor. Violent favor means violent shaking, but it also means violent increase, violent breakthroughs, violent restoration, and violent victory. I tell you this with conviction. Some of you are about to step into blessings so sudden, so overwhelming, that you will not have time to explain them. The door will open so wide, the opportunity will arrive so quickly, the healing will manifest so strongly that you will be left speechless. And that when you try to explain it, you will realize there are no words, because it will not make sense to the natural mind. It will only make sense in the realm of God's sovereignty. You will simply say, this is God. This is His violent favor, and it has changed everything. My beloved friend, let me declare it again with fire in my spirit. When God comes with violent favor, He does not slip quietly into your story. He overturns it. He dismantles what you thought was immovable. He rewrites what you thought was final. He pulls down every stronghold that dared to mock His power in your life. This favor is not a gentle drizzle. It is a storm that breaks open the heavens and floods every dry place of your soul. And some of you right now are standing in the very hour before that flood. The sky of your life looks dark. The winds are rising. The pressure is building. But what looks like chaos is the gathering force of God's favor, preparing to break loose upon you in ways you could never imagine. You have prayed for years. You have waited through silence. You have endured seasons that felt endless. But God is not a God of delay. He is a God of timing. And violent favor always arrives on time. Not your schedule, not their timing, but His appointed moment. And when it arrives, it carries no apology for delay, because its strength will outweigh every year you thought was wasted. Violent favor becomes the Redeemer. It restores the broken years, the missed chances, the drained strength, the stolen peace. It gathers every fragment and pours it back multiplied into your life. That is why when divine interruption shows up, it feels like sudden acceleration, because God does not simply restore, He goes beyond. He does not just replace, He multiplies. He does not only repay, He overwhelms. Hear me clearly, violent favor is unshakable. It cannot be stolen, twisted, or undone. Once God places His violent favor on you, no witchcraft, no curse, no envy, no lie, no betrayal can uproot it. The hand of man is too weak, the schemes of darkness too powerless to overturn the decree of God. That is why your enemies will grind their teeth in frustration, because they will see the blessing fall and realize they can do nothing to stop it. They will watch as God raises you, and their hatred will only magnify the testimony of His power, because violent favor is not quiet. It is public. God blesses you in a way that makes the world take notice, not to glorify you, but to glorify Himself through you. And here is something I want you to hold in your heart. Violent favor exposes identity. You thought you knew who you were, but wait until God interrupts your life. You thought you were small. You thought you were weak. You thought you were ordinary. But when His favor collides with your life, you will discover you were marked for greatness all along. You will see talents you never knew you had. You will step into opportunities you never thought you deserved. You will walk with authority you never imagined you could carry. Violent favor unlocks the hidden version of yourself. The one God designed, the one fear tried to bury, the one doubt tried to silence, the one circumstances tried to suffocate. God interrupts so you can see yourself the way He sees you. But do not misunderstand me. Violent favor does not always feel comfortable. When God begins to elevate you, He will separate you. He will pull you out of places where your spirit no longer fits. He will detach you from voices that once influenced you. He will cut ties with relationships that cannot handle your future. And in the moment, it may feel like loss, but it is not loss. It is protection. Because violent favor will not allow you to carry dead weight into your destiny. It will not allow you to be tied to people who would sabotage the blessing. God removes them because He knows what is ahead, and He knows what they cannot handle. So when the separation comes, do not resist it. Trust it. It is the hand of God making room for His glory. Let me tell you, this violent favor is confrontational. It confronts the lies you believed about yourself. It confronts the fears that have caged you. It confronts the narrative the world has written over your life. When God interrupts, He rewrites, and when He rewrites, He does not edit lightly. He tears up the old page and pens a brand new story. That is why some of you feel the tearing right now, because God is ripping away the script you thought defined you. But rejoice in that tearing, because it means His pen is already moving. He is scripting a destiny you did not see coming, one that will leave you speechless when it unfolds. And I say to you with bold conviction, violent favor is necessary. Without it, you would settle for ordinary. Without it, you would shrink into comfort. Without it, you would never know the full measure of what God placed inside of you. You prayed for God to use you, but you did not know He would shake you. You prayed for God to bless you, but you did not know He would disrupt you. You prayed for God to lift you, but you did not know He would strip you first. Yet this is His way. He interrupts to prepare. He shakes to strengthen. He disrupts to establish. And when it is over, you will look back and say, thank God for the shaking. Thank God for the stripping. Thank God for the interruption. Because without it, I would not be standing in this favor today. And let me end this moment with a declaration you must carry. Do not be afraid of the violence of God's favor. The world may call it chaos, but it is order in the making. The world may call it loss, but it is preparation for gain. The world may call it madness, but it is the wisdom of heaven. Stand firm, do not fear, and lift your voice in trust, because the violent favor of God is about to break forth in your life. And when it does, it will not whisper, it will roar. My dear friend, hear me with your heart wide open. The violent favor of God is not something you can predict, calculate, or soothe. It comes suddenly. It comes forcefully. It comes in a way that rearranges everything you thought you knew. It is like a lightning strike in the middle of a dark night. One moment you are stumbling in shadows, and the next the entire landscape is illuminated in a blinding flash of God's glory. You cannot prepare for it in the flesh, but you can posture your spirit to receive it. Violent favor comes when God decides the time for waiting is over. The time for suffering is complete. The time for breakthrough has arrived. And when He makes that decision, nothing in heaven or earth can stop Him. Let me tell you plainly, when God interrupts your life with violent favor, it will expose every weakness you once leaned on. The habits that once seemed harmless will suddenly lose their grip. The fears that used to control your decisions will dissolve. The words spoken against you will evaporate, because violent favor does not just bless you externally, it transforms you internally. God will not pour out His abundance on a broken foundation. He shakes you first, purifies you first, and prepares you to carry what He is about to release. That is why you feel like the fire has been hotter, the trials heavier, the tests longer, because He is strengthening you to handle the violent favor that is about to crash into your story. Do not despise the preparation. Do not curse the season of pruning. Do not resent the isolation. All of it is part of the divine process. Before God can entrust you with violent favor, He must ensure that your roots are deep, that your faith is unshakable, that your heart is aligned with His will. Because violent favor is weighty, it is not lightweight blessing, it is heavy glory. And if you are not prepared, the very things sent to elevate you could overwhelm you. But God in His mercy prepares you. He stretches you. He strips away what cannot carry the weight. And when the blessing comes, you will not just survive it, you will thrive in it. And I must remind you, violent favor cotton does not come to make sense. It comes to make a statement. It is God declaring, I am still in control. I am still the author of destinies. I am still the one who raises and the one who brings down. That is why people will look at your life and be confused. They will try to explain your breakthrough with logic, with coincidence, with human reasoning, but none of it will fit. The only explanation will be God. That is violent favor, when your testimony cannot be credited to anything but His hand. But here is the sobering truth. Violent favor also attracts opposition. The moment God interrupts your life, the enemy will rise with fury, not because he can stop it, but because he fears it. He fears the impact of your testimony. He fears the ripple effect of your elevation. He fears the lives that will be touched when your story becomes a beacon of hope. But let me assure you, though the opposition rises, it cannot prevail. Violent favor is stronger than any attack. It is louder than any lie. It is greater than any scheme. When God covers you with His favor, you are untouchable. Weapons may form, but they will not prosper. Enemies may gather, but they will scatter in 7 directions. Darkness may press in, but it will be shattered by the violent light of God's glory. Now let me speak to those who feel forgotten. You have watched others rise while you remain in the shadows. You have seen doors open for others while yours stayed shut. You have wept in silence, asking God, when will it be my turn? Hear me with every fiber of your soul. Your turn is coming, and it will not be small. Violent favor means that when it comes, it will come in such a way that it makes sense why you had to wait. It will come in such a way that the years of obscurity will suddenly be redeemed. It will come so powerfully that you will say, had it come earlier, I would not have been ready. Had it come sooner, I could not have carried it. But now I see why God made me wait. Violent favor arrives not when you want it, but when you are prepared to hold it without losing yourself. And let me give you this vision. When God's violent favor strikes your life, it will not just bless you, it will overflow onto everything connected to you. Your family will feel it. Your children will inherit it. Your community will be impacted by it because violent favor is contagious. It spreads beyond your life and reshapes the environment around you. That is why God interrupts not only for you, but for those who will be touched through you. You are a vessel, a conduit, a carrier of blessing. And when He pours His violent favor upon you, it is not just your story that changes. It is the story of many who will come into contact with you. My friend, let me speak into the depths of your being with a voice that carries urgency and hope. When God's violent favor erupts into your life, it will not simply adjust the scenery around you. It will change the very atmosphere you breathe. It will alter the rhythm of your days, the trajectory of your steps, the content of your thoughts. Favor of this magnitude is not a gentle shift in the wind. It is a hurricane of divine intervention. And when that hurricane comes, everything that is not anchored in God will be swept away. That is why you may feel as though everything is being unsettled right now. Because the violent favor of God makes no room for counterfeits, no space for idols, no tolerance for anything that stands in the way of His plan. Do not think for a moment that the shaking is meant to destroy you. No, the shaking is the evidence that God is near. When a house is renovated, the dust rises, the walls tremble, the old foundation groans. But it is not destruction. It is transformation. Violent favor tears down what cannot last, so that what He builds in its place will endure forever. You may not like the noise, you may not understand the mess, but when God finishes, you will marvel at what His hand has crafted in your life. Let me give you this truth. Violent favor is not only about lifting you higher, it is about proving God's supremacy to everything and everyone that thought it had power over you. When He blesses you, it will not just be for your comfort, it will be for His glory. He will bless you so greatly that people will have to testify even if they despise you. Surely God's hand is upon this one. Violent favor makes your life undeniable evidence of His sovereignty. It leaves no room for debate, no space for coincidence, no explanation other than the power of Almighty God. And listen carefully, violent favor often shows up disguised as inconvenience. Sometimes the very disruption you want to avoid is the doorway into destiny. The conversation that makes you uncomfortable, the relationship that falls apart, the opportunity that collapses, all of it can be the vehicle of God's violent favor. Because He does not always lead you into blessing with comfort. Sometimes He leads you with conflict. Sometimes He closes doors violently because He knows what is behind them will destroy you. Sometimes He removes people abruptly because He knows their hands were too weak to carry your future. What feels like rejection is often protection. What feels like loss is often preparation. What feels like the end is often the violent beginning of something greater than you ever prayed for. And here, this violent favor is not subtle in its timing. It comes suddenly. Suddenly you will find yourself standing where you thought you would never stand. Suddenly you will see opportunities you could not have manufactured on your own. Suddenly the pain that haunted you will break, and you will breathe freedom you never thought possible. That is the signature of violent favor. It arrives in an instant like lightning splitting the sky, like a river bursting through its dam, like a door flinging wide open after years of being locked. And when it comes, you will realize that all the waiting, all the praying, all the enduring was not in vain. It was preparation for this moment of divine eruption. But let me also speak with honesty. Violent favor will not always be celebrated by those around you. Some will cheer, but others will envy. Some will rejoice, but others will resent. Because favor reveals hearts. It exposes who truly walks in love and who only walk with you out of convenience. Do not be surprised when those who once supported you grow silent when God lifts you. Do not be shocked when the very ones who clap for your struggle cannot clap for your success. It is part of the process. Violent favor is too weighty for weak hearts to carry alongside you. God Himself will prune your circle so that only those aligned with His will remain as witnesses of your testimony. And I must tell you, violent favor is generational. It does not stop with you. When God interrupts your life, He interrupts your bloodline. He breaks curses that shackled your ancestors. He cuts off chains that strangled your family for generations. He says, "This ends." And from that moment forward, your children will not fight the same battles you fought. They will inherit freedom instead of bondage, peace instead of chaos, blessing instead of lack. That is why the shaking is so intense, because it is not just about you. It is about everyone who comes after you. Violent favor is God planting a new legacy, a new lineage, a new inheritance. And I urge you to grasp this truth. Violent favor will require your faith to be bigger than your fear. Because when God interrupts you, He will call you to walk into places you never imagined you belong. He will ask you to step into opportunities that feel too great for your skill, too vast for your resume, too overwhelming for your resources. and in that moment you will be tempted to shrink back. But do not. Violent favor means God's hand will carry you where your strength cannot. He will put words in your mouth you did not rehearse. He will give wisdom you did not study. He will provide resources you did not plan. And when it happens, you will know it was not you, it was God. So my word to you is this: stop fearing the interruption. Stop clinging to what God is shaking. Stop begging Him to leave the old structures standing. If He is shaking them, it is because they cannot carry what is coming. Let them fall. Let them be removed, because once they are gone, the violent favor of God will have room to rest upon you in fullness. And when it does, you will not just be blessed, you will be transformed, elevated, established, and unshakable. Strengthen your heart. Wipe your tears. The shaking is not the end. It is the announcement. God is about to interrupt your life with violent favor. And when He does, every chain will shatter. Every barrier will collapse. Every enemy will scatter. And your life will never be the same again. My beloved friend, let me close this message with the same fire that carried it from the beginning. The violent favor of God is not a possibility. It is a certainty for those He has chosen and marked for breakthrough. You may be standing in the middle of storms. You may be enduring seasons that feel like they have broken every ounce of strength within you. But do not mistake the shaking for abandonment. The shaking is the sound of heaven preparing to release favor so powerful it will overturn every plot against you, reverse every delay, and rewrite every chapter of despair into one of glory. The violent favor of God does not come to decorate your life with small comforts. It comes to lift you into purpose, to uproot chains that have bound you, to shatter the ceilings that capped you, and to establish you in places where His light can shine through you. This favor is not fragile. It is fierce. It is not partial. It is complete. It does not whisper politely into your circumstances. It roars like thunder and tears down every barrier in its path. And when it comes, there will be no doubt, no debate, no denial. It will be God and God alone. So take courage. Lift your eyes above the noise and strengthen your faith in the one who never forgets, never delays, never fails. God is about to interrupt your life, not with destruction, but with destiny. Not with loss, but with increase. Not with silence, but with a flood of answers that will drown every doubt. His fierce favor will not just bless your life, it will reshape who you are, it will anchor your descendants, and it will leave behind a testimony no one can erase. Step forward with courage into this moment. Let go of what is trembling. Do not fear what is falling apart. Do not doubt what is being stripped away. For every shaking is clearing space. Every loss is preparation. Every removal is God emptying the stage of your life so that His fierce favor can arrive unhindered. Nothing will stand in its way. Nothing will rise to compete with it. Nothing will remain to cloud it. It will be God. God alone. Completely God. And when it manifests, you will become the living evidence that no earthly force can withstand the hand of the Almighty. You will shine as proof that His word never returns empty. You will step into blessings no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has yet imagined. And the world will witness and declare, surely this is the fierce favor of God. Friends, let me speak something today that will awaken your spirit. God has not written the last line of your story. Even now, in the places hidden from human sight and beyond human hearing, He is arranging a blessing that will leave even your enemies stunned. A blessing so great, so undeniable, so overwhelming that those who doubted you, those who mocked you, those who tried to push you under will be left speechless as the hand of God raises you higher than they ever dreamed. Perhaps today you feel invisible. Perhaps you feel abandoned. Perhaps you feel crushed beneath the weight of trials. But heaven has not turned its face away. God is shaping something powerful in the unseen. And when it comes forth, no shadow of darkness, no whisper of envy, no scheme of man will be able to stand against what he has declared over your life. Let this truth echo in the deepest part of your heart. The season you are walking through is not wasted. Every tear you cried in secret, every night you lay awake wrestling with questions, every moment you felt betrayed or abandoned, God was watching. And God, who is faithful beyond measure, has been storing up blessings for the appointed time. There is a day marked on heaven's calendar when the breakthrough will come, and it will not come in silence. It will come in such a way that even those who cursed you will have to confess. Surely the hand of God is upon them. That is the kind of blessing God is preparing. A blessing that carries the weight of undeniable glory. Do not mistake the silence of God for His absence. Do not think for one moment that because the heavens seem quiet, He has forgotten you. The silence of God is often the preparation of God. Just as the seed must remain buried in the soil before it breaks forth into the beauty of the harvest, so too must you endure this season of hiddenness before the appointed blessing is revealed. And let me assure you, when it bursts forth, it will not be a small thing. It will not be a minor victory. No, God is preparing something that will turn the eyes of even your enemies towards you, and they will not be able to deny the glory of the one who has lifted you up. Think about those who stood against you, those who whispered lies, those who closed doors in your face. God saw it all. But God has a way of taking the very things that were meant to destroy you and turning them into the platform of your elevation. Remember, God does not bless you in secret just so you can survive. God blesses you openly so His power may be known, so His glory may be revealed, and so that no man can claim the credit for what has happened in your life. This is why the blessing coming your way will not just encourage you. It will silence your enemies. It will dismantle their accusations. It will expose their jealousy. It will prove that no matter what weapon was formed against you, it could not prosper because God Himself has been your shield. Right now, you may feel like nothing is moving. You may feel as though the doors are still closed, as though the prayers are still unanswered, as though the storms are still raging. But I want to tell you something. Delay is not denial. The blessing has not been canceled. It has only been prepared, and the preparation of God is greater than the imagination of man. When you receive what God is preparing, you will understand why the wait was necessary. You will realize that if the blessing had come earlier, it might have been smaller, weaker, unguarded. But because God made you wait, He is perfecting it, strengthening it, magnifying it, until it is ready to overwhelm every doubt and silence every enemy in your life. There is a power in being underestimated. People may have looked at you and counted you out. They may have decided you had no future, no influence, no chance of rising. But what they failed to understand is that they were not the authors of your story. God is the author. And when God writes a chapter, no enemy can erase it. The very people who thought they buried you will watch in shock as you rise, not by your own strength, but by the undeniable power of God. This is not the end for you. It is only the beginning of the blessing that is about to unfold. But let me remind you, my friends, that God does not prepare blessings in a casual way. He is deliberate, He is intentional, He is purposeful. When God sets His hand to work in your life, He aligns circumstances, people, and even the timing of events so that everything unfolds with divine precision. What may feel like chaos to you is actually order in the hands of God. What may feel like loss is actually preparation. The disappointment that nearly broke you was not the end of your story. It was the clearing away of false foundations, so that God could build something unshakable. The people who left you may have thought they weakened you, but in truth, their departure only positioned you to stand in a place where the blessing of God can be revealed without interference. This is the mystery of God's blessing. It often comes after the breaking. The oil does not flow until the olive is crushed. The fragrance does not rise until the spice is ground. The brilliance of gold is not revealed until it has passed through the fire. And so it is with you. God has allowed the pressure. He has allowed the crushing. He has allowed the fire not because He has abandoned you, but because He is preparing something so weighty, so glorious, that only a vessel purified by trial could carry it. When the blessing arrives, it will not just lift you, it will shine through you. And those who doubt it will be silenced not by your words, but by the undeniable evidence of God's favor on your life. There are those who laughed at your struggles, who whispered about your failures, who thought your end had already been written. But hear me, God has reserved the final word for Himself. And the preparing to release over your life is not failure, not forgotten, for the word He is preparing is blessed. And when God speaks bless over a life, no curse, no betrayal, no enemy, no setback can overturn it. What God has ordained, no one can cancel. And when the appointed moment arrives, the same mouths that mocked you will have no choice but to acknowledge that it was God and God alone who raised you up. Do you understand the weight of this truth? The blessing God is preparing is not just about your comfort. It is about His glory. It is about His power being demonstrated in such a way that no human can claim responsibility. That is why it must shock your enemies. Because if the blessing were small, they could explain it away. If it were ordinary, they could claim it was coincidence. But when it comes in such abundance, in such power, in such undeniable force, they will be struck silent because it will be clear to every watching eye that this was no accident. This was the hand of God. Hold on, therefore, with unshakable faith. Do not let your heart grow weary. The delay is not a denial. It is a setup. God is setting the stage for a revelation that will not only change your life, but also testify to His greatness in the presence of those who thought you were finished. They expected to see you fall, but they will see you rise. They expected to see you broken, but they will see you restored. They expected to see you diminished, but they will see you enlarged. For the Word of God declares that when He opens a door, no man can shut it. And when He shuts a door, no man can open it. That is the authority of God. And that authority is moving on your behalf even now. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten the tears you have cried in the secret place. Every tear that has rolled down your cheek has been seen. Every silent prayer has been heard. Every broken moment has been gathered into the hands of the Almighty. Nothing you have endured has been wasted. God is a redeemer of time, a restorer of what was stolen, and a multiplier of what was lost. And when He restores, He never gives back the same measure you lost. He gives back an overflowing abundance. When God prepares a blessing, He prepares it in such a way that it makes the years of pain seem small in comparison to the weight of His goodness revealed. There are those who plotted against you, who rejoiced at your setbacks, who celebrated your downfall. They believed your silence meant defeat. They thought your hidden season meant you were finished. But what they fail to understand is that God often hides His greatest work in silence until the appointed time. Just as the roots of a mighty tree grow strongest beneath the soil where no eye can see, so too has God been strengthening you in the hidden place. And when the time comes, what emerges will not be fragile. It will be unshakable. The very ones who mocked your waiting will be silenced by the strength of your rising. The world may measure your value by titles, possessions, or the opinions of others, but God measures differently. God sees faith where others see weakness. God sees resilience where others see defeat. God sees endurance where others see failure. And it is this unseen faith, this quiet endurance, this steadfast trust in the midst of trials that has drawn the attention of heaven. While others ignored you, God was watching. While others counted you out, God was counting every sacrifice. And it is this hidden faithfulness that is now pulling forth a blessing so magnificent that no enemy will be able to explain it away. Hear me clearly. The blessing God is preparing is not ordinary. It is not a simple solution to your current struggles. It is not a small token to make you feel comforted. No, this blessing is monumental. It is designed to lift you to a level where your very life becomes a testimony. It is the kind of blessing that does not just improve your situation, but transforms it. It is the kind of blessing that not only lifts you out of the pit, but sets your feet upon a rock where all can see that it was the hand of God that delivered you. And the beauty of this blessing is that it will not just elevate you. It will silence every tongue that rose in judgment, every hand that rose in opposition, every heart that rose in envy. This is why you must endure. This is why you cannot give up, because the weight of what God is preparing requires your patience. The depth of the blessing requires your endurance. God is not preparing something shallow for you. He is preparing something eternal, something lasting, something so glorious that even generations after you will feel the impact of it. The blessing will not only silence your enemies in the present, it will echo as a testimony to the faithfulness of God long after the voices of your enemies have faded. Do you realize what happens when God decides to honor someone? It confuses the plans of the wicked. It frustrates the schemes of the envious. It overturns the lies of the accuser. When God blesses you openly, He does it in such a way that those who doubted you are forced to bear witness to His glory. The same people who dug pits for you will see you elevated. The same people who closed doors on you will watch as God opens doors no man can shut. And the very people who thought they buried you will stand in shock as you rise higher than they ever imagined. This is the power of a blessing prepared by the hand of God. But listen carefully. God's blessing is not simply about your vindication. It is about His glory. God blesses you not so you can boast in yourself, but so you can point to Him. God blesses you so that His name may be magnified, so that others may know there is a God who sees, who cares, who defends, who delivers, and who exalts those who trust in Him. And when your enemies see the blessing upon you, they will know it was not by your cleverness, not by your strength, not by your influence, but by the hand of God alone. That is why your story matters. That is why your endurance matters. Because when the blessing comes, it will not only change your life, it will shine as a light to others. People who once doubted the goodness of God will have no choice but to reconsider when they see how God has lifted you. People who once laughed at your faith will be confronted with the evidence of its reward. People who once mocked your prayers will be silenced by the undeniable answer that falls on your life. That is the kind of blessing God is preparing. There are moments in life when everything around you seems to conspire against your progress. The voices of critics grow louder. The betrayals cut deeper. The disappointments pile higher. And yet in those very moments, the Spirit of God is working in silence, shaping a destiny that no adversary can destroy. Your enemies may think they have you surrounded, but what they cannot see is that heaven surrounds you with a greater power. They may think they have written the final chapter of your story, but the author of life has not lifted his pen. God is still writing. And when his chapter unfolds, it will not just shift your circumstances. It will silence your enemies with the undeniable weight of his favor. Remember this truth. Enemies are often the unwitting witnesses to your blessing. Their opposition is not greater than God's plan. In fact, it often becomes the very stage upon which God chooses to display his glory. The pits dug for you will become the ground from which your testimony rises. The words spoken against you will be drowned out by the thunder of God's blessing. And the faces that once looked upon you with scorn will one day look upon you with awe. Not because of who you are, but because of what God has done through you. Do not despise the fact that you have enemies. Sometimes it is the presence of enemies that signals the nearness of breakthrough. A barren field has no thieves, but a fruitful vineyard always attracts them. If your life feels under attack, it may be because heaven has marked you for fruitfulness. If opposition has risen against you, it may be because the blessing is near and the adversary trembles at what God is about to release. But take heart, no scheme, no trap, no plan devised in the shadows can stand against the word that God has spoken over your life. When God prepares a blessing, he prepares it with a shield that no weapon can pierce and a seal that no enemy can break. Lift your faith higher in this season. Do not let your eyes rest on what is seen. Fix them on what is unseen. For the unseen hand of God is more powerful than the visible schemes of man. The blessing that is being prepared for you is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is not shallow. It is a blessing rooted in eternity, secured by the decree of God and destined to outlast every season of trial. When it comes, it will come like a flood, sudden, undeniable, overwhelming. And those who opposed you will stand powerless in the face of it. Understand this. The purpose of the blessing is not to humiliate your enemies, but to glorify your God. When your enemies are silenced, it is not because they have been crushed under your hand, but because they have seen the evidence of God's hand. And in that moment, their words lose power. Their accusations lose weight. Their opposition loses credibility. They are silenced not by your defense, but by God's demonstration. And the demonstration of God is always greater than the argument of man. You may ask, and why does God allow me to go through so much before the blessing arrives? Because the greater the testimony, the greater the impact. If you had never been betrayed, the vindication would not be as powerful. If you had never been rejected, the acceptance of God's favor would not shine as brightly. If you had never walked through the valley, the mountain of blessing would not stand as tall. God allows the trial so that the blessing carries the weight of undeniable contrast. Your enemies will be shocked not only by your rising, but by the fact that you rose after everything you endured. So I say to you, hold your ground. Stand in faith. Keep your hands lifted even when your heart feels heavy. The blessing is nearer than you think. God has already written the date of your deliverance. God has already prepared the door of your breakthrough. God has already commanded the provision for your need. And when the fullness of time arrives, nothing will be able to delay it. It will come suddenly. It will come powerfully. And it will come in such a way that no one will be able to doubt that it was God and God alone who lifted you up. Think of it this way. Your enemies may have the first word, but they will not have the last word. The lies may have been spoken. The accusations may have been thrown. The judgments may have been passed, but none of them carry eternal authority. Only God's word stands forever. And when He declares you blessed, no enemy, no circumstance, no season of hardship can overturn it. The last word belongs to God, and the last word over your life is blessing. There will come a moment when those who tried to bury you with lies will no longer be able to speak. Their tongues will fail them because what they said will be proven false in the light of what God has done. And when that day comes, you will not even need to defend yourself. The blessing itself will be your defense. The evidence of God's hand on your life will silence every critic, dismantle every false story, and erase every trace of shame that was unjustly placed upon you. For what God vindicates, no man can condemn. Do you understand how powerful this is? God is not preparing something ordinary. He is preparing something that will demand attention. He is crafting a blessing so undeniable that even your adversaries will be forced to acknowledge it. This is why you have walked through seasons that others could not understand. This is why you faced opposition that seemed unfair. This is why the trials pressed against you so heavily, because God was setting you apart for something that could not be birthed in comfort. Great blessings are born out of great trials, and those trials have only made you ready for the glory that is about to unfold. The world may think that silence is defeat, but in the realm of God, silence is often strategy. God hides you until the time is right. He veils you until the stage has been prepared. And when the curtain lifts, He reveals you not as the broken vessel people assumed you were, but as the refined vessel He has shaped for His glory. Your blessing will not appear too early, nor will it appear too late. It will come in the appointed moment. And when it comes, it will strike like lightning. Sudden, undeniable, impossible to ignore. Many of you have been carrying questions in your heart. Why have I had to suffer so much? Why have I been overlooked? Why have I been betrayed by those I trusted? And the answer is this: God was preparing you to carry a blessing so weighty that lesser trials would not have been enough to shape you. You needed the fire because the blessing carries fire. You needed the pressure because the blessing carries authority. You needed the pain because the blessing carries healing. Without the trial, you would not be ready for the triumph. Without the breaking, you would not be ready for the breakthrough. But now the hour of preparation is giving way to the hour of demonstration. God is preparing to move in such a way that even the most hardened skeptic will be left speechless. And when this blessing falls upon your life, it will not be subtle. It will not be something you can hide. It will radiate so brightly. It will echo so loudly that those who tried to diminish you will have no choice but to step back in awe. They will not be able to steal it. They will not be able to explain it. And they will not be able to deny it. They will simply have to admit that the hand of God has done this. And I say to you, Do not be afraid of their shock. Do not be afraid of their silence. Do not be afraid when those who once mocked you are forced to witness the blessing upon your life. For this is not about vengeance. It is about testimony. God is not blessing you to destroy your enemies. He is blessing you to reveal Himself. And sometimes the silence of your enemies is the loudest testimony of all. Because when they have no words left, when they cannot explain it, when they cannot touch it, the only conclusion left is that this was the work of God. Take courage in this, beloved. Your life is about to shift from hidden struggle to undeniable blessing. The same people who turned away from you will have to watch it as doors open that no man can shut. The same people predicted your downfall will have to watch as you rise higher than their imagination ever allowed. The same people who laughed at your faith will have to watch as that faith produces fruit in abundance. And the shock in their faces will not be your glory, it will be God's glory. It will be the visible proof that no one who trusts in God is ever put to shame. So wait with faith. Stand with confidence. Do not look at the ground when your head was meant to be lifted. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not invisible to the eyes of heaven. Even now the wheels of divine preparation are turning. Even now God is aligning the pieces. Even now the blessing is taking shape. And when the moment comes, it will be unstoppable. No man will be able to delay it. No adversary will be able to divert it. No scheme will be able to destroy it because it was not prepared by human hands. It was prepared by God Himself. The hour is coming when the very ones who whispered behind your back will whisper in astonishment, not because of what you have done, but because of what God has done for you. Their eyes will widen, their hearts will tremble, and their voices will falter. For the blessing about to manifest in your life will not be explainable by logic or effort. It will only be explainable by the power of God. That is why the Scripture tells us not to put our trust in men, not to lean on the arm of flesh, but to trust in God with all our hearts. Because when God blesses, He blesses beyond the reach of men, beyond the imagination of enemies, and beyond the limits of this world. And let me tell you, when God prepares a blessing, He does not prepare it in fragments. He prepares it in fullness. He prepares it in a way that overflows. The cup will not merely be filled, it will run over. And when it runs over, it spills into every area of your life, your home, your relationships, your purpose, your destiny. This is not the kind of blessing you will have to explain. It will speak for itself. The light of it will radiate. The fruit of it will testify. The abundance of it will silence every argument. And all who see it will know that only God could do this. Some of you have been in a season of questions. You have asked, Con, when will the break tears end? When will the struggle cease? And I say to you, God is not late. God is not delaying without purpose. God is preparing. And the preparation of God always takes longer than the expectation of man. But hear this. When the appointed time arrives, it will happen suddenly. Suddenly the chains will break. Suddenly the doors will open. Suddenly the blessing will pour out. And those who thought you were stuck will stand, stunned as they watch you rise. Do not be moved by what you see now. Do not measure your destiny by your current season. What you see today is not the end of the story. It is merely the setup for what is coming. God often allows you to walk through a valley so that when you stand upon the mountain, the contrast will glorify His name. He allows the storm so that when He speaks peace, the testimony will shake the hearts of those who doubted. He allows the breaking so that when He brings the blessing, it will carry a weight that cannot be ignored. And make no mistake, this blessing is not just for you. Now, it is for the generations that come after you. It is for the communities connected to you. It is for the lives that will be touched by your testimony. God never blesses in isolation. He blesses in multiplication. When He lifts you, He lifts everything connected to you. When He opens the door, He opens it wide enough for others to walk through after you. When He shines His light upon you, it becomes a beacon for others still trapped in the dark. And your enemies who thought they could stop you will have to watch as the blessing ripples outward beyond even your own reach. Think of how powerful this is. The same mouths that once spoke curses will have to admit the truth. The same hands that once pushed you down will not be able to reach you when God lifts you up. The same eyes that looked upon you with scorn will now see the evidence of God's glory shining from your life. And this will not come because you begged them for recognition. It will not come because you sought their approval. It will come because God Himself has chosen to honor you. And when God honors, no man can dishonor. Hold on then with unwavering faith. The shaking you have endured was not to destroy you. It was to prepare you. The fire you walked through was not to consume you. It was to refine you. The silence you endured was not to abandon you. It was to strengthen your dependence on God. And now, as you stand at the edge of breakthrough, know this: the blessing being prepared has already been decreed in heaven, and nothing on earth can stop its arrival. Your enemies will be shocked, not simply because you were blessed, but because you were blessed beyond their expectation. They thought you would survive, but they did not expect you to thrive. They thought you might rise, but they did not expect you to soar. They thought you might recover, but they did not expect you to overflow. This is the nature of God's blessing. It goes beyond what men imagine, beyond what enemies expect, beyond what the world can calculate. Let me tell you, when God prepares a blessing, He does it in such a way that even time itself must bow to His plan. The years you thought were wasted, the seasons you thought were stolen, the opportunities you thought were gone forever, God redeems them all in one moment of His favor. And when that moment comes, it will not only restore what was lost, it will multiply it. That is why your enemies will be silenced, because the blessing will not simply put you back where you were, it will place you far beyond where you would have been without the trial. They expected to see you crawl out of the ashes, but instead they will watch you soar above the flames. This is the mystery of God's power. He allows the fire to test you, but then He uses that very fire to illuminate you. He allows the valley to humble you, but then He uses that very valley to exalt you. He allows the enemy to rise against you, but then He uses that very opposition to showcase His deliverance. What was designed to break you becomes the evidence of His blessing. What was meant to end you becomes the very testimony that establishes you. And when your enemies see this, they will have no words left, because it will be undeniable that the hand of God was upon you all along. You see, man's recognition is fragile. It can be given and taken away. But when God marks you, no enemy can erase it. When God sets His seal upon you, no adversary can remove it. And when God lifts you, no power in heaven or earth can push you back down. That is why the blessing He is preparing is not dependent on the opinions of people, nor is it limited by the schemes of your enemies. It is anchored in the authority of God, and that authority cannot be challenged. Some of you have been asking in your heart, why did God allow the betrayal? Why did He allow the rejection? Why did He allow the pain? And the answer is this: the betrayal was the classroom for your blessing. The rejection was the training ground for your strength. Pain was the fire that forged your endurance. Without it, you would not be ready for what is about to come. Without it, you would not have the resilience to carry the weight of the blessing. God never wastes a wound. Every scar you carry has prepared you to handle the glory that is on its way. And when it comes, those who cause the wounds will be silenced by the very greatness that their actions prepared you to receive. Do not be deceived by appearances. Right now you may feel hidden. You may feel small. You may feel overlooked. But what looks like hiding to man is often protecting to God. He hides you until you are ready. He covers you until the time is right. He shields you until the blessing has matured. And then when the hour strikes, He reveals you in such a way that no enemy can deny, no critic can discredit, no voice can diminish. That is the preparation of God. Quiet, steady, intentional, until the moment of unveiling that shocks the world. And hear this: the blessing is not just about lifting you, it is about positioning you. God blesses you to put you in a place of influence, a place of testimony, a place where your very life speaks louder than any sermon. And that is why the blessing shocks your enemies, because it places you in a position they never imagined you could stand in. They thought you would stay in the background, but God places you in the forefront. They thought you would remain forgotten, but God makes your name a testimony. They thought you would remain small, but God expands your territory until their envy has no words left. This is the way of God. He takes the stone the builders rejected and makes it the cornerstone. He takes the forgotten and makes them favored. He takes the broken and makes them whole. And when He does, the world stands in silence because there is no argument against what only God can do. That is the blessing being prepared for you. A blessing that not only lifts you, but transforms the perception of everyone around you. So walk with boldness even in the waiting. Speak with confidence even in the silence. Carry yourself with dignity even in the valley, because you are not waiting in vain. You are waiting in preparation. The tables are turning. The stage is being set. The breakthrough is approaching. And when it comes, it will come with such force, such clarity, such abundance that your enemies will be left in awe. They will not be able to deny the truth that it was the hand of God and God alone who has done this. And so I say to you with every ounce of conviction in my soul, do not give up. Do not look back. Do not allow discouragement to rob you of the victory that is already on its way. The blessing that God is preparing for you is greater than the pain you endured, greater than the lies that were spoken, greater than the betrayal that cut you, and greater than the enemies that rose against you. It is a blessing designed to shock, to silence, to overwhelm, not to humiliate your enemies, but to glorify your God. Not to exalt your name, but to magnify His. The waiting has not been wasted. The tears have not been ignored. The prayers have not been forgotten. Every season of hiddenness has been building toward this moment. And when it comes, you will stand not in your strength, but in the strength of God. You will rise not because of man's approval, but because of God's decree. You will walk in blessing not because of luck, but because of divine preparation. And the beauty of it all, that those who tried to stop you will have to bear witness to what they could not prevent. Lift your head high. Walk in faith, for expect with boldness. This blessing isn't a fantasy. It is an assured reality. It sits just beyond the horizon. It's coming quickly. And when it arrives, it will leave no room for doubt. Your enemies will be silenced. Your critics will be confounded. And your life will stand as proof that when God ordains a blessing, no power in heaven or earth can stop it. Be courageous, for your season is close. Stand firm, for the promise is secure. Trust fully, for the one who declared it will bring it to pass. And when it comes, give all the glory to God, who alone is your protector, provider, and lifter. The blessing is on its way. Its certainty is unshakable. Its arrival is near. When it descends, even your enemies will be stunned. Beloved, let me start by asking you this. Have you ever cried so deeply that you questioned whether joy would ever find its way back to you? Have you walked through nights that felt unending, storms that showed no mercy, valleys where your soul seemed crushed beneath the weight of sorrow? Some of you are here right now still carrying the wounds of disappointment, betrayal, or loss. You have wept in secret behind closed doors. You have whispered prayers through trembling lips. You have wondered if God truly heard you in those shadowed hours. But take hold of this truth with everything in you. God is turning the page to a chapter of joy. Your story does not end with your season of tears. The ink of His mercy still flows, and the next page is already written with a light your current darkness cannot overcome. Every tear you shed was seen and counted by the hand of God. When you felt abandoned, He was closer than your own breath. The very moments when you thought your pain would consume you were the very moments God was preparing a breakthrough. Your tears were not wasted. They were seeds planted in the soil of faith, and God does not allow the soil of your suffering to remain barren. There is a harvest of joy, and it is nearer than you think. For every tear that has watered the ground of your life, God has written a promise of restoration. For every sleepless night, He has marked a dawn of rejoicing. For every broken dream, He has prepared a future beyond what your mind can imagine. The enemy wants you to believe that your season of tears defines you. He whispers that the pain is permanent, that the scars will never fade, that your life has been reduced to fragments. But God declares something greater. God declares that the scars are not the end, but the evidence of survival. They are proof that you passed through the fire and were not consumed, that you walked through the flood and did not drown. The hand of God sustained you when your own strength failed. And because you endured, because you refused to give up, even in your weakness, God is ushering you into a chapter of joy that no force of darkness can close. Some of you have lived years under the shadow of sorrow. You have carried wounds from relationships, from failures, from betrayals that cut deeply into your soul. You may feel as though the story of your life is one long lament. But let me tell you today with conviction, the pen is still in God's hand. The next chapter is not sorrow, but not defeat, not despair, but hope. Your tears have been temporary. Your grief has been a night season. But God has promised a morning of gladness. Morning always comes whether the night wants it to or not. And God Himself is commanding the dawn to break over your life. Think of how many times in your life you thought it was over. Yet here you are still breathing, still standing. You thought you could not survive that heartbreak. Yet your heart still beats. You thought you could not endure that disappointment, yet your feet are still planted. You thought the loss would destroy you, but it refined you. This is not by accident. This is not by chance. This is the faithfulness of God at work in your story. And the same God who preserved you in the tears is the same God who will lift you into joy. Do not let your past tears chain your future joy. Do not let yesterday's grief steal tomorrow's laughter. God is not only able to heal the wounds of your past, but He is willing to restore the years you thought were lost. The God who created time can redeem it. The God who spoke galaxies into existence can rewrite your story. What seemed wasted will become fruitful. What seemed broken will become whole. What seemed hopeless will become a testimony of His power. Some of you need to hear this. The pain you endured was preparation. The sorrow was shaping you for strength. The valley was building a foundation that the mountain could not. God allowed your tears not to destroy you, but to deepen you, to draw you closer to Him, to purify the desires of your heart. And now that the preparation is complete, He is turning the page. The tears you once shed will water the laughter you are about to embrace. The nights you thought were endless are giving way to mornings of clarity and peace. God has seen your faithfulness in suffering, and He is faithful to reward you with joy. When God opens a chapter, no one can close it. When He declares a season of joy, no enemy, no betrayal, no circumstance can shut it down. People may try to remind you of your past tears, but God is rewriting your future. Circumstances may look impossible, but God specializes in impossibilities. The enemy may throw accusations, but God's word is final. He has decreed that your sorrow is ending and your joy is beginning. And what God has spoken, no power in heaven or on earth can overturn. You may ask, but how will I know this joy is real? How can I believe when the pain still lingers? Listen carefully. Joy from God is not the absence of pain. It is the presence of His peace in the midst of it. It is not the denial of tears, but the transformation of tears into testimony. The joy God gives is not shallow, not temporary, not dependent on circumstances. It is a joy rooted in His eternal presence. It is a joy that says, though I weep, I am still held. Though I stumble, I am still carried. Though I do not see the full picture, I trust the one who holds the pen. Do not measure your future by your past. Do not think that because you have cried for years, you must cry forever. God is not bound by human timelines. He can change your story in a moment. One act of His favor can reverse years of sorrow. One touch of His hand can heal wounds you thought would never close. One word from His mouth can bring life to what you thought was dead. God does not need permission to bless you. He does not need circumstances to align. He simply decides, and it is done. And He has decided that your season of tears is giving way to a chapter of joy. This message, beloved, is not just for your ears. It is for your heart. Receive it not as mere words, but as divine truth. Your tears have not been ignored. Your pain has not been overlooked. God has recorded every moment, and He has promised that joy is coming. You will not cry forever. You will not suffer without purpose. You will not remain in the valley of sorrow. God is lifting you. God is restoring you. God is opening doors that were once sealed shut. And behind those doors lies a joy so abundant, so overflowing, that your past tears will pale in comparison. Your new chapter is not written in the ink of despair, but in the ink of divine promise. It is not filled with shadows of yesterday, but with light that cannot be dimmed. Walk boldly into it. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Wipe your tears. God has declared it. The chapter of joy has begun, and nothing can stop it. Beloved, hear me now with every ounce of faith you can muster. Your tears have not been wasted. Those nights of sorrow, those lonely hours, when your heart felt crushed beyond repair, those groanings too deep for words, all of them have been seen by God. Not one tear slipped down your face without His knowledge. Not one cry escaped your lips without His ear bending close. Do not think for a single moment that your suffering has gone unnoticed. God has kept record, and He is faithful to reward you with a joy that will not only replace your sorrow, but will overflow beyond measure. For God does not merely restore, He multiplies. He does not only heal, He makes whole. And He does not simply close a painful chapter. He writes a glorious one that eclipses everything that came before. You see, the very tears you cried were not signs of weakness, but evidence of endurance. Each tear was a testament that though your spirit was pressed, it was not crushed. Though you were struck down, you were not destroyed. Though you walked through valleys deep, you were not abandoned. And this is the very proof that God has preserved you for this moment. If He allowed you to reach this day after everything you have endured, then surely it means He has prepared something greater than you could ever imagine. The valley was not your home. It was a passage. The sorrow was not your identity. It was a season. And seasons, beloved, do not last forever. God alone ordains their beginning and their end. Some of you right now are standing at the threshold of a divine turning point. For too long you have carried burdens that weighed down your soul. For too long you have lived under clouds of regret, disappointment, and betrayal. For too long you have convinced yourself that sorrow was your destiny. But let me tell you with the authority of God's Word that sorrow is not the final chapter of your story. God Himself is lifting the pen and declaring a new season over your life. What once was covered in tears will soon be clothed in laughter. What once was buried in despair will soon blossom with joy. The author of creation is rewriting your narrative, and your future is radiant with promise. I tell you this truth because so many people have accepted their tears as permanent. They have built homes in the valley of despair. They have decorated the walls of grief and resigned themselves to a life of sorrow. But God is calling you out. He is saying, "Rise, for your time of mourning has passed. Step out, for your mourning has come." And when God calls, you cannot remain seated in sorrow. When He declares joy over your life, you must respond with faith. Do not hold on to your tears when God is handing you laughter. Do not cling to your sorrow when He is pouring out His peace. The next chapter cannot begin if you are still rereading the last one. Your story is not defined by what broke you. It is defined by what God is building in you now. Do you not realize the pain you endured has enlarged your capacity for joy? The wounds you carried have made your soul more sensitive to healing. The nights of weeping have only intensified the sunrise of gladness. When God brings joy after sorrow, it is not ordinary joy. It is a joy born from the ashes, forged in the fire, and unshakable by the storms of life. It is a joy no one can steal because it is rooted not in circumstances but in God Himself. Some of you may say, "But my sorrow has lasted so long, my tears have fallen for years. How can joy find me after so much?" Beloved, remember this. God is not bound by the limitations of time. He is the one who holds eternity in His hands. 1,000 years to man are but a day to Him. What feels like endless waiting to you is only a moment in His eternal plan. And when his appointed time arrives, what he releases will be so overwhelming that it will redeem every year, every month, every moment you thought was wasted. In one divine moment, he can reverse years of sorrow. In one act of his power, he can restore decades of loss. In one word from his mouth, he can silence the voice of despair and fill you with songs of deliverance. Let your faith rise. Lift your eyes from the tears of yesterday to the horizon of tomorrow. God has already decreed joy for you. The ink has already dried on the page of your destiny. The season of sorrow has served its purpose. It humbled you. It refined you. It taught you dependence. But now God is saying enough. Now He is saying it is time. Now He is commanding a shift in your spirit, a transformation in your heart, a renewal in your soul. This is not wishful thinking. This is divine reality. Do not underestimate the power of God's hand to change your circumstances. Remember, He is the one who turned the barren wilderness into rivers. He is the one who transforms mourning into dancing. He is the one who exchanges garments of heaviness for robes of praise. He is the one who commands the night to give way to morning. If He can command the sun to rise each day without fail, do you not think He can command your joy to rise again? If He can breathe the galaxies into existence, do you not think He can breathe life into your weary heart? The problem is not whether God can. The question is whether you will believe. Will you dare to trust that joy is your portion? Will you dare to let go of the sorrow that has defined you? Will you dare to lift your face toward heaven and say, God, I am ready for the next chapter? Because joy does not simply come to those who sit in despair, yet it comes to those who rise in faith. It comes to those who prepare their hearts to receive it. It comes to those who believe that God's Word is greater than their pain. Beloved, I sense so strongly that someone listening to this has carried grief for far too long. You have lived as though your life ended when tragedy struck, as though your story was over. But when betrayal cut deep, as though your purpose was buried when loss came knocking. But God is resurrecting your hope. He is calling forth your joy. He is reminding you that your story is not over. The chapter of tears is closing. The chapter of joy is being written. And when God writes, He writes with abundance, with purpose, with glory. Do not allow despair to silence the sound of your laughter. Do not let pain rob you of the promise God has placed within you. Do not let fear close your eyes to the light that is already breaking across your life. The Lord has not carried you this far only to leave you behind. He sustained you in the valley so that you could stand upon the mountain. He guarded you through the night so that you could step into the morning. And beloved, the morning is here. This is not a simple word of encouragement. This is a prophetic declaration spoken into your spirit. Your tears have been counted, and their measure has now run dry. Your sorrow has served its season, and that season has closed. Right now, a holy exchange is unfolding. God is trading the ashes of grief for crowns of joy. He is lifting the weight from your back and clothing you with garments of praise. He is breaking the burden that once crushed you and filling you with peace beyond all understanding. Beloved, let faith grip your heart today. Stand tall, even if your knees still tremble. Lift your head, even if tears still blur your eyes. Smile again, even if sorrow whispers in your ear, because the truth is greater than the lie. The promise is stronger than the pain, and the Word of God is final above all else. The chapter of joy is not a possibility, it is a certainty. It is not a dream, it is reality, and it begins now. Beloved, let me tell you plainly, when God opens a chapter, He does not write with ink that fades. He writes with eternal authority. Your story is not slipping through the cracks of time. Your destiny is not dangling by a thread. It is secure in the hand of the one who commands the universe. The season of tears you endured was real. It broke you. It humbled you. It tested you. But it was never meant to define you forever. It was a bridge, not a home. And now the same God who allowed you to pass through the valley is calling you into the meadow of joy, the garden of peace, the river of laughter. Do not be surprised that your tears lasted as long as they did. God does not rush the seasons, for He knows what each moment must accomplish in your soul. The winter must be cold so that the soil can rest. The night must be dark so that the stars can shine. The sorrow must run its course so that when joy arrives, it does not arrive shallow. It arrives rooted, unshakable, and eternal. Your tears were not without purpose. They were watering seeds you could not yet see. They were softening the soil of your heart so that joy could take root more deeply. And now, because of those very tears, your joy will not be fleeting. It will endure. Listen to me. The same lips that trembled with prayers of desperation will soon tremble with songs of thanksgiving. The same hands that were heavy with grief will soon be lifted high in praise. The same eyes that poured out rivers of sorrow will soon with the light of gladness. This is not my promise to you. This is God's promise. He has declared that mourning may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And that morning is not far from you. The first rays are already breaking through the horizon. Some of you have been asking, but why did I have to cry so long? Why did my heart have to break so many times? Beloved, sometimes God allows the breakings so that He can rebuild you on a foundation that cannot be shaken. Sometimes He allows the sorrow so that He can teach you a depth of compassion you could never know otherwise. Sometimes He allows the night so that when the morning comes, you will treasure it like never before. Pain carves deep places in us, but those same places become reservoirs for joy. Without the night, would you appreciate the sunrise? Without the storm, would you honor the calm? Without the tears, would you understand the weight of laughter? Let me speak boldly to your spirit. Your identity is not your sorrow. Your identity is not your failure. Your identity is not your wound. You are not defined by what broke you. You are defined by the one who is healing you. God is not labeling you by your tears. He is preparing to crown you with joy. Do not call yourself forsaken when God calls you chosen. Do not call yourself forgotten when God calls you beloved. Do not call yourself broken when God is calling you whole. Think of it this way. Every tear you shed was like ink on a page. But those pages were not the ending of your book. They were the preface. They were setting the stage for the story God is now unfolding. If the tears were that powerful in shaping you, imagine how powerful the joy will be in completing you. If the sorrow was so deep, imagine how vast the laughter will be. God never subtracts without multiplying. He never allows pain without preparing restoration. He never permits loss without arranging gain. You may have thought the night would never end, but even the darkest night has a limit. No storm rages forever. No winter lasts eternally, and your tears, as overwhelming as they felt, had an expiration date set by God Himself. He has declared over you, this far you have come, and no farther will sorrow. Beloved, the expiration date of your grief is now. The chapter of tears has closed. The ink of sorrow has dried, and the fresh page of joy lies open before you. But I must tell you this with love and truth. Do not drag the ashes of yesterday into the garden of tomorrow. Do not rehearse the pain when God is trying to teach you a new song. Do not cling to the memories of sorrow when He is flooding you with hope. Too many people sabotage their joy by clinging to their tears. They refuse to let go of the familiar ache. Even though God is offering them unfamiliar gladness, but you, beloved, must be bold enough to release the pain, to lay it down at the feet of God, to say, I will not carry this sorrow into my tomorrow. For when God opens a new chapter, He does not ask you to edit the old one. He asks you to step forward, to turn the page, to walk by faith. Joy is not meant to be analyzed. It is meant to be embraced. It is not meant to be explained. It is meant to be lived. It is not a concept for your mind. It is a reality for your heart. Lift your head. Square your shoulders. Breathe in the air of a new day. The heaviness that has lingered is lifting. The shadow that has hovered is fleeing. The door that has been closed is opening. God is saying to you now, behold, I make all things new. And when He makes it new, it is not patched up. It is not halfway restored. It is brand new. Joy that is untainted by yesterday's pain. Peace that is deeper than yesterday's chaos. Strength that is stronger than yesterday's weakness. Beloved, the chapter of joy is not just a promise. It is your inheritance. It belongs to you because God Himself has spoken it. And when God speaks, creation bows. When God decrees, the universe obeys. When God declares joy over your life, sorrow has no authority to remain. Beloved, lean in closely because this moment is sacred. God is whispering to your weary heart, your sorrow is not forever. Your mourning is not your identity. Your tears have reached my throne, and I am writing joy into the very fabric of your future. Do you hear it? Feel it. Heaven is not silent about your pain. Heaven has moved on your behalf, and the chapter you are about to enter will not comfort you. It will overflow. It will overflow. It will overwhelm. It will cover every barren place of your life with abundance. Let us not pretend sorrow is easy. Tears are real. They stain our pillows. They blur our vision. They weaken our knees. But never forget this. Tears are powerful when they fall before God. They are not wasted. They are collected. They are stored in the vessel of His remembrance. And at the appointed time, God pours out joy in proportion to every tear you have shed. You may have thought your weeping was weakness, but in reality, your weeping was worship. Each cry was a declaration of faith that even in your brokenness, you turned to the one who could heal. Each sob was a confession that though the world failed you, God never did. And because of that, your tears have become the ink with which He is now writing your joy. I tell you the truth, beloved, a joy after sorrow is always deeper than joy that has never known pain. When you have tasted despair and then tasted hope, the hope is sweeter. When you have walked in darkness and then walked in light, the light is brighter. When you have been crushed and then lifted, the lifting feels higher than the mountains. That is why your next chapter will be unlike any season you have ever known before. It is joy refined, joy mature, joy anchored in the unshakable faithfulness of God. And here is something I want you to hold tightly. Joy is not simply laughter on your lips. It is strength in your bones. The joy God gives will sustain you when storms rage again. It will anchor you when life trembles. It will silence the accusations of the enemy. For the joy of the Lord is not fragile. It does not crack under pressure. It does not dissolve in trials. It does not vanish in difficulties. This joy is eternal, unmovable, undeniable. And once God writes it into your story, no man, no devil, no circumstance can erase it. But I must speak plainly. You cannot enter the chapter of joy still clutching the chains of sorrow. You must release the grip of yesterday's pain. You must stop rehearsing the wounds of the past as if they define your future. God is saying to you now, let it go, my child, lay it down. Hand me your grief, your regrets, your unanswered questions. Let me carry them so you can walk freely into the joy I have prepared. If you carry yesterday's ashes into tomorrow's garden, you will trample the flowers He is trying to make bloom. Release the ashes. Let Him crown you with beauty. Some of you feel disqualified from joy because of your mistakes, your failures, your regrets. You believe sorrow is all you deserve. But God is not giving you joy because you deserve it. He is giving you joy because He is merciful, because He is faithful, because He delights in lifting His children. Do not insult His grace by believing you are too broken for joy. You are not too far gone, not too damaged, not too late. The God who brings rivers into deserts can bring laughter into your life again. Beloved, imagine it with me. A life where the tears of yesterday no longer weigh you down, where the pain of the past no longer haunts your steps, where the bitterness of sorrow has been replaced with the sweetness of joy. This is not fantasy. It is your destiny. God has already written it. He has already declared it. He has already promised it. And the one who promised is faithful to fulfill. Lift your head. Do you not see the horizon glowing with the first rays of dawn? Do you not feel the heaviness lifting off your shoulders? Do you not hear the sound of laughter rising even from the depths of your soul? That is not imagination. That is the Spirit of God awakening you to the truth of what is coming. Your morning is ending. Your night is passing. Your sorrow is bowing. And joy, glorious, radiant, overflowing joy is stepping onto the stage of your life. So walk into it boldly. Do not crawl into this new season as though you are a beggar. Walk as a child of God whose Father delights to bless. Walk as one who has been carried through the valley by divine hands. Walk as one who knows that the pen of your story belongs to the author of eternity. And let your life testify. Yes, I wept. Yes, I suffered. Yes, I thought it would break me. But God wrote joy where there was once sorrow, and He lifted me higher than I ever dreamed. Beloved, this is the truth. Your chapter of joy has already begun. Receive it, live it, rejoice in it, and let every tear you once shed become a fountain of testimony that God is faithful. Beloved, let me speak to the deepest part of your heart. Your life is not over because of the tears you have shed. Your destiny is not diminished because of the pain you have endured. Do you understand? The very sorrow that tried to bury you has become the soil in which God is planting a greater future. The tears that soaked your pillow in the midnight hour were not wasted. No, they were sacred offerings laid before the throne of heaven. And God in His infinite mercy has gathered every one of them. Not one drop has fallen unnoticed. Not one cry has risen unheard. Not one groan has been overlooked. The God who sees all, the God who knows all, the God who reigns above all, He has declared that joy will follow your tears. You may have felt abandoned in those lonely seasons. You may have thought your prayers bounced back from the ceiling unanswered. You may have even questioned whether God cared. But hear me clearly. The silence of God is not the absence of God. His quiet was the preparation of your answer. His delay was the maturing of your blessing. His patience was the weaving together of a story so magnificent that when the joy arrives, it will leave you speechless. Beloved, God was not ignoring you. He was orchestrating a future that required the tears to water it into life. And now comes the declaration. The season of tears has completed its course. It has carved out depth in you. Depth of joy is about to fill to overflowing. The sorrow has hollowed out a space in your heart, and God is pouring His gladness into that very place. Where you once felt empty, you will feel abundance. Where you once felt broken, you will feel whole. Where you once felt despair, you will feel unshakable hope. That is the power of the God who turns mourning into rejoicing, who transforms ashes into beauty, who replaces heaviness with praise. But let me tell you this, beloved, with holy boldness, do not look back. Do not chain yourself to what God has already broken. Too many lives shackled to their past tears, dragging yesterday's sorrow into today's joy. But God is saying, behold, I do a new thing. Will you not perceive it? The page has turned, the chapter has shifted, the author has written joy into your script. Why would you reread the chapter of sorrow when God is inviting you to experience the chapter of laughter? Why would you rehearse the words of grief when He is placing a new song of praise upon your lips? Your sorrow may have convinced you that joy could never return, but joy is not gone. It was waiting for its moment. Joy has been standing at the threshold of your life, waiting for the command of God to step in, and that command has been spoken. Heaven has issued the decree. The gates have been opened. Joy is now flooding into your life like a river. Unstoppable, uncontainable, undeniable. Let me give you a fresh insight. Tears do not diminish your strength. They amplify it. Do you not realize that you are stronger now than you were before the tears fell? Every sorrow you endured trained your spirit to lean harder on God. Every disappointment you faced pushed you deeper into His presence. Every loss you carried enlarged your heart to hold more of His love. So when joy comes, it will not come to a weak soul, but to a soul refined by fire, strengthened in battle and matured in faith. The sorrow did not break you. It built you. And now the joy will not simply bless you, it will crown you. Do not be afraid to embrace this joy. Some of you fear joy because sorrow has been your companion for so long. You fear that if you laugh again, the tears will return. You fear that if you hope again, disappointment will strike. But hear me, this joy is not fragile. It is not a fleeting moment. It is not dependent on circumstances. It is anchored in the eternal promise of God. The one who brings this joy is the same one who holds the universe in balance. Do you think His gift is flimsy? Do you think His promise is unstable? No, beloved, His joy is eternal. His promise unshakable, His word final. And let me speak even deeper. God's joy is not just about your ladder, it is about your testimony. Your story will be a living witness to others. The people who saw you cry will see you rejoice. The ones who whispered about your downfall will watch your rising. The very lips that predicted your end will marvel at your new beginning. Because when God opens a chapter, it is not only for your blessing, it is for His glory. Your joy will be proof of His power. Your laughter will echo His faithfulness. Your testimony will draw others to believe that if God could do it for you, He can do it for them. Beloved, let me remind you of something powerful. The night is always darkest just before the dawn. The tears are often heaviest just before the breakthrough. The sorrow often feels endless just before the joy bursts forth. That is because the enemy knows what God is about to do. He tries to convince you to give up just before your season shifts. But do not quit now. Do not give in to despair now. Do not surrender when you are on the edge of victory. Hold on. Stand firm. Keep believing, because God's word will not fail. His promise will not falter. His joy will not be delayed. Lift up your spirit, beloved. Let the chains of sorrow fall from your heart. Step boldly into the joy that has been written into your story. Do not crawl. Walk with confidence. Do not whisper. Declare it loudly. My God has turned my mourning into dancing. My God has written joy after my tears. My God has made me laugh again. And let the whole world know that the hand of God has done this. And it is marvelous in your eyes, beloved. This is your moment. This is your season. This is your chapter. And it is written not with the ink of sorrow, but with the ink of joy. Walk forward with the certainty that God never lets your story close in sorrow. He always seals it with victory and glory. Dear one, hold this truth deep within. The nights of tears may have marked your past, but they will not dictate your destiny. Pain may have lingered for a while, but it cannot step with you into the new page ahead. For the Lord Himself has set a boundary, and beyond it flows joy that words cannot contain, peace that cannot be shaken, and strength that cannot be broken. Lift your eyes toward heaven and proclaim with boldness, I am no longer defined by my nights of weeping. I am who God has called me to be in this dawn of joy. Let sorrow drop away like garments that no longer fit. Let grief lose its hold upon you. For the hand of God has replaced mourning with laughter and despair with songs of gladness. This is the moment. This is your morning. This is your chapter. Step into it with courage. Celebrate it with fullness, and embrace it without hesitation. For the author of your life has declared his final word. The season of tears is over, and the chapter of joy has begun. Have you noticed that God often reveals Himself in the moments and places you least anticipate? Have you ever sat in your darkest hour when the silence felt endless, when every door was locked, when every chance seemed gone, only to sense a shift, a stirring, something far greater than you ever dreamed? My friend, that wasn't luck. That wasn't coincidence. That was God Himself setting the stage to bless you right where you thought nothing could grow. God is preparing to release a blessing in the most unlikely of places. Not where the world told you to expect it. Not in the places where the crowd gathers. Not in the safe zones of life, but in the very corners of your existence you thought had no value, no hope, no purpose. God is about to turn the wilderness into a spring, the desert into a garden, the silence into a song. And if you dare to believe it, if you dare to lift your eyes beyond what you can see, you will witness the hand of God moving in ways that no human plan could orchestrate. Too many people are waiting for their blessing in the same predictable places. They think if they network with the right people, if they climb the right ladder, if they sit at the right table, their lives will finally change. But God does not need permission from people to elevate you. God does not need a recommendation letter or an invitation card. God blesses in ways that defy logic, in places that shock the proud, in ways that silence the critics. God's blessing is not tied to your background, your education, or your bank account. God's blessing is tied to His power, and His power knows no limits. That is why when He moves, He will bless you in unexpected places so that no man, no woman, no system can take the credit. Think of it. How many times in your life have you cried out for a breakthrough and you thought it would come from one direction, only to see it come from another? That is because God is not confined to the pathways of human expectation. God is not bound by the maps you draw. He does not walk only through the doors you see. God carves His own roads through the wilderness. He raises rivers through the valleys, and He places fountains and deserts that men declared lifeless. When you think the story is over, God writes another chapter. When you think the curtain has fallen, God lifts it again. And when you think the crowd has left, God brings His presence to fill the silence. You see, the beauty of God's blessing is that it is often hidden where you are least likely to look. It's wrapped up in the trial that was supposed to destroy you. It's buried in the rejection that broke your heart. It's disguised in the delay that tested your patience. It's hidden in the silence where you thought you were abandoned. But in those unexpected places, God shows His glory. He shows that He alone is the source. He shows that you are not forgotten, you are not forsaken, you are not invisible. The hand of God will find you even in the lowest valley, and it will lift you in a way that shocks the world. This is why you cannot give up when life feels barren. This is why you cannot walk away when doors slam in your face. For every closed door is only a setup for a greater entrance. For every rejection is only a redirection toward God's appointed place for you. For every wilderness is only the soil where God will plant a seed that will bloom at the right season. You see, God's timing is never late, and His blessing is never small. He blesses in ways that overturn the logic of man because He wants you to know it was Him. And here is the truth. The reason God blesses in unexpected places is because He wants to teach you dependence. If He only blessed you where you expected, you might confuse His power with your planning. But when He blesses you where you never thought to look, you know it was not your effort, not your wisdom, not your connection. You know it was God. And that awareness humbles you, transforms you, and keeps your heart anchored in faith. My friend, you may be sitting in what feels like a barren place right now. Maybe it is a broken relationship. Maybe it is a financial struggle. Maybe it is a dream that seems buried under the weight of delay. But I am here to tell you that God is not finished. That desert you are in today could become the very ground of your greatest blessing. That rejection you endured may become the stage of your greatest elevation. That silence you feel may be the very preparation for the loudest testimony of your life. Do not despise the unexpected places, because it is there that God works wonders. God is about to bless you in unexpected places because He knows how to prepare the stage for His glory. When God moves, He does not seek the approval of men, nor does He follow the patterns of society. God chooses the places that seem unworthy. He chooses the people that seem unlikely. And He pours out His power in ways that confound the wisdom of the proud. That is why you must never despise the small beginnings. Never underestimate the quiet seasons. Never curse the deserts of your life, for it is often in those hidden, humble, overlooked places that God establishes His most powerful blessings. The problem with many people is that they expect blessings to arrive dressed in luxury, announced with trumpets visible to the crowd. They expect elevation to come with applause, with open arms, with visible honor. But God often packages His blessings in silence, in trials, in forms that look nothing like what you prayed for. Sometimes the blessing looks like a storm at first. Sometimes it looks like loss. Sometimes it looks like rejection. But hidden inside what appears as pain is the seed of your greatest promotion. If you have the faith to endure, you will see that what you thought was the end was only the preparation for God's unveiling. Hear me well. God delights in showing His power where human strength collapses. He delights in lifting the one who was forgotten. He delights in turning the overlooked one into the vessel of His glory. Why? Because when the blessing shows up in that unexpected place, there is no other explanation except God. That way you cannot bow to man. You cannot give glory to a system. You cannot attribute your success to coincidence. You will know deep in your soul that only the hand of God could have done it. And some of you listening right now, you have been walking through seasons of drought. You've been asking, God, when will you show up? When will the breakthrough arrive? When will the pain end? You've been waiting for doors to open where you once knocked. You've been waiting for people who once promised to help, but they did not open the door. They did not keep their word. And maybe you thought your blessing had been lost with them. But I tell you today with boldness, God is not limited to the doors people close. God is not limited to the promises men fail to keep. God is not limited to the opportunities others denied you. He is the God who creates doors where walls exist. He is the God who writes a way where no road can be seen. He is the God who takes you by the hand and says, I will bless you where no one thought possible. When God blesses you in unexpected places, the testimony becomes unstoppable. Your enemies cannot deny it. Your friends cannot explain it. Even you cannot fully comprehend it. All you can do is lift your eyes and say, God did this. And that confession carries power, for it draws others to see the hand of God at work in your life. That is why your story is not just about you. Your blessing is not only for your comfort, it is for the glory of God to be revealed so that others will see and believe. There is something profound about the way God works in silence. The seed planted in the soil does not scream, does not announce its growth. Yet beneath the earth, something divine is taking place. Roots are forming, foundations are strengthening, life is stirring. And then suddenly, without warning, the seed breaks through the ground. That is exactly how God is preparing you. Your current silence is not abandonment. It is incubation. Your hiddenness is not rejection. It is protection. Your waiting is not wasted. It is preparation. And at the appointed time, you will break forth into the unexpected place of blessing. And it will surprise even you. You must understand that God's ways are higher than your ways. His thoughts are not confined to your imagination. You pray for one door. He builds you an entire house. You ask for a drop, He gives you a river. You expect survival, He gives you abundance. That is why you must not box God into your limited expectations. If you think the blessing can only come through one person, one job, one relationship, You will miss the miracle God has been preparing in the shadows. God will bless you in unexpected places. And when He does, it will expand your vision, enlarge your faith, and remind you that He is limitless. Some of you are about to discover that the very place of your pain will become the place of your praise. The very place of your tears will become the place of your testimony. The very place where people mocked you will become the very platform where they see you lifted. Do not despise the unexpected places, for they are holy ground in disguise. They are the soil where God's hand will show His unmatched power. There are moments in life when you will be tempted to believe that nothing good can ever come from where you are. You will look at your surroundings. You will measure the emptiness, and you will whisper to yourself, "Surely this is the end." But listen closely. The God who created the heavens and the earth does not need fertile land to grow fruit. He does not need a crowded marketplace to create opportunity. He does not need the applause of men to validate His work. God is so powerful, so sovereign, so complete in Himself that He can take what is broken, what is empty, what is despised, and make it overflow with blessing. That is why you cannot judge your future by the barrenness of your present. God is about to bless you in places that men have written off. I tell you the truth. The reason you've been walking through this wilderness is because God wanted to show you that His presence is not confined to comfort. His hand is not limited to safe places. His power is not revealed only on the mountaintop. No, God shows up in the valley, in the pit, in the fire, in the desert. He shows up in the unexpected places so that you will know that He is God everywhere. If He only moved in the easy seasons, if He only provided when the table was full, if He only answered when the way was smooth, then your faith would be shallow. But God takes you through the wilderness so that when the blessing falls, that you will know it was His presence that carried you, His power that sustained you, His love that never abandoned you. And listen, the blessing of God is not always wrapped in the way you imagine. Sometimes His blessing comes as strength in the middle of weakness. Sometimes His blessing comes as peace when everything around you is collapsing. Sometimes His blessing comes as clarity in the fog of confusion. Sometimes His blessing is not what He gives you, but what He removes from you. The people who drained your spirit, the opportunities that would have destroyed you, the path that looked appealing but led to disaster. Do not despise those removals, because they are blessings in disguise. God knows how to bless you in ways that protect you, even if at first they feel painful. My friend, the unexpected place is not a mistake. It is not an accident. It is a divine appointment. God has arranged for your breakthrough to come from places you did not anticipate, so that when it happens, your testimony will be undeniable. Think of how many times in your past you thought you had lost only to realize later that God had saved you from something far worse. Think of the times you thought the door closed on you only to find a greater door waiting down the road. This is the pattern of God. He is not predictable, but He is always faithful. He does not always work the way you expect, but He always works for your good. Some of you have been begging for God to move in familiar way. You keep looking for the blessing where you saw it last. You keep expecting Him to move the same way He did before. But let me tell you, God is not a God of stale repetition. He is a God of fresh miracles. He is a God of new mercies. He is a God of surprising wonders. If He blessed you through one avenue before, don't assume that is the only channel He can use. God has 1,000 roads where you see none. He has 1,000 solutions where you see only one. Stop staring at the closed door and open your heart to the truth that God may be preparing to bless you from a direction you never imagined. And when He does, it will silence the mouths of your critics, those who doubted you, those who mocked you, those who left you. When they see the hand of God in your life, they will have no explanation. They will be forced to admit that it was not your power. It was not your influence. It was not your resources. It was the living God who lifted you. And that is why He allows the unexpected places, because the unexpected places strip away human pride and magnify His glory. Hear this clearly. The blessing of God is not limited to the physical. Yes, He will provide. Yes, He will open doors. Yes, He will elevate you. But the deeper blessing is the transformation of your heart. God is preparing to bless you with wisdom that cannot be bought. He is preparing to bless you with resilience that no storm can break. He is preparing to bless you with peace that no money can purchase. He is preparing to bless you with joy that cannot be stolen. These blessings often strength from the most unexpected places. Moments of trial, moments of solitude, moments of pain. And when you rise from them, you rise unshakable, because you know your blessing was born of God, not of men. So do not fear where you are. Do not curse the desert you are in. Do not despise the silence around you. For in this very place, in this very season, in this very wilderness, God is arranging the blessing that will carry you into your destiny. Keep your faith strong. Keep your heart open. Keep your spirit alert. For God is about to bless you in unexpected places. And when He does, you will stand in awe of His majesty. There are blessings that only emerge when everything around you looks empty. There are treasures that can only be discovered in the darkness. There are breakthroughs that can only be born in the place where you thought nothing good could ever happen. And this is the mystery of God, that He takes what others overlook, what others discard, what others mock, and He turns it into a testimony that cannot be denied. That is why you must never measure your life by appearances. What looks barren to man can be fruitful in the hand of God. What looks finished to you can be the very soil where God plants a new beginning. You see, when God decides to bless you in unexpected places, He is not simply giving you a gift. He is revealing His sovereignty. He is showing the world that His power cannot be contained. His will cannot be blocked. His purposes cannot be canceled. Even when others rise against you, even when the world closes its doors, even when the enemy whispers defeat, God still has the final word. And when He speaks, no voice can silence Him. When He acts, no power can resist Him. When He blesses, no hand can block Him. That is why you must not be afraid of the valleys, because valleys are the very places where God's glory is often revealed. Think of it this way. If blessings always came in expected places, your faith would never grow. You would never stretch beyond what you seek. You would never learn to depend on God. But it is when He blesses you in the unexpected that your faith deepens, your humility increases, and your awareness of His greatness becomes unshakable. The unexpected blessing does not just lift your life, it transforms your soul. It teaches you that every step is guided, that every season is purposeful, that every wilderness has meaning. And some of you right now are standing in the middle of what feels like desolation. You're asking yourself, can anything good come from this? Can God really bless me here? And I declare to you with boldness, yes, He can, and yes, He will. For God is known for transforming graves into gardens, ashes into splendor, and barren deserts into flowing rivers. He is known for raising up the overlooked, taking those the world disregards, and placing them in positions no one ever imagined. He is known for using the most unexpected places to display the brilliance of His glory. And your story is about to join that legacy. Let me be clear. Don't allow your present struggle to deceive you. Don't let the darkness around you whisper that God has disappeared. Often the truest sign of His presence is not that the storm vanishes, but that He gives you the strength to withstand it. At times, the greatest blessing isn't the fire being extinguished, but the shield of protection He wraps around you while you walk through it. And when the fire is over, when the storm passes, you emerge stronger, wiser, purer, because God blessed you in the very place where you thought you were about to be destroyed. The blessing of God in unexpected places carries a deeper purpose. It is not only to lift you, but to awaken you. It is not only to give to you, but to change you. When you experience the hand of God in the place where you least expect it, your eyes are open in a way they never were before. You see that He is not confined to human logic. You see that He is not limited by human timelines. You see that He is not restricted by human approval. You come to understand that He is God everywhere, in the palace and in the prison on the mountain, and in the valley, in the abundance and in the lack. And that understanding changes you forever. And let me remind you, God's blessing in unexpected places is often bigger than you. It is not just about your comfort. It is about your calling. It is about the generations that will follow you. It is about the people who will be touched through your testimony. When God blesses you in unexpected places, He is not just changing your story, He is using your story to change others. That is why you must not hide your testimony. But that is why you must not remain silent. When the blessing arrives, lift your voice. Tell your story. Proclaim with boldness. God did this. For your words will ignite faith in the weary, courage in the broken, and hope in the hopeless. There is a reason God allows your journey to pass through unexpected places. There is a reason He does not always take you through the wide gates, the easy roads, the comfortable paths. If He only blessed you where the world told you to look, your faith would become dependent on man. But when He blesses you in unexpected places, you discover that your trust must be anchored in Him alone. You discover that you cannot rely on the approval of people. You cannot depend on predictable patterns. You cannot cling to familiar ways. You are forced to look upward, to lift your eyes beyond the natural, and to believe that God is working even when everything around you seems silent. Do you know what makes the blessing in unexpected places so powerful? It strips away pride. It dismantles the illusion that you made yourself, that your wisdom carried you, that your strength sustained you. When God blesses you in a place you never anticipated, you are left with no other conclusion. But this, it was His hand alone. And that realization humbles you, grounds you, and keeps you close to Him. God blesses you in ways that protect your soul as much as they prosper your life. And this is why you must not give in to despair. When life leads you down a road you never wanted, some of you are standing in situations right now that you never imagined you would face. Perhaps you are walking through a season of financial drought, or you are enduring the sting of betrayal, or you are struggling in the silence of delay. You look around and think this cannot be the place of blessing. But listen carefully. God specializes in revealing His power in the places where no one thought He would move. The unexpected place you despise today may be the very altar where God pours His favor tomorrow. I speak this with urgency. Do not despise the hidden seasons of your life. Do not curse the silence, for silence does not mean absence. Do not hate the process, for the process is preparing you for a blessing greater than what you asked for. The blessing of God in unexpected places often requires preparation. He cannot pour new wine into an unready vessel. He cannot release a harvest where no roots have grown. That is why the waiting feels long, why the struggle feels heavy, why the journey feels endless. But underneath it all, God is shaping you, pruning you, refining you, so that when the blessing comes, you will not only receive it, you will carry it well. And hear this, the blessing of God is not ordinary. When He blesses you, He does it in such a way that it shocks the systems of the world. He does it in such a way that those who laughed at you must fall silent. He does it in such a way that even your enemies will have to admit, surely the hand of God is upon them. God does not bless you to blend in. He blesses you to stand out. He blesses you to be a living testimony that He alone is the source of all good things. You may feel overlooked right now. You may feel that nobody sees your effort. Nobody values your sacrifice. Nobody notices your faithfulness. But let me remind you, God sees, God hears, God knows. And in the moment you least expect, in the place you least anticipate, He will honor you openly for what you carried in secret. He will reward you for the tears nobody else saw, for the prayers nobody else heard, for the battles nobody else understood. God does not waste a single moment of your struggle. Every pain has purpose. Every delay has meaning. Every hardship is a seed that will one day produce fruit. And when the blessing finally comes, it will not be a trickle. It will not be a fraction. It will not be a token. No, when God blesses you, it comes pressed down, shaken together, and running over. It comes in a flood so mighty that you will wonder how you ever doubted in the first place. And the most beautiful part, it will come from a place you never imagined, a connection you never planned, a door you never knocked on, a path you never considered. Because God will make it clear. This blessing is not man-made. It is heaven-sentient. So walk with your head high. Even in the valley, stand with courage. Even in the storm, keep believing. Even in the silence, for the God who spoke light into darkness is the same God who is about to speak blessing into your wilderness. The unexpected place will soon become the undeniable testimony. And when it does, the whole world will know that the hand of God has moved on your life. The reason you have faced so many unexpected turns in your life is not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. The unexpected places are not punishment. They are preparation. God has been training you where no one was watching, so that when He blesses you, the foundation will be unshakable. The roots of your character are being driven deep beneath the soil, so that when the fruit of your blessing shows up, it will not wither in the heat of trials. Do not mistake preparation for abandonment. God is silent not because He has left you, but because He is building you for something greater than you can see. And listen closely. When God blesses you in unexpected places, it humbles those who doubted you. The ones who said you would never make it, the ones who mocked your faith, the ones who wrote you off, they will have to watch as the hand of God lifts you higher than their words ever could. That is why you must not spend your energy trying to prove yourself to people. You do not need their approval. You do not need their applause. You do not need their permission. What God has ordained for you will manifest in its season. And when it does, no voice, no lie, no opposition will be able to stand against it. God blesses in unexpected places because He wants you to know that His ways are not like the ways of men. Men measure success by connections, by wealth, by reputation, but God measures destiny by surrender, by faith, by obedience. That is why the one who seems small in the eyes of the world may be great in the eyes of God. That is why the one who seems disqualified to people may be the very vessel chosen by heaven. God does not search for the perfect. He chooses the willing, and when He blesses beyond every limitation so that the world is forced to acknowledge His power. Some of you have been asking, why here? Why now? Why in this place of brokenness? And the answer is this: because God wants to reveal Himself where no one else can take credit. If your blessing came from expected places, you would share the glory with others. You would say it was your effort, your plan, your wisdom. But when the blessing comes from the most unlikely direction, you cannot explain it. You can only worship. You can only lift your hands and say, God, this is you, only you. That is why the unexpected places are sacred ground, because they strip away all pride and reveal the sovereignty of God. Let me tell you something powerful. The unexpected place is where faith matures. Anyone can believe when the road is clear, when the path is smooth, when the signs are visible. But real faith is forged in the silence, in the waiting, in the dry seasons where nothing seems to grow. Real faith is believing when you have no evidence, trusting when you have no clarity, holding on when you have no strength left. And it is in those moments, in those barren landscapes, that God shows up with blessings that not only meet your need, but exceed your imagination. Do not underestimate the God you serve. He does not simply restore, He multiplies. He does not simply repair, He makes new. He does not simply answer, He overwhelms. And often His multiplication, His renewal, His overwhelming abundance comes not where you thought it would, but where you never dreamed it could. That is why you must stay open, stay watchful, stay expectant. Because the place you least expect may become the place where God changes your entire life. Think of your pain, how heavy it has been, how deep it has cut. Now understand this: God can turn that very pain into purpose. Think of your loneliness, how empty it has felt, how cold the nights have been. Now know this: God can turn that loneliness into divine encounter. Think of your rejection. How much it hurt when they walked away, when they closed the door, when they left you in silence. Now believe this: God can turn that rejection into redirection, and that redirection into blessing that will silence every doubt. The very things that seem to break you will become the very things God uses to bless you. The unexpected place is not an accident. It is the theater of God's glory. It is where He proves that His power is not bound by human design. It is where He shows you that the ground others called barren was simply waiting for His word to release life. When God speaks, even the desert must bloom. When God commands, even the storm must bow. When God decides, even the chains that held you for years must shatter in an instant. And that is why you must never look at your life through the lens of impossibility. What is impossible for man is only a canvas for God to demonstrate His power. Many of you have been carrying wounds in silence. You've walked through seasons where you thought, if anyone knew what I have endured, they would not believe I survived. And yet, here you are. Here you stand. You are living proof God sustains even in unexpected places. Do you see what that means? If He carried you this far, He is not finished. If He gave you breath for today, He has blessing prepared for tomorrow. If He held you in the valley, He will surely lift you to the mountain. The God who kept you in the shadows is the same God who will bless you in the light. But you must understand something. The blessing of God is never shallow. It does not come simply to make you comfortable. It comes to make you purposeful when He blesses you in unexpected places. It is not only to lift your head, but to lift your calling. It is not only to fill your hand, but to enlarge your heart. He blesses you so that you may become a blessing, so that your testimony becomes the seed of faith in someone else's desert. That is why the unexpected place matters, because it transforms your story into a beacon for others still wandering in the dark. Do not be surprised when the people who walked away suddenly see you rising. Do not be shocked when those who dismissed you suddenly hear your name in rooms you've never entered. This is how God works. He blesses you in unexpected places to show the world that no man has the final say. They may have written you off, but God has written you in. They may have counted you out, but God has counted you worthy. They may have turned their backs, but God has turned His face toward you. And when God's face shines upon you, no darkness can prevail. I speak boldly to you now. Your current struggle is not the conclusion of your story. It is the seedbed of your breakthrough. The very tears you cry are watering the soil where God will cause new life to spring forth. The very silence you endure is the womb of miracles yet unseen. The very rejection you suffered is positioning you for acceptance in places you never thought possible. What you thought would destroy you is the very thing God will use to deliver you into destiny. That is why you cannot quit. You cannot faint. You cannot give up now. The unexpected blessing is nearer than you realize. And here is something you must hold tightly in your spirit. God often allows the blessing to come when you are least prepared in your own strength, because He wants you to know that it was never your strength that brought it to pass. If you had been ready by your own power, you would have claimed the credit. But when you are at your weakest, when you are at your lowest, when you are at the end of yourself, that is when God moves with power. Though undeniable that no man can glory in it, that is when He blesses you in unexpected places. This is why you must learn to praise Him even in the barren place. Do not wait until the blessing manifests to lift your voice. Praise Him now in the silence. Praise Him now in the waiting. Praise Him now in the wilderness. Because your praise in the dry place is proof that your faith does not depend on sight. It is proof that you trust the giver more than the gift. And that kind of faith always draws the blessing of God. That kind of faith always opens the unexpected doors. That kind of faith always invites the power of heaven into the most unlikely places. So, hear me. The unexpected place is not your prison. It is your platform. It is not your defeat. It is your preparation. It is not your ending. It is the beginning of something greater than you have ever known. And when the blessing arrives, it will not only lift you, it will lift everyone connected to you. It will ripple through your family, through your community, and through every life that witnesses what God has done. For the blessing of God never stays contained. It overflows. The unexpected place is the very ground where God reveals His ability to take what seems worthless and transform it into something priceless. Look closely at your life. How many chapters did you think were wasted? How many seasons did you think had no value? And yet when you look back, those very moments shaped you, strengthened you, and positioned you for where you stand today. Do you see the pattern? God wastes nothing. Even the pain becomes part of the process. Even the tears become part of the testimony. Even the silence becomes part of the symphony of His plan. And in the end, you will see that every unexpected place was a stage being built for His blessing. So many people chase after predictable places. They run to where the crowd gathers, to where the noise is loud, to where the lights are shining. But God often hides His blessing in the quiet corners, in the overlooked places, in the ground that no one thought could bear fruit. He does this because He is not interested in shallow applause. He is interested in eternal transformation. He blesses you in the unexpected, so that when the blessing manifests, you will not be tied to the opinions of man, but anchored in the sovereignty of God. You must understand the unexpected blessing is not only about provision, it is about revelation. It is God revealing Himself as your source, your sustainer, your shield, your deliverer. When the blessing arrives from the place you never imagined, you begin to see God differently. You begin to realize He is not a distant figure. He is a present Father. He is not just watching from afar. He is walking with you, guiding your steps, orchestrating every detail. And that revelation is more valuable than the blessing itself because it changes how you live forever. Let me tell you the truth with boldness. The enemy wants you to despise the place you are in. He whispers that it is meaningless, that it is hopeless, that it is wasted. But the enemy is a liar. The unexpected place is holy ground in disguise. It may not look like it now, but it is the very soil where God will release His power. If you surrender, if you stay faithful, if you keep believing, you will see that what looked like your dead end was actually the birthplace of your new beginning. And when God blesses you in that place, He will do it in such a way that no one will be able to deny it. The blessing will carry a weight, a permanence, a depth that man cannot fabricate. It will silence the doubtless. It will humble the proud. It will draw the broken near. Because true blessing is not about the gift. It is about the glory of God shining through your life. That is why the unexpected blessing carries so much power. It magnifies Him, not you. It exalts His hand, not human effort. It declares to the world that He alone is God. And some of you right now, you have been standing at the edge of despair. You've thought there is nothing left for me here. This place is dry. This place empty. This place is over. But I declare to you, God is not finished with this place. The very ground you call empty is about to break forth with abundance. The very situation you thought was hopeless is about to overflow with life. The very silence you thought was abandonment is about to thunder with the voice of blessing. Do not give up in the desert, for it is in the desert that rivers flow when God commands it. When God blesses in unexpected places, He does not do it quietly. Yes, He may prepare you in silence, but when the time comes for the blessing to manifest, it will speak loudly. It will echo beyond your life. It will impact those you never thought you would reach, because God's blessing is always bigger than you. It is meant to ripple outward, to touch lives beyond your own, to point others toward His power. That is why you cannot afford to quit. Your blessing is not just for you. It is for everyone who will encounter God through your testimony. So stand firm. Keep walking. Keep believing. Keep declaring. For the God who shaped the stars out of nothing is the same God who is shaping your future out of the very place you thought had no promise. He is about to bless you in unexpected places. And when He does, it will not just change your circumstances. It will transform your vision. You will see life differently. You will see yourself differently. You will see God differently. And that vision will carry you into a future brighter than anything you could have designed on your own. So I say to you today with unshakable certainty, do not fear the road you are on. Do not despise the place you stand. Do not believe the lie that your story is finished. For the living God who holds the universe in His hands is about to bless you in ways you never imagined, in places you never expected, and in seasons you thought were over. The wilderness will bloom. The desert will overflow. The valley will echo with victory. The silence will be broken with songs of joy. Lift your eyes above your pain. Lift your heart above your fear. Lift your spirit above your doubt. For what God is preparing for you is greater than every loss you endured, every tear you cried, every battle you fought. The blessing will arrive not where you expected, but in the very place where His glory shines most brightly. And when it comes, you won't just celebrate, you will be left in wonder. You will look back at every step, every valley, every storm, every hidden season, and realize it was all woven into His plan to prove His faithfulness. He is sovereign. He is God and God alone. Now walk forward with boldness. Stand unshaken in faith. Live with expectancy. Live prepared. Live grounded in the truth that God has never forgotten you. He has only set you in position. The very place you find yourself today will soon become the stage where heaven releases a blessing so overflowing you won't be able to contain it. And when it comes, let your testimony resound. Let your joy be visible. Let your faith be felt. Let the world know beyond any doubt that it was God's hand at work. To Him belongs all the glory. To Him belongs all the honor. To Him belongs all the power, forever and ever. My friend, have you ever felt crushed beneath the weight of others' opinions? Have you ever stepped into a room only to sense that some were secretly hoping for your downfall, smiling at your pain, quietly rejoicing when life pushed you to the ground? Maybe you've tasted the sting of betrayal, the ache of being unseen, the frustration of being underestimated. But listen closely today. No matter who tried to cover you, no matter how many hands shoved you aside, no matter how many voices declared you would never rise again, God Himself will lift you where others tried to keep you down. There is a power greater than every critic. There is a hand stronger than every adversary. There is a throne higher than any authority on earth. And the one seated on that throne is God. When He chooses to raise you up, no person, no system, no force of darkness can stand in His way. People may lock their doors, but God will open one that no man can close. People may scatter lies against you, but God will cover you with His truth. People may dig a pit for you, but God will use that very pit as the foundation to set your feet on higher ground. You see, the reason why some people try to push you down is because they fear what God has placed inside of you. They sense the calling on your life. They sense the favor resting on you. They see that you are not ordinary. And instead of celebrating what God is doing, they resist it. But let me remind you, no amount of resistance can cancel God's assignment over your life. When God speaks elevation into your destiny, when He declares increase, when He marks you for breakthrough, there is no human scheme, that can erase His word. Think of those moments in your life when you were left out. You didn't get the invitation. You didn't receive the support. You were left standing alone. At the time, it may have hurt, but could it be that God allowed their rejection to position you for His direction? Could it be that the very people who tried to keep you down were unknowingly part of God's plan to set you apart? Because when God raises you, He does not raise you by consensus. He does not need permission. He does not take a vote. He declares, I will lift you up, and it is done. And I want to speak this into your spirit. The higher the opposition, the greater the elevation. The heavier the resistance, the stronger the breakthrough. Do not despise those who tried to block you. They only confirm that there is something worth fighting against. If you were not carrying something powerful, if you were not destined for something greater, there would be no reason for such resistance. The opposition is the evidence that God is preparing to lift you. So stand tall. Do not let bitterness take root in your heart. Do not waste your energy trying to prove your worth to those who never intended to see it. Leave the proving to God, because when God lifts you, it will not be subtle. It will not be hidden. It will be undeniable. Those who mocked you will watch you rise. Those who doubted you will have no choice but to witness your testimony. And those who tried to hold you down will realize they were fighting not against you, but against the will of God. And let me remind you, when God lifts you, He doesn't just restore you to where you were. He places you higher than you ever imagined. He does not simply repay, He multiplies. He does not simply bring you out. He sets you above. God takes the ashes of rejection and turns them into a crown of honor. He takes the tears of betrayal and transforms them into rivers of joy. He takes the scars of oppression and uses them as testimonies of His glory. Now you may say, I've been down for so long. I've been overlooked for so many years. I don't see how things could change. Let me tell you, with God, it doesn't take years for Him to lift you. It only takes a moment. One word from God can overturn a lifetime of limitation. Untouched from God can shift you from the back to the front, from the bottom to the top, from forgotten to favored. People may spend decades plotting against you, but in a single moment, God can reverse it all. Lift your eyes today. Stop looking at the hands that pushed you down and start looking at the hand that is reaching to pull you up. Stop focusing on the voices of discouragement and tune your ear to the voice of God. He is saying, my child, I will lift you, I will exalt you, I will make you shine where you were once hidden. I will honor you where you were once despised. I will vindicate you where you were once slandered. There comes a point in every person's life when you must decide where your gaze will rest. On the ones who tried to hold you back, or on the God who has promised to carry you forward. If you keep staring at those who wronged you, their shadow will darken your heart. But if you lift your eyes to God, His light will pour into you and give you strength beyond human measure. People may define you by your lowest moment, but God defines you by His eternal plan. People may confine you to the valley, but God has already written your destiny upon the mountaintop. And when God says rise, not even the chains of your past, not even the voices of your critics, not even the weight of your failures can keep you down. Let me tell you something. The same mouths that whispered against you will one day marvel at you. The same hands that pushed you away will one day reach for you. The same eyes that look down on you will one day be forced to look up to see where God has lifted you. This is not the pride of man. It is the justice of God. For God is not mocked. He sees every tear that fell in secret. He hears every insult spoken against you. He knows every door that was slammed in your face. And though He is patient, though He is merciful, He is also a God of vindication. When the right time comes, He will raise you not in a corner, not in the dark, but in the open for all to see. And when He does it, you will know it was Him. Because the truth is, you do not have the power in yourself to force your own elevation. You cannot manipulate your way into the position that God has reserved for you. You cannot buy it. You cannot charm your way into it. You cannot force it open. When people try to climb by their own strength, they may rise for a moment, but they will soon fall. But when God Himself is the one lifting you, you are secure. You are anchored. You are unshakable. Some of you have been in seasons where you feel as though the ground beneath you has been taken away. You tried, you worked, you prayed, yet the opposition only seemed to grow stronger. But what if I told you that your delay is not denial? What if I told you that God is building in you the very strength you will need to carry the weight of the blessing He is about to release? If He had lifted you before, you might not have been ready. If He had exalted you earlier, the character within, you may not have been prepared to sustain it. But God is wise. He allows the crushing so that He can bring forth the oil. He allows the breaking so that He can release the fragrance of destiny. You may feel pressed, but you are not abandoned. You may feel crushed, but you are not destroyed. The pressure you are under is not meant to bury you. It is meant to launch you. It is the resistance of the soil that allows a seed to break forth. And I tell you today, you are that seed. They tried to bury you, but they forgot that you were planted. And when God waters the soil of your life, you will spring forth stronger, higher, and greater than anyone ever expected. I want to speak to the weary heart right now, the one who has cried silently at night, the one who has questioned if it is even worth continuing. Hear this: God has not forgotten you. The rejection was not your end. The betrayal was not your finish line. The pain was not wasted. God has recorded it all. He has seen every ounce of your struggle, and He has prepared a table for you in the presence of those who doubted you. Not behind closed doors, not in secret, but right before the eyes of those who said you would never make it. Do not curse those who tried to keep you down. Do not waste your breath seeking revenge. That is not your battle. Your assignment is to stay faithful. Your assignment is to keep your heart pure. Your assignment is to keep trusting, to keep walking, to keep standing when everything inside of you wants to fall. And when you do, God Himself will fight for you. And when God fights, He never loses. Listen carefully. When God lifts you, He will do it in such a way that no one will be able to take the credit. Your enemies will have no explanation. Your friends will be left in awe. And you yourself will fall on your knees in gratitude, because you will know that it was God and God alone. And that is why He sometimes allows people to push you so low, so that when He raises you, there will be no confusion about who deserves the glory. So do not despise your current place. Do not despise the pit. Do not despise the prison. Do not despise the season of silence. For these are only stages in the divine process. The pit is not your grave. It is your proving ground. The prison is not your end. It is your preparation. And the silence is not God's absence. It is His workshop. And when His work is complete, He will showcase you to the world. Oh, I wish you could feel the weight of this truth. Where people tried to bury you, God will cause you to bloom. Where they tried to silence you, God will amplify your voice. Where they tried to shame you, God will clothe you with honor. Where they tried to bind you, God will release you into freedom. And where they tried to limit you, God will enlarge your territory. There is a sacred truth that we must hold close. When people set limits on your life, they are speaking from their own limitations, not from God's limitless power. They may look at you through the lens of their doubts, their jealousy, their insecurities, their fears. But God looks at you through the lens of His purpose, and when His purpose calls you higher, nothing in creation can hold you down. God does not measure you by the opinions of men. He measures you by the potential He placed within you before you ever drew your first breath. So if they have tried to confine you, remember this: their words are temporary, but God's decree is eternal. Their judgment is flawed, but God's verdict is final. Some of you have lived under labels that were never yours to carry. People said you were unworthy. People said you were weak. People said you were unqualified. People said you would never rise above where you are. But I stand here to declare what people say is not what God has said. And when God speaks, creation bends to His word. The heavens move, the earth shifts, the very foundations of your life begin to transform. If God says you will rise, you will rise. If God says He will lift you, you will be lifted. And no power in heaven, earth, or under the earth can stop the fulfillment of His promise. Think about this. Every attempt to hold you down has been short-sighted. Those who tried to block you are only able to see a fragment of who you are. But God sees the entirety of your destiny. They saw your struggle, but God saw your strength. They saw your failure, but God saw your future. They saw your weakness, but God saw the warrior within you. They saw the dirt, but God saw the diamond. And the more they tried to bury you, the brighter God ordained your shine to become. And here is something I need you to grasp with conviction. Your enemies cannot stop the hand of God. They may delay, they may distract, they may discourage, but they cannot destroy what God has decreed. If the enemy had the power to end your story, he would have done it already. The fact that you are still here, the fact that you are still breathing, the fact that you are still standing is proof enough that God is not done with you. Every breath you take is a declaration that your destiny is still unfolding. Do not envy those who climb by deceit, for their steps are built on sand. Do not covet those who rose by manipulation, for their throne is fragile. Do not be shaken when others seem to advance while you remain in waiting, because God is not late, He is precise. He knows the exact moment when your elevation will not only lift you, but silence the mouths of those who opposed you. When the time comes, your rise will not be by accident. It will be divine orchestration. And when it happens, even your enemies will have to admit this is the hand of God. And I must tell you this, sometimes God allows you to remain down for a season, not because He has forgotten you, but because He is preparing to show the world what only He can do. If He lifted you too quickly, they might say it was luck. If He exalted you too soon, they might say it was your skill. But when He raises you after every voice declared it impossible, when He promotes you after every hand worked against you, when He honors you after every scheme tried to break you, then all glory belongs to Him. So embrace the process. Embrace the midnight hours of silence. Embrace the seasons where you are hidden. For hidden seasons are not wasted seasons. They are protective seasons. God hides you until the time is right, because He knows that premature exposure can destroy destiny. Do not despise the cocoon, for the cocoon is where the butterfly is formed. Do not despise the dark soil, for the soil is where the seed germinates. Do not despise the waiting, for the waiting is where strength is forged. And when the time of revealing comes, you will not rise by your own effort. You will soar by the wind of God. Hear me. The higher the calling, the deeper the preparation, the greater the elevation, the stronger the foundation must be. If God is taking longer with you, it is because He is building something that will not collapse under pressure. And when you finally step into the place He has prepared, no power, no scheme, no enemy will be able to remove you. You see, when God lifts you, He doesn't just place you on a level equal to those who mocked you. He places you above them, not for you to boast, but so that His power will be undeniable. He takes the stone that the builders rejected and makes it the cornerstone. He takes the outcast and sets them among princes. He takes the forgotten and gives them a name that generations will honor. And when this happens, the very people who tried to keep you down will be forced to recognize that it was never you. They were fighting. It was God's plan. They were resisting. There is a moment coming when the weight of every wrong done against you will collapse under the force of God's justice. For too long you have carried the scars of betrayal, the sting of false accusations, the heaviness of rejection. But hear me with clarity. God has already prepared a day of vindication. The tables will turn, not by human effort, but by divine power. Those who laughed at your downfall will have to watch your rise. Those who said you were finished will have to witness your fresh beginning. Those who mocked you in the valley will see you crowned on the mountain. Because when God lifts you, it is not a small adjustment. It is a dramatic reversal that only He could orchestrate. Do not be deceived into thinking that the power of men decides your destiny. Authority belongs to God. The promotion you long for rests in His hand, not in the opinions of people. The honor you seek comes from Him, not from the applause of the crowd. And when God decides that your season of elevation has come, He will use even your enemies as stepping stones to raise you higher. Their opposition will become your evidence. Their resistance will become your platform. Their hatred will become your testimony that the power of God cannot be restrained. There is something so profound about the way God works. He does not simply lift you to prove your worth. He lifts you to display His glory. Every trial you've endured, every wrong done against you, every attempt to dim your light has been intricately woven into the testimony that will one day glorify Him when you arrive at the place He has prepared. Your story will not showcase your strength alone. It will reveal His mighty hand at work. That's why you cannot let bitterness seep into your soul. Don't waste your breath chasing revenge. Don't let unforgiveness harden your heart. Because the moment you choose to fight in your own power, you step outside of God's design. Leave the lifting to Him, for when He exalts you, it is both flawless and everlasting. Consider this. Many people claw their way upward through manipulation, by crushing others, by distorting the truth, by deceiving. And though for a short while they may seem to stand tall, their ground is hollow, and soon their tower crumbles, for anything built on pride is destined to fall. But when God builds your rise, He lays the foundation deep. He establishes it on faith, on endurance, on humility and obedience. And when He has finished, no storm, no enemy, no betrayal can topple it. Child of God, you are not forgotten, you are not overlooked. Even if people have dismissed you, even if family has abandoned you, even if friends have betrayed you, God has set His eyes upon you. His gaze has never left you. His hand has never withdrawn from your life, and in the right time, His time, He will lift you so high that you will forget the sting of the pit you once endured. He will lift you into a place where your tears will be wiped away by joy, where your pain will be swallowed by purpose, where your sorrow will be transformed into strength. And let me declare this, no season of being pressed down is ever wasted. The nights you spent in silence were not wasted. They were strengthening your spirit. The days you walked misunderstood were not wasted. They were shaping your endurance. The years you lived unseen were not wasted. They were building your foundation. And now you are closer than you realize to the moment when God will say, "It is time." And when that time comes, your rise will be so sudden, so undeniable, so breathtaking that those who once doubted you will be silenced by awe. Do not measure your life by where you are right now. This valley is not the conclusion of your story. This pit is not your permanent address. This setback is not your final chapter. God is still writing. He is still weaving. He is still aligning. And when He unveils the fullness of His plan, you will stand as living proof that no hand of man can restrain the hand of God. Let your heart be steady. Let your spirit be firm. Let your faith be unshaken. Because the one who lifts is faithful. The one who exalts is just. The one who promotes is eternal. And if He has spoken elevation over your life, then nothing, absolutely nothing, can keep you down. There is a deep mystery in how God turns the strategies of your enemies into stepping stones for your destiny. What they intended for harm, God uses as preparation. But what they meant to destroy you becomes the very soil from which your greatness grows. They thought the fire would consume you, but God used it to refine you. They thought the weight would crush you, but God used it to strengthen you. They thought the storm would drown you, but God caused it to carry you into new territory. That is why you must never give up in the middle of your trial, because the very thing that was designed to bury you is the instrument God will use to lift you. Too many people waste their lives trying to convince those who never believed in them. But child of God, your assignment is not to prove yourself to people. It is to trust in the God who will prove Himself through you. You do not need their validation when you already carry God's approval. You do not need their applause when you are already marked by God's favor. Their rejection does not disqualify you. In fact, it is often the evidence that you are chosen. For if you were not carrying something significant, there would be no need for such resistance. Do not despise the pain of rejection. It is often the birthplace of divine direction. If they had accepted you, you might have settled there. If they had celebrated you, you might have grown comfortable. If they had embraced you, you might have stopped pressing deeper. But God allowed their rejection so that you would not stay in a place too small for your destiny. He allowed their dismissal so that you would keep moving toward the higher ground He has prepared for you. What they withheld, God will supply in abundance. What they denied, God will deliver. What they close, God will open wider than you imagine. And here is a truth you must anchor deep within your spirit. When God lifts you, no one can take credit for it. That is why He often allows you to be overlooked, so that when your moment comes, it will be undeniable that it was His doing. People may try to explain it away, but they will have no answer. They will know it was not politics, it was not networking, it was not manipulation. It was the hand of God. He will raise you in such a way that your testimony will silence every critic and confound every skeptic. You may be wondering, why has God allowed me to be kept down for so long? Why has He allowed people to trample over me, to ignore me, to fight me? Let me tell you, God is not punishing you. He is preparing you. The pit develops humility. The prison builds character. The wilderness forges resilience. And the very season you are resenting is the season shaping you into the vessel God can elevate without fear of your pride destroying you. He is not only preparing the blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. And make no mistake, the blessing will come, the lifting will come, the season of reversal will come, because God is faithful to His word. He is not a man that He should lie, nor the Son of Man that He should change His mind. What He has spoken, He will perform. If He has declared that He will lift you, then the delay does not cancel the promise. Opposition does not cancel the promise. Even your own weakness does not cancel the promise. God is bigger than your mistakes, stronger than your enemies, and more faithful than your doubts. Beloved, hear me with the ears of your spirit. The attempt to keep you down was never really about you. It was about the hand of God that rests upon your life. When people sense that you are different, when they recognize that your steps are guided by a force they cannot understand, insecurity rises within them. They resist not because of who you are in the natural, but because of what God has ordained in the spiritual. And instead of celebrating, they seek to suffocate. But what they do not realize is that their opposition only stirs the winds of God's favor. The more they push, the stronger the spring of destiny becomes. The more they resist, the more pressure builds for your release. And when God finally says, "Now you will rise with a force that cannot be stopped," never measure your future by the hostility of men. Hostility is temporary. God's plan is eternal. People's hands are weak. God's arm is mighty. Their words may wound, but God's word creates worlds. Their schemes may distract, but God's counsel stands forever. And when He says He will lift you, not even the bitterness of men, not even the corruption of systems, not even the forces of darkness can hold you back. The decree of heaven is greater than the decision of man. Consider this. Every story of divine lifting begins with resistance. Think of the visionaries, the dreamers, the faithful. None of them rose without opposition, but their opposition was the very platform for their exaltation. If there had been no pit, the throne would not have carried such weight. If there had been no rejection, the honor would not have been so sweet. If there had been no betrayal, the victory would not have been so complete. So do not despise your resistance, because it is the stage upon which God will reveal His power. And let me speak with urgency. Do not shrink back because of the smallness others assign to you. Too often people attempt to define your capacity based on their comfort zones. But God does not measure you by their limitations. He measures you by His intention. If He has called you to rise, then rise you must, no matter who cannot understand it. If He has decreed expansion, then expand you will, no matter who feels threatened by it. If He has marked you for greatness, then great you shall be, no matter who prefers you small. You must stop apologizing for the favor of God upon your life. You must stop dimming your light to make others comfortable in their darknesses. You must stop bowing to the voices that say, "Stay down, stay quiet, stay invisible." For God has said, "I will lift you," and when He lifts you, He does not ask permission from those around you. He does not submit His plan to a council of critics. He acts according to His will, and His will is unshakable. Do not waste another tear over those who walked away. Do not mourn endlessly over those who betrayed you. Their absence is not your loss, it is your liberation. God allowed them to go because they could not carry the weight of where He is taking you. Their hands would have tried to hold you down even in your rising. Their voices would have tried to drown out your testimony even in your breakthrough. So God in His mercy removed them so that when He lifts you, your focus will be on Him alone. And let us never forget the purpose of your lifting is not merely your comfort, it is His glory. God will lift you so that nations may see His power. He will raise you so that generations may know His faithfulness. He will exalt you so that even your enemies will say, "Surely this was the work of God." Your life will become a living testimony, a loud declaration that no weapon formed against you can prosper when God Himself is for you. And here is a truth that should burn within your heart. The lower you have been pushed, the higher God intends to lift you. The greater the humiliation, the greater the honor. The deeper the valley, the more majestic the mountain. The more violent the storm, the more radiant the sunrise that follows. For God does not simply balance the scales, He tips them in your favor. He does not merely restore, He multiplies. He does not simply heal, He makes whole. He does not simply repay, He overflows. There is a reason God allows people to underestimate you. There is a reason He permits their whispers, their doubts, their attempts to keep you small. It is so that when the lifting comes, there will be no confusion about its source. If they had believed in you from the beginning, they would take the glory for your rise. If they had supported you without hesitation, they would claim they built you. But when they tried to suppress you, when they tried to ignore you, when they tried to block you, and yet you still rose, then the world must say, "This is God's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." So do not resent those who tried to hold you down. Their actions only created a stage for God's power to be revealed. Their betrayal sharpened your focus. Their silence strengthened your prayer life. Their rejection redirected your path. Their opposition pushed you closer to the arms of God. What they meant for evil, God has already transformed for your good. And the day will come when even your enemies will have no choice but to acknowledge that you are standing where you are because God Himself lifted you. Some of you have been in a season where it feels as if every door has been shut. Opportunities seem to slip through your fingers. Relationships broke apart. Promises were shattered. But let me remind you, closed doors are not always the work of the enemy. Sometimes they are the protection of God. He shuts what was never meant for you so He can open what no man can take from you. He denies you the lesser so He can deliver the greater. He removes temporary comfort so He can give you eternal security. And when His door opens, no critic can close it, no rival can block it, and no hand can restrain it. Do not think small when God has destined you for more. Some of you have settled for crumbs because people convinced you that was all you deserved, but God has prepared a feast. Some of you have settled for shadows because they told you the light was not for you, but God has placed you under His spotlight. Some of you have accepted chains because they told you freedom was too much to hope for, but God has already broken those chains. Lift your expectation higher because the God who lifts does not lift halfway. He does not bring you out of the pit just to leave you in the dust. He brings you into the palace. He does not free you from bondage only to leave you wandering. He carries you into promise. And I tell you today, child of God, you will not remain where they left you. You will not die in the place they tried to bury you. You will not be silenced in the pit they dug for you. You will not be forgotten in the shadows where they tried to hide you. For the Spirit of God has already decreed that your season of rising is near. And when God breathes on you, the ground cannot hold you, the chains cannot bind you, the critics cannot stop you. You will rise because God has said you will rise. Let us speak plainly. People may promote for selfish reasons, and people may demote for jealous reasons. But only God promotes for divine reasons. And when He promotes, no vote can reverse it, no signature can cancel it, no scheme can undo it. For what God ordains, He sustains. What He establishes, He protects. What He blesses, He multiplies. And when He decides to lift you, even those who hated you will be forced to serve as witnesses of His glory. This is why you must guard your heart. Do not let bitterness choke out your joy. Do not let anger rob you of your focus. Do not let unforgiveness poison your destiny. Because the truth is, the higher you go, the cleaner your heart must be. God will not lift a vessel that is heavy with grudges, because bitterness is too weak a foundation for elevation. Forgive them not because they deserve it, but because your destiny demands it. Release them not because they are right, but because God is about to prove you right in His own way. And let me remind you of this eternal principle. Humility is the highway to exaltation. When you stay humble before God, He Himself becomes your elevator. You will not need to claw, you will not need to compete, you will not need to scheme. He will carry you, and when God carries you, you are safe. When God lifts you, you are secure. When God places you, you are untouchable because no man can snatch from the hand of God. There is something sacred about the way God reverses the narratives written against you. People may have said you were finished, but God says you are just beginning. They may have declared you unworthy, but God calls you chosen. They may have mocked you as broken, but God is fashioning you into a vessel of strength. And when the voice of God speaks, every other voice is silenced. When His decree is released, no contradiction can stand. For His word is not suggestion, it is authority. His promises are not possibilities, they are certainties. And when He says He will lift you where others tried to keep you down, it is not a maybe, it is a must. Do you see what is happening? Every push against you is being recorded. Every hand that tried to suppress you has unknowingly written a testimony for your vindication. Every tear you cried has watered the soil of your destiny. Every lonely night, every misunderstood season, every betrayal has been woven into the masterpiece that God Himself is preparing to reveal. And when He finally unveils it, your life will speak louder than your words ever could. Your story will echo through generations, not as a tale of human endurance, but as evidence of divine intervention. Do not allow impatience to rob you of your faith. Elevation does not happen on the timetable of man, it happens on the timetable of God. You may feel delayed, but you are not denied. You may feel forgotten, but you are not forsaken. Even in silence, God is speaking. Even in waiting, God is working. Even in hiding, God is shaping. And when the time comes, the acceleration will be so swift that years of pain will be overturned in moments of breakthrough. What took others decades to achieve, God can release in you overnight. Because His lifting is not based on the natural, it is rooted in the supernatural. Think about the power of this truth. God does not just raise you slightly above where you were, He lifts you beyond recognition. He does not simply restore what was taken, He multiplies what was stolen. He does not just give you back what you lost, He gives you more than you ever imagined. That is His nature. When people diminish you, He magnifies you. When they silence you, He amplifies you. When they push you into obscurity, He brings you into visibility. That is why you must not crumble under the weight of human rejection. It is the very stage upon which divine promotion will be displayed. And let me say this with fire. The God who lifts does not require consensus. He does not need a committee to vote on your destiny. He does not check with your enemies before blessing you. He does not ask permission from those who oppose you. He alone decides. And when He decides, His will cannot be overturned. The same people who said you will never rise will be forced to witness your elevation. The same ones who whispered, "You are finished," will see you standing in a place of honor they never dreamed possible. But I must also remind you, when God lifts you, the lifting is not only for you, it is for His glory. He raises you so that through your life, others will know that He alone is God. He exalts you so that those watching will see that faithfulness is never in vain. He honors you so that the world may learn that no one who trusts in Him will ever be put to shame. Your rising is not just personal, it is prophetic. It is a declaration to every eye that sees you that the hand of God is mighty, faithful, and true. And hear this, you are not being lifted just to escape your pain, you are being lifted to fulfill your purpose. You are not being raised merely so your enemies can be silenced. You are being raised so God's name can be glorified. This is why you must keep your heart pure in the process. Do not let the poison of bitterness enter your spirit. Do not let vengeance consume you. For if God is the one who lifts, then only God deserves the glory. They may have tried to silence you, to hold you back, to erase your name from memory, yet the very pit they dug for your downfall has become the soil where your destiny will take root and flourish. The chains they fastened on you are now the very evidence of your freedom. The rejection they hurled at you has become undeniable proof that God Himself has accepted you. Soon you will look back and declare, I am grateful for the affliction, because in the midst of my pain I discovered the hand of God lifting the humble and seating them among rulers. So raise your eyes today. Stop staring at the dirt where they tried to trample you. Fix your vision on the heavens where your help comes from, and stand with unshakable faith. Your journey does not conclude where others attempted to bury you. It concludes where God chooses to exalt you. And once He lifts you up, no force in this world or the next will ever have the power to pull you down again. There comes a moment in every life when the weight of waiting feels like a mountain pressing down on the soul. You have prayed, you have wept, you have whispered into the stillness of the night, God, when will the answer come? When will the door finally open? And I declare to you today with every fiber of conviction in me, hold on, because God is about to open the very door you've been waiting for. The delays were never denials. The silence was never His absence, and the closed doors were never rejection. They were preparation. All this time, God has been refining your character, strengthening your spirit, and clearing the way so that when this door finally opens, you won't walk through as who you once were, but as the person He has molded you to become. Too often people mistake the silence of God as disinterest. But silence is not neglect. Silence is strategy. God does not rush what He intends to last forever. And the reason the door you have been waiting on has taken so long to open is because God is not in the business of temporary fixes. He is in the business of eternal foundations. He is not piecing together your destiny with scraps. He is constructing it with precision. And the door that is about to open will not simply be another opportunity. It will be the opportunity. The very one that makes sense of every tear you cried, every night you thought you couldn't make it, every season where it looked like nothing was moving. Now, let me tell you something. Every person in this room, every soul hearing my voice and knows what it feels like to stand before a closed door, a dream that feels just out of reach, a desire of the heart that seems impossible, a prayer that has lingered unanswered for years. And in those moments, the enemy whispers lies. God has forgotten you. God has abandoned you. Nothing will change. But the truth is this: God has heard every prayer, counted every tear, and recorded every longing of your heart. He has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you. He has been working behind the scenes in ways you cannot see, aligning people, orchestrating circumstances, and preparing the timing. When God opens a door, no man can shut it. Do you hear that? No man, no system, no enemy, no situation can stand against the hand of God when He chooses to unlock what has been shut. That is why you must never let bitterness creep into your waiting, because the very delay you resent today may be the evidence that God is building something far greater than you could have ever imagined. The longer the wait, the greater the glory. The deeper the silence, the louder the breakthrough. And I want you to understand this truth with all the fire of your soul. The door God is about to open for you is not just about you. It is about the lives that will be touched through your obedience, the families that will be restored because you did not give, other generations that will be changed because you trusted God's timing instead of forcing your own. The door you have been waiting on carries within it the purpose of God for your life. And when it opens, it will ripple far beyond what you can see today. Some of you are standing at the threshold right now. You feel it in your spirit. You sense that change is near. There's a stirring inside of you that you cannot explain, a holy unease, a sense that something is shifting. That's because the season of waiting is coming to an end. And the season of walking through the open door is about to begin. And when you step through that, you will look back and say, now I understand, now I see why it took so long. Now I see why God made me wait. Do not be deceived into thinking that waiting has weakened you. Waiting has forged you. Waiting has built muscles in your spirit that comfort could never build. Waiting has trained to recognize the voice of God above the noise of the world. Waiting has stripped away false dependencies so that when the door opens, you will not lean on man, but only on God. You thought you were in a holding pattern, but in truth, you were in training. God was not punishing you. He was preparing you. Think of the seed buried deep in the soil. It looks as though nothing is happening. And days turn into weeks, weeks into months, and the surface remains unchanged. But deep beneath the soil, roots are spreading. Foundations are forming. Life is stirring. If the seed gave up on the season of darkness, it would never break forth into the light. You, my friend, are that seed. God buried you not to forget you, but to grow you. And now the time is near when what has been hidden will be revealed. And what has been in darkness will sprout forth in light. Every closed door you face was God's way of protecting you from what was not meant for you. Some doors were shut because what lay behind them would have destroyed you. Some were locked because the timing was wrong. Others were sealed because destiny was never meant to be tied to that path. And even though you wept before those doors, even though you begged for them to open, one day you will thank God they never did. Because now you see the hand that shut those doors is the same hand that is about to open the right one. And when it opens, it will not creak slightly. Ajar, it will swing wide with authority. The God who holds the keys of every destiny, the God who controls the seasons of men, the God who knows the end from the beginning, is about to declare over your life, now is the time. And when God says, now the forces of hell tremble, the barriers crumble, and the opposition scatters, nothing can stand against the decree of God. But here is a truth I must tell you. Do not despise the wilderness that came before the open door. For the wilderness taught you humility. The wilderness taught you to hunger for God. The wilderness taught you that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. If you had walked into the promise without the wilderness, you would have thought the promise was yours by right. But because you endured the wilderness, you will walk into the promise knowing it was yours by grace. And grace, my friend, changes everything. Grace humbles you. Grace makes you lift your hands in worship instead of pride. Grace makes you fall to your knees in gratitude instead of standing tall in arrogance. Grace reminds you that the door opening before you is not a trophy you earn. It is a gift you were entrusted with. Now let me speak directly to that weary heart that is listening to me right now. You are tired of knocking. You are tired of asking. You are tired of being told, wait. You feel as though everyone else is moving ahead while you remain stuck in the same place. And bitterness has started whispering, maybe God has favorites. Maybe God's promises were not meant for you. Let me silence that lie today. God does not forget His children. God does not overlook your faithfulness. God does not abandon His own. If you are still waiting, it is because the timing is still being perfected. And when it comes, it will not be late. It will be right on time. Remember, sudden doors are never truly sudden. They are the result of years of unseen preparation. To you, it will look like overnight favor. To heaven, it is the appointed moment that was written long before you were born. God does not work in accidents, and your appointment is on the way. So lift up your head, straighten your back, wipe the tears from your face. Do not walk like one defeated when you serve the God who opens doors that no man can shut. Do not speak like one abandoned when you serve the God who never leaves nor forsakes. Do not think like one hopeless when you serve the God who holds eternity in His hand. The door's coming, and when it opens, it will redeem the years you thought were wasted. It will restore the opportunities you thought were lost. It will exceed the prayers you thought were too bold to pray. Because God is not merely going to meet your expectations, He is going to surpass them. For God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all you could ever ask or imagine. Do not underestimate the weight of a divine door. For when God opens it, it will not just alter your schedule, it will alter your destiny. Some of you have been praying for a small breakthrough, but God has been preparing a great one. You have been asking for a drop, but God has been preparing a flood. That is why He made you wait. Because the magnitude of what He is about to pour into your life required more than a quick answer. It required the furnace of patience, the training of faith, and the discipline of endurance. Think of it. Every delay was God enlarging the capacity of your heart. Every disappointment was God chiseling away the pride that would have destroyed you. Every closed chapter was God clearing space for the story that truly belonged to you. And now the author of your life is about to write a new page. And when He does, the ink of heaven will declare what no earthly pen could ever script. That the wait was worth it. You must also know this truth. When God opens a door, it may not look the way you expect. Too often we picture the door as something polished, perfect, and shining, but God's doors are often wrapped in humility, requiring faith to step through. Sometimes they come disguised as challenges, opportunities that stretch you, responsibilities that frighten you. But hear me well, do not reject the door because it comes dressed in difficulty, for within that difficulty lies the breakthrough you prayed for. Within that responsibility lies the destiny you long for. The open door is rarely easy, but it is always worth it. And let me remind you, when the door opens, not everyone will celebrate with you. Some who sat quietly while you struggled will suddenly rise in envy when you succeed. Do not let their reaction distract you from your calling. Do not waste your energy defending why God blessed you. You owe no apology for divine favor. The same God who kept you in obscurity will keep you steady in visibility. The same God who sustained you in the waiting will sustain you in the walking. But do not step through the door without gratitude. Gratitude is the posture that honors God. Gratitude is what will keep you from boasting in yourself. Gratitude is what will remind you daily that the door is not the destination. It is the beginning of a new assignment. And if you are not careful, you will mistake the blessing for the blesser, the gift for the giver, the opportunity for the one who opened it. Never let the open door replace the God who opened it. Some of you may still feel the weight of unanswered questions. Why did it take so long? Why did I have to suffer so much? Why did I lose what I love most before gaining what I asked for? I cannot answer every why, but I can tell you this. Nothing in God's plan is wasted. The pain shaped you. The losses matured you. The silence deepened you. And when you walk through this door, you will realize that not one season of your life was meaningless. God does not waste suffering. He transforms it into wisdom, compassion, and resilience. And let me tell you something that you must carry into the open door: the humility to remember where you came from. Too many forget the wilderness once they reach the promise. Too many forget the prayers once they receive the answers. But if you want to remain in the place God has elevated you to, you must never lose sight of the fact that it was God's hand, not your own, that opened the way. Every step you take must echo with the confession, "To God be the glory." Even now I feel it in my spirit. There are some who are on the very edge of breakthrough. But you are weary. You are tempted to quit just before the door opens. Do not quit. Do not retreat. Do not lay down your faith at the threshold. For often the greatest resistance comes just before the release. The darkest night is just before the dawn. The fiercest battle is just before the victory. The enemy will fight hardest at the edge of your destiny because he knows that once you step through, you will never be the same. There is something holy about the moment just before the door opens. It is a sacred tension, a divine pause where God tests not your ability to rush ahead, but your willingness to stand still and trust Him. Do not despise this moment. It is in these final hours of waiting that your character is being sealed, your faith is being refined, and your spirit is being prepared to carry what God is about to place in your hands. If He were to open the door before you were ready, the blessing would crush you instead of build you. But because He is a wise and loving God, He will not release what you cannot yet sustain. And I say this with holy boldness, as some of you thought God was punishing you by making you wait, but in reality, He was protecting you. He was holding back the floodgates because He knew the weight of that blessing would drown you if your foundation was not secure. He was guarding you against premature exposure, shielding you from enemies you did not yet have the strength to fight, and withholding opportunities that would have destroyed your destiny if they came too soon. But now the foundation has been laid. Now the roots have gone deep. Now the strength has been built. And God is ready to open the very door that has been shut for so long. And when He does, it will not simply be an answer to your prayer. It will be the unveiling of His purpose. For the open door is never just about what you gain, but about what God wants to accomplish through you. Behind that door lies more than personal blessing. It carries impact, legacy, influence, and the advancement of God's will on earth. That is why the battle has been so fierce, why the resistance has been so relentless, why the wait has been so long. Because this door is not ordinary, it is divine. Hear me clearly. When God opens the door, walk through it boldly. Do not hesitate. Do not shrink back. Do not allow fear to paralyze you. For if the God who created the earth has chosen this moment to release you, then no fear is greater than His power. No obstacle is stronger than His word, and no enemy can withstand His decree. Step into that open door with courage, with gratitude, with reverence, and with faith that God Himself goes before you. But let me give you this warning. An open door does not mean an easy path. The open door is the beginning of a new chapter, yes, but it is also the beginning of new challenges. Do not mistake the opening as the end of the journey. It is the start of a greater one. And that is why your preparation in the waiting was so vital. God did not train you in vain. The trials you endured, the patience you learned, the faith you developed, all of it will serve you in the new season. For every new level brings new battles. But the same God who opened the door will give you victory within it. And remember this, an open door demands responsibility. You cannot walk through it with the same mindset you had while waiting. The posture of waiting is patience. The posture of breakthrough is stewardship. God is entrusting you with something bigger, something greater, something that will affect not only your life, but also the lives of many others. How you walk through this door will determine how long it stays open. So carry humility, carry discipline, carry the fire of devotion to God. Do not let the blessing become the very thing that leads you away from the one who gave it. There will be voices that try to distract you once the door opens. Some will tell you that you do not deserve it. Others will try to convince you it was luck. And still others will demand that you use it for their gain. You must stay rooted in the truth that this door was opened by God and by God alone. You did not manipulate it. You did not force it. You did not earn it. It was given. And because it was given, your allegiance must remain with the giver, not with the crowd. And I say this with urgency. Guard your heart once you step into the new season. Do not let pride whisper that you made it on your own. Do not let fear whisper that you cannot handle it. Do not let people's opinions dictate how you walk. Anchor yourself in God. Anchor yourself in His Word. Anchor yourself in the assurance that the one who opens the door is the same one who will sustain you within it. Even now, there are those listening who can feel it. You sense that something is about to shift. Your spirit has been stirring. Your prayers have taken on new intensity. Your dreams are coming alive again. And not coincidence. That is confirmation. God is signaling that the door is near, that the season is about to change, that the waiting is about to give way to walking. So prepare yourself, because when the moment comes, it will happen suddenly. One day of favor with God can undo years of struggle. One open door can redeem decades of delay. One divine moment can rewrite your entire story. Lift your eyes, my friend. Stop staring at the closed doors of the past. Stop replaying the disappointments. Stop mourning what was lost. A new door stands before you, and it carries the fingerprints of God. And when it opens, you will know beyond any doubt that it was His hand that did it. And you will testify not of your own strength, not of your own wisdom, not of your own strategy, but of the goodness, the mercy, and the faithfulness of God. Do not think for a moment that the waiting years were wasted. Every second of delay has been an investment into your destiny. While you were pacing the floor at night wondering why nothing was changing, God was working in silence, laying foundations that you could not see. While you were crying over what you thought was lost, God was preparing what could never be taken away. And while you were pleading for Him to move faster, He was arranging things so perfectly that when the door opens, you will stand in awe at how every piece fits together. The truth is, sometimes we pray for the door, but we do not pray for the strength to walk through it. Sometimes we ask God for breakthrough, but we do not ask Him to prepare our hearts to handle the blessing. And this is why He waits, because He is not just giving you what you asked for. He is shaping you into the kind of person who can carry it. A door opened too soon can destroy you, but a door opened at the right time can define you? Let me speak plainly. The enemy has tried to convince you that your story is over. He has whispered that the delay means denial, that the silence means abandonment, that the closed doors mean rejection. But those were lies. For what the enemy cannot destroy, he tries to discourage. And he knows that if he can convince you to give up before the door opens, he does not have to fight you once it does. That is why you must hold your ground. Refuse to let go of hope. Refuse to believe that God has forgotten you because you are closer to the open door than you realize. And when it comes, it will come suddenly. The same God who allowed the years of silence will allow one day of breakthrough that changes everything. The same God who permitted the closed doors will open one door that makes sense of them all. And in that moment, you will understand that the waiting was not wasted. It was working. God was putting in you the resilience to withstand what is coming, the wisdom to navigate it, and the faith to honor Him within it. But I must tell you, when God opens the door, you cannot hesitate. Hesitation is the enemy of obedience. The opportunity will require faith, boldness, and courage. If you try to analyze it too long, if you let fear talk you out of it, you may miss the very moment you have been praying for. When the door swings wide, step forward. Do not look back at what was. Do not compare it to what you expected. Trust that God knows what He is doing and walk through it. The door God is opening is not only for your blessing, but also for your calling. He is positioning you to influence lives. He is trusting you with greater authority. He is lifting you up for a purpose far beyond yourself. That is why the battle to reach this season has been so fierce. The resistance you have faced was never just about your joy. It has always been about your destiny. For the enemy knows that once you step into this, lives will be transformed. Hearts will be strengthened. Futures will be rewritten. So rise with bold faith. Shake off every weight of discouragement. Lift your praise even before the door swings open, for praise is the voice of faith, and faith is what moves the hand of God. Praise Him not because you see it yet, but because you know it is coming. Praise Him not for what is in your hand, but for what is already written in His plan. Praise Him not because the door is open yet, but because the key is already turning in the lock. And let me tell you, when that door opens, it will not just be for survival. It will be for abundance. It will not just be for recovery. It will be for restoration. It will not just be for personal blessing. It will be for generational impact. Because when God does a thing, He does it in fullness. He does not halfway bless, halfway deliver, halfway redeem. He completes what He begins. And He begins. And the work He began in you during the waiting will come to fullness in the opening of the door. So I say this with fire in my bones. Get ready. Prepare yourself. Do not be caught asleep when God moves. Do not be distracted by lesser things when the greatest moment of your life arrives. The time is near. The season is shifting. The door is about to open. And when it does, walk through with faith, with gratitude, with humility, and with the unshakable conviction that it was God and God alone who did it. There are moments in life when the waiting stretches so long that you begin to wonder if God even remembers your name. You see others stepping into their breakthroughs, walking through their open doors, testifying of answered prayers, and in the quiet corners of your heart you whisper, God, what about me? Do not be ashamed of that question. For even the strongest hearts grow weary. Even the most faithful grow tired. But I have come to declare to you that what about me is about to turn into look what God has done for me. For the same God who opened doors for others has not forgotten to open yours. The same hand that lifted them will lift you. The same grace that carried them will carry you. But you must understand this. When your door opens, it will be unlike anyone else's. God is not in the business of carbon copy destinies. Your story is not meant to be compared. Your path is not meant to be measured against another. That is why your waiting has looked different. Your trials have been unique. Your journey has been unusual. Because the door God has prepared for you is unlike any other. It has your name written, your calling designed for it, your destiny tied to it. No one else can walk through it but you. And when you step through, you will see that every delay was divine alignment. The people you met along the way, the setbacks you thought were failures, the seasons that seemed empty, all of it was weaving together into a tapestry of purpose. God wastes nothing. He uses the pain to shape your compassion, the silence to sharpen your discernment, the waiting to strengthen your faith. And when the door finally opens, you will look back and realize that He was with you all along, even when you could not feel Him. Sometimes God closes doors we desperately wanted open. Not because He is cruel, but because He is kind. Some of the doors you begged for would have led to destruction. Some of the relationships you prayed for would have derailed your destiny. Some of the opportunities you thought were perfect would have poisoned your soul. And so in mercy, God said no. In love, He kept them shut. And though it hurt you then, you will rejoice now. For you will see that His protection was disguised as denial, and the denial of man was the direction of God. But here lies a truth that must be grasped. The open door is not just about where you are going. It is about who you are becoming. For God is not merely leading you into a new place. He is shaping you into a new person. He is calling you higher, deeper, stronger. The waiting refined you, but the walking will transform you. The waiting stripped away your weaknesses, but the open door will call forth your strengths. Do not step through as the same person who began the journey. You must step through renewed, strengthened, and resolute in faith. And when you do, be prepared for the shifting of seasons. For the open door will not only change your circumstances, it will change your circle. Some people who walked with you in the waiting will not walk with you into the breakthrough. Do not be surprised when the door divides. God is not being cruel. He is being strategic. He knows who can handle the weight of your destiny and who cannot. He knows who will celebrate your blessing and who will sabotage it. So trust Him when He removes certain voices, closes certain friendships, or silences certain influences before the door opens. Because not everyone who is part of your past is meant to be part of your future. But here is the promise that steadies the soul. What God opens, no one can shut. You do not have to strive to keep the door open. You do not have to fear that someone else will slam it closed. If it was opened by God, then it will be sustained by God. And if God Himself is your keeper, then no enemy can evict you from the place He has positioned you. Walk with that confidence. Live with that assurance. Stand with that boldness that the God who opens is the God who secures. And let me remind you, the door is not only about what you will receive, but about what you will release. Your testimony will give others hope. Your victory will inspire the weary. Your story will ignite faith in those who have grown cold. That is why the battle has been so fierce, because your open door carries more than your breakthrough. It carries breakthrough for others. And when you walk through it, it will not just be a blessing for you. It will become a beacon for many. So lift your voice now, even before it happens. Sing as though the door is already open. Pray as though the breakthrough has already come. Worship as though the victory is already won. Because in the realm of God, it is already done. It is only waiting to manifest in your life. And when it does, you will stand in awe, saying, "If it had not been for God, I would not be here. If it had not been for God, the door would still be shut. If it had not been for God, I would have lost hope." And your heart will overflow with gratitude. The door you have been waiting for is not just an entrance into a new season. It is a statement from heaven that the old season has expired. There are some chapters of your life that no matter how hard you tried, you could not close them. They clung to you. They haunted you. They weighed you down. But when God opens the new door, it is not only to lead you forward, it is to declare once and for all that what was holding you no longer has power. The chains that kept you bound in the waiting season will have no authority in the new one. When you cross that threshold, the shame of the past will break. The fear of yesterday will dissolve, and the regrets that once followed you will lose their voice. But let me tell you this in all seriousness. Every open door comes with the temptation of distraction. You must remain vigilant. Do not mistake the blessing as the destination. The open door is not the finish line. It is the launching point. Some people pray their entire lives for God to open the door. And when it comes, they forget why they prayed in the first place. They become so consumed with the gift that they neglect the giver. They become so busy with opportunity that they forget the one who provided it. Do not let that be your story. Let gratitude be the compass of your new season. Let humility be the anchor of your heart. Let every step you take beyond that open door echo with a remembrance. This is God's doing, and it is marvelous in my eyes. And hear this, do not be surprised if once the door opens, new opposition arises. Favor attracts both support and resistance. The greater the open door, the greater the attention it draws. Some will admire you, some will misunderstand you, and some will envy you. But do not fear the resistance, Torkaktur. If God opened the door, then He has already equipped you with the strength to withstand the battles that will come on the other side. The same God who sustained you in the waiting will defend you in the breakthrough. The same God who refined you in the wilderness will empower you in the promised place. Do not enter the open door timidly. Enter it boldly with the confidence of a child who knows that their father prepared it. Walk through it with your head lifted high, not in arrogance, but in reverence. Know that you are not there by chance, not there by coincidence, not there by human approval, but by divine appointment. And when you walk through, walk with the determination that you will use this season not to glorify yourself, but to glorify the God who made it possible. Even now, I feel compelled to speak to the one who is exhausted by the weight. You are standing on the edge and you feel like letting go. You have prayed until your words ran dry. You have believed until your hope has wavered and you feel that you cannot hold on another day. Let me assure you, your endurance is not in vain. Your faithfulness is not forgotten. Your patience is not wasted. God is closer than you think. The door is nearer than you realized, and the breakthrough is greater than you imagined. You may feel weary, but strength is rising. You may feel overlooked, but heaven has its eye on you. You may feel forgotten, but your name is engraved on the palm of God's hand. And this is the paradox of waiting. The very moments that feel like nothing is happening are the moments when everything is happening in the unseen. While you are asking, God is saying soon. While you are saying how long, God is whispering just a little longer. And when the moment comes, you will forget the pain of waiting because the joy of breakthrough will overshadow it all. Just like a mother forgets the pain of labor when she holds her child, you will forget the heaviness of delay when you step into the fulfillment of promise. And let me assure you of this truth. What God opens for you, no one can take from you. It is sealed by His authority, secured by His word, and sustained by His power. Man cannot revoke it. The enemy cannot undo it, and time cannot erode it. The door He opens is eternal in its impact, unshakable in its foundation, unstoppable in its purpose. So when it opens, do not question it. Do not doubt it. Do not minimize it. Embrace it fully. Walk in it completely and honor God through it entirely. Do not underestimate what is about to happen when God opens the door you've been waiting for. This is not just a moment of relief, it is a moment of revelation. You will see why the tears had to fall, why the doors had to remain shut, why the silence had to linger. For in that instant of breakthrough, the puzzle pieces will come together, and what once looked like random pain will suddenly make sense as purposeful preparation. You will stand there not only rejoicing in the door that opened, but marveling at the God who orchestrated every detail leading up to it. But let me tell you plainly, open doors come with responsibility. The greater the door, the greater the weight you must carry. But God does not open doors so that we may sit idly in blessing. He opens doors so that we may walk faithfully in calling. If you step through this door only thinking what you can gain, you will miss the very reason God opened it. But if you step through asking, God, how can I serve you here? How can I honor you in this place? How can I use this opportunity to glorify your name? Then you will find that the open door becomes not only a blessing for you, but a channel of blessing for countless others. And let me warn you, when the door opens, not everyone will rejoice. Some who stood by you in waiting may step away in jealousy. Others may try to claim the glory for themselves or diminish what God has done in you. But pay them no attention. Do not waste your energy explaining your blessing. Do not spend your days defending your favor. For the same God who opened the door for you will also vindicate you in it. He does not need the applause of men to validate His work. What He begins, He proves. What He ordains, He sustains. Walk with quiet confidence and let your life itself become the testimony. Think of the moments when you wanted to quit. Think of the times you thought the delay was too much to bear. Think of the days you questioned if the promise was real. And now remember this: the very God who carried you through those nights of doubt is the same God who is about to carry you into your day of fulfillment. That is why you cannot give up now. You are too close, too near, too positioned to let discouragement rob you of destiny. The hand of God has been steady upon your life, and if He brought you this far, He will not abandon you at the threshold. And I must say this: when you walk through that door, walk through with worship. Do not let your first step be pride. Let it be praise. Do not let your first thought be self-congratulation. Let it be gratitude. Do not let your first act be boasting. Let it be surrender. Because worship seals what God has done. Worship reminds you who the true source is. Worship anchors your heart so that no matter how high you rise, you never forget how low He lifted you from. And let me speak to the fear that some of you feel. You ask yourself, what if I fail once the door opens? What if I am not enough for what lies ahead? Let me assure you, God would not open the door if He had not already equipped you for what is behind it. He would not position you if He had not already prepared you. Do not look at yourself with the eyes of doubt. Look at yourself with the eyes of destiny. God chose you for this, and His choice is final. If He called you, He will equip you. If He positioned you, He will empower you. If He opened the door, He will walk with you through it. And when the opposition rises, and it will, do not tremble. The God who opened the door is also the God who guards it. You do not have to live in fear of losing what He gave. What is divinely given cannot be stolen by man. What is sovereignly ordained cannot be undone by the enemy. What is unlocked by heaven cannot be relocked by earth. So rest in that truth. Live in that confidence. Walk in that authority. The season of waiting has not been easy. It has stripped you, tested you, broken you, and refined you. But it has also qualified you. It has made you ready in ways you cannot even see. And soon, very soon, the door will open and you will realize that you were never waiting in vain. You were being prepared for something far greater than you imagined. And when you step into it, your heart will burn with one undeniable truth, that the God who made you wait is the same God who makes all things beautiful in His time. So lift your eyes, lift your voice, lift your faith. The waiting is almost over. The silence is about to break. The season is about to shift. The door is about to open. And when it does, no power in hell, no force on earth, no voice of doubt will be able to stop what God has begun. Walk into it with boldness and let your life thunder with the declaration, God has done this, and it is marvelous. And so I tell you with all the conviction of my heart, do not lose hope in the waiting. For the waiting has only been the evidence that God has been at work. Every tear, every prayer, every sleepless night has been counted, and not one of them was wasted. The very thing you thought would break has built you. The silence that felt unbearable has refined you. And the years that felt empty have been filled with unseen preparation. And now the hour is near when God Himself will reach down and swing open the very door that no man could ever open for you. When it happens, it will not be a small thing. It will not be a door that barely shifts. It will be a door that bursts wide with the weight of heaven's authority. It will come suddenly. It will come powerfully. It will come undeniably. You will not need to question if this is the moment, for your spirit will bear witness. Your heart will know and your eyes will see that this is the work of God alone. And when you walk through it, you must not walk timidly. Do not drag your feet into destiny. Do not second-guess the God who has been faithful. Walk through with courage, with boldness, with reverence, and with gratitude that overwhelms your soul. Walk through declaring that this is the day the Lord has made, and you will rejoice and be glad in it. Walk through with the memory of every closed door behind you, and let it fuel your gratitude for the one God has chosen to open now. But do not forget this one truth. The open door is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of a greater calling. It is not simply about your blessing. It is about your assignment. You are being entrusted with more than opportunity. You are being entrusted with responsibility. What God is placing in your hands is not just for your comfort. It is for His kingdom, His glory, His purpose in and through your life. And if you remain faithful, if you remain humble, if you keep your eyes fixed on Him, then the very door He opens will become the way for countless others to find their way as well. So stand firm, my friend. Do not grow weary at the edge of destiny. Do not let discouragement steal the final seconds before breakthrough. Do not let fear hold you back when the key is already turning in the lock. The season is shifting. The atmosphere is changing. The tide is turning. God is about to open the door you have been waiting for. And when that moment comes, you will never again question His faithfulness. Lift your head high. Let your heart overflow with faith. For soon you will declare with tears streaming and fire in your voice, I waited for the Lord, and He did not fail me. I placed my trust in Him, and He came through. I thought the waiting would crush me, but it was the waiting that prepared me. And now, standing in the very fulfillment of His promise, I know without a shadow of doubt that God is faithful, God is good, and God is worthy of all glory. From that day forward, your life itself will shine as a living testimony, a blazing declaration to everyone who sees you that when God opens a door, no one can shut it. And when His word comes to pass, no power in heaven or on earth can resist it. Let this be your song, your confidence, your unshakable truth. The door is opening. The waiting is ending. The promise is unfolding. And it is God, and God alone, who has done it. My beloved friends, lean in, for I believe this message is meant for someone right now. There is a stirring deep within you, a gentle whisper in your spirit. It is no accident that these words have reached your ears. God is bringing someone into your life who will love you with truth and depth. This will not be a shallow love, not a fleeting love, not a love that disappears when storms appear. This is a love ordained, upheld, and guided by the very hand of God. Many of you have shed silent tears in the darkness, questioning if you would ever be cherished in a way that truly honors your soul. You have endured valleys of rejection, betrayal, and disappointment. And you have wondered if perhaps real love was never meant for you. But I stand here to declare with certainty that God has not overlooked you. The one who crafted your heart knows how to mend it completely, and He is preparing to send someone who will see you not only with natural eyes, but with eyes of reverence, respect, and deep care. A love grounded in God's truth. When God sends someone into your life, it will not be confusion. It will not be manipulation. It will not be abuse disguised as affection. It will not be a counterfeit that steals your peace. God is not the author of chaos. He is the author of peace. And when He places someone by your side, there will be a divine assurance in your spirit that this person is not here to destroy you, but to build you, to uplift you, to walk with you in purpose. Too long have you allowed people to play with your heart, to take advantage of your kindness, to use your loyalty as their stepping stone. But hear me, God is raising the standard in your life. He is closing doors that should have been shut long ago because He is about to open one that will lead you into a love that reflects His care for you. Some of you have mistaken loneliness for failure. You've asked, why am I still alone? Why hasn't it worked out for me? But I tell you, solitude can be divine preparation. God sometimes keeps you hidden because He is refining you, shaping you, and aligning you with His plan. And when the right person comes, they will not be intimidated by your calling, nor will they diminish your worth. Instead, they will cherish the light of God in you. They will value your tears, your prayers, your sacrifices, because they themselves are being prepared by God. Even now, two souls molded in the fire of God's love are about to meet. And when they do, there will be a recognition deeper than words. Do not chase after those who treat you like an option. Do not bend your values to please those who never intended to honor you. If someone must be begged to stay, then they are not sent by God. When God sends someone, they come not to drain you, but to pour into you. Their words will not cut you down. They will strengthen you. Their actions will not cause you to question your worth. They will remind you of the value God already placed upon your life. This is why you must discern the difference between man-made attraction and God-ordained connection. For one is fleeting, but the other is eternal. I urge you, do not settle for less than what God desires for you. Do not let fear convince you that you must accept anyone just to avoid being alone. Fear is not from God. Faith is. And faith declares, if God promised it, then in His time it will come to pass. God is preparing a love for you that will not crumble when life gets hard. This person will not walk away when battles arise, because true love, love from God, stands firm in both sunshine and storm. And I tell you with boldness, that love is on its way to you. Some of you are listening and your heart is pounding because you know God is speaking directly to you. You've endured heartbreak that nearly broke your spirit, but what you thought was the end was merely preparation. God had to show you the counterfeit so that you could recognize the authentic. He had to let you taste bitterness so that you would cherish the sweetness of what He is about to send. And when this person arrives, you will not doubt, because every prayer you prayed in secret will echo in the way they treat you. Every tear you shed will be redeemed in the joy of companionship that God Himself has orchestrated. So be patient. Stay rooted in prayer. Guard your heart from desperation. God is never late. The same God who designed the heavens, who set the stars in motion, who directs the seasons of the earth, is directing the season of your life. And He has already written into your story the moment when this person will step into your path. You do not need to chase it. You do not need to manipulate it. You do not need to compromise your values for it. Trust in God, for His plan is perfect. His timing is precise and His love for you is unfailing. The person God is sending will not only love you, but will push you closer to Him. They will encourage your faith, not weaken it. They will respect your boundaries, not trample them. They will carry themselves with humility, not arrogance. And when you stand together, it will not just be romance. It will be a partnership of purpose. Two lives join not by accident, but by divine appointment. This is not a fleeting infatuation. This is destiny. God is weaving your story together with someone who has been walking their own road of preparation, and soon those paths will cross in His perfect design. Stay faithful, my friend. Stay hopeful. Do not allow the enemy to plant lies in your mind that you are unworthy of love. You are worthy not because of anything man has said, but because God Himself has declared you precious in His sight. The love He is sending will not compete with your relationship with Him. It will complement it. It will not pull you away from His presence. It will anchor you deeper in it. And when you look back, you will say, only God could have written this story. I tell you today, lift your head, strengthen your heart, and prepare yourself, because God is sending someone who truly loves you. And when it happens, it will not just be love you feel. It will be the presence of God's blessing resting upon your life. There comes a moment in life when the silence of waiting feels almost unbearable. When your heart aches for the companionship of one who truly understands you, you see others walking hand in hand. You watch people smile as though love were the easiest thing in the world. And you whisper to yourself, God, when will it be my turn? And yet, in that hidden place of longing, God is at work in ways you cannot yet see. God has not abandoned you to loneliness. He has not forgotten the prayers whispered through your tears. He has not ignored the ache in your heart. He is crafting something so precious, so sacred, that only His timing could release it. And when that time comes, the person He sends into your life will not just fill a void. They will be an answer, a sign of His care, a reflection of His deep love for you. You must understand this counterfeit love comes easily, but true love requires the hand of God. Counterfeit love is loud, boastful, demanding, manipulative. It seeks its own gain. But love that comes from God is steady, selfless, patient, and pure. It doesn't need to perform. It doesn't need to deceive. It doesn't vanish when tested by fire. Many of you have been wounded because you settled for what looked like love but was never sent by God. And those scars still whisper lies to you. They tell you that love is dangerous, that love is unreliable, that maybe love will always hurt. But I tell you today, when God sends love, it heals more than it hurts. When God sends love, it restores what you thought was lost forever. When God sends love, it lifts your soul closer to Him rather than dragging you into the pits of despair. But here is the challenge. Before God sends that person, He prepares your heart. He will not allow someone to love you rightly if you are still chained by the wounds of yesterday. That is why this waiting season feels so heavy. It is not punishment. It is preparation. God is stripping away every lie that told you you are not enough. He is breaking off every chain of fear that convinced you you will always be alone. He is silencing every voice that mocked you, saying you are too broken to be loved. And He is replacing them with His truth. You are mine. You are worthy. You are loved beyond measure. When you believe this truth, you will recognize the one God sends, because the love they show will echo the love God has already been whispering to you. It will not come as a shock. It will feel like confirmation. No. It will feel like the missing piece you did not even know you needed. This is why it is so important not to chase after what God did not send. Do not force connections that drain your spirit. Do not beg people to stay who clearly have no respect for your heart. For what is truly from God will never require you to compromise your worth. What is truly from God will not force you to diminish your light. When God sends someone, they will value you not just for what you give, but for who you are in Him. Some of you are clinging to relationships that God has already told you to release. You keep holding on because you are afraid of the emptiness that follows letting go. But what you call emptiness, God calls clearing the ground. How can He plant a new seed of love if your soil is filled with weeds? How can He bring the right person into your life if you are still chained to the wrong one? The pain of letting go is real, but the reward of trusting God is greater. Do not fear the silence after goodbye, for it is in that silence that God begins His greatest work. He is preparing your heart for someone who will not walk away when storms come. He is preparing your life for someone who will pray with you, fight for you, and stand beside you when the world seems against you. Let me tell you something with conviction. God is not sending you someone who loves only the image of you. He is sending you someone who loves the real you, the raw, unpolished, vulnerable you. They will see your imperfections and call them beautiful not because they are blind to them, but because God will have given them the eyes to see you as He does. This is love that cannot be explained by human logic. It is love birthed in the heart of God and delivered to you in the right season. But listen, this kind of love is not for the faint of heart. When God sends someone, it is not simply for romance, it is for purpose. It is for destiny. This person is not just a partner, they are a co-laborer in the plan God has for your life. They will not distract you from your calling. They will deepen it. They will not compete with your devotion to God. They will ignite it. This is why you must not be impatient, for what God is preparing is bigger than fleeting emotions. It is the joining of two lives under His divine plan. And when you step into that union, you will not only find love, you will find strength, peace, and a deeper revelation of God's presence in your life. My beloved, do not despise the waiting season, for it is the furnace where God refines your heart to receive the love He is preparing to send. So many people rush ahead of God, desperate to fill the emptiness within them. And in their haste, they embrace hands that were never meant to hold them. And then they wonder why their spirit is bruised and their peace shattered. But when you learn to trust God with the deepest cries of your heart, you will discover that His timing is not a denial. It is a protection. He is not withholding love from you. He is saving you for a love that is worthy of you. He is not keeping you from joy. He is safeguarding your soul for the joy that only He can ordain. Let me tell you something with fire in my voice. The love God sends will not mirror the patterns of this broken world. The world calls lust love. The world calls control, commitment. The world calls convenience, connection. But these are counterfeits that fade as quickly as they come. What God is preparing for you is sacred. It will not be built on shallow emotions or fleeting attractions. It will be anchored in respect, trust, and devotion. A love that will honor your spirit and not just your body. A love that will lift you closer to God rather than drag you deeper into sin. When this love comes, it will carry weight. It will carry responsibility. It will carry destiny. And it will be unmistakable, for the fingerprints of God will be all over it. Do not underestimate what God is doing in this silence. Every tear you have cried is watering the soil for the harvest He is about to give. Every prayer you have whispered is being stored in heaven, and not one has been ignored. The silence is not proof that God has abandoned you. The silence is proof that something is being formed, something so sacred that it must be hidden until it is strong enough to be revealed. Just as seeds must break beneath the ground before they can bloom in the light, so must your heart undergo its breaking and shaping before it can embrace the one God is sending. Hear me? Because this is truth. God does not send someone to complete you. Only God Himself can complete you. He sends someone to complement you, to walk beside you, to encourage the divine purpose already burning inside your soul. You are not half a person waiting to be made whole by another human being. You are whole in God. And from that wholeness, God will join you with someone who is also whole in Him. Two whole hearts healed and aligned by His hand will create a bond that cannot be broken. That is the kind of love you must wait for. The kind of love worth every second of patience. But beware, the enemy knows the value of what God is preparing, and he will try to distract you with counterfeits before the real thing arrives. He will send people who look appealing but lack character. He will send voices that promise love but speak lies. He will tempt you with temporary pleasures to rob you of eternal blessings. That is why you must anchor yourself in God. Test every connection by the peace of your spirit. Ask yourself, does this person honor God's presence in my life? Do they draw me closer to Him or lead me further away? Do they respect the boundaries God has set for me, or do they push me to compromise? If the answer is no, then walk away without hesitation. For what God is sending will not require you to abandon your values. It will strengthen them. I say to you boldly, your worth is not up for negotiation. God has placed immeasurable value on your life, and the person He is sending will recognize that worth. They will not make you feel like an option. They will treasure you as a blessing. They will not take advantage of your kindness. They will protect it as a sacred trust. They will not withhold love to manipulate you. They will pour it freely because they know that true love comes from God and is not earned by games or deceit. When they speak, their words will carry sincerity. When they act, their actions will echo consistency. And when they stand beside you, you will know without doubt that they were sent, not by chance, but by God Himself. My friend, prepare your heart now. Do not wait for them to arrive before you learn to stand tall in your identity as a child of God. Walk in dignity now. Live in faith now. Cultivate joy now. Because the love God is sending will not be a crutch to prop up your weakness. It will be a companion to amplify your strength. You must be ready to meet them not from a place of desperation, but from a place of faith, confidence, and spiritual maturity. And when you do, you will see that God has been weaving both your journeys together all along. And I want you to know this. The love God is sending is not fragile. It will not collapse under the weight of trials. It will not fade when passion is tested. It will not dissolve when the world grows cold. Because it is not man-made. It is God-made. And anything God builds cannot be torn down by man. That is why I tell you, hold fast, remain steadfast, and lift your eyes to heaven. For the one who spoke galaxies into existence is the same one preparing this gift for you. Even now, that person may be praying for you. They may be asking God to send them someone just like you. They may be walking through their own refining fire, unaware that their trials are shaping them to become exactly what you need. And in God's perfect timing, He will align your paths. It will not be force. It will not be confusing. It will not be destructive. It will be divine. And when it happens, you will see that every disappointment, every delay, every detour was leading you here to this sacred love sent by God. There are seasons in life when you look at your reflection and wonder if anyone could ever truly see the depths of who you are. The battles you fought in silence, the sacrifices you've made that no one applauded, the nights when your tears became your only companion. You wonder if anyone will ever understand the weight you've carried, the prayers you've prayed, the loneliness you've endured. But I tell you today, God has seen it all. He has watched every step, counted every tear, and measured every ache of your heart. And because He has seen, He is preparing to send someone who will not trample on your soul, but will honor it. Someone who will not dismiss your journey, but will value it. Someone who will not add to your burdens, but will stand beside you as a partner in both joy and trial. God is preparing to send someone who will recognize that you are extraordinary, that you are unique, that you are not a mistake drifting through existence. They will see you as God has always seen you, chosen, set apart, precious, and deserving of a steadfast, unwavering love. This realization will not be born out of charm or deceit. It will flow from the Spirit of God within them, opening their eyes to the treasure that you truly are. When their eyes meet yours, they will not simply see your appearance, they will recognize your faith. They will not merely listen to your words, they will hear the quiet cries of your heart. They will not only observe your actions, they will understand the intention behind them, and they will love you in a way that feels as though God Himself is reaching out to hold you through them. Too many people have walked into your life only to take and never to give, only to use and never to cherish, only to promise and never to fulfill. But the one God is sending will be different. Their love will not drain you. It will revive you. Their presence will not exhaust you. It will refresh you. Their loyalty will not waver in the heat of battle. It will anchor you deeper in God's faithfulness. This is why you must stop chasing after those who cannot value what God has placed in you. Do not waste your tears on those who cannot recognize your worth. Do not spend your strength holding on to people God has already removed. Release the counterfeit so you can receive the authentic. Let go of the temporary so you can embrace the eternal. Understand this with clarity. God is not sending someone to complete your life. Your life is already complete in Him. He is sending someone to walk with you, to share the journey, to multiply your joy, to divide your burdens, and to strengthen your faith. This love will not be a distraction from God. It will be a reflection of Him. For true love, the kind that lasts, does not compete with God's place in your life. It magnifies it. And that is how you will know it is from Him. When this person arrives, they will not just speak of love, they will live it. Their love will show up in action, in patience, in kindness, in sacrifice, in prayer. They will fight for you not with their fists, but with their faith. They will not run when storms rise. They will hold your hand tighter. They will not betray you in moments of weakness. They will cover you with prayer. They will not seek to dominate you. They will seek to walk beside you. And in their love, you will see the reflection of God's faithfulness shining like the morning sun. But here is the truth you must hold before this person arrives. God is preparing you to receive them. He is teaching you what love is by first showing you what it is not. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every failed relationship has been a classroom where God has been shaping your discernment. You now know the taste of manipulation so that you can recognize sincerity. You now know the pain of betrayal so that you can cherish loyalty. You now know the weight of loneliness so that you can embrace companionship with gratitude. None of it has been wasted because God wastes nothing. He turns your pain into wisdom, your scars into lessons, your tears into seeds of joy. So do not despise your scars. They are not signs of defeat. They are proof of survival. They are evidence that even when others walked away, God held you close. They remind you that you are still standing, still breathing, still hoping, because God has carried you this far. And those scars will not repel the one He is sending. They will attract them because the person God is sending will not fear your brokenness. They will honor it. They will not reject your past. They will respect it as part of the story that shaped you. They will not despise your weaknesses. They will embrace you with compassion. That is what true love looks like. But hear me with urgency. Do not confuse lust for love, charm for commitment, or attention for affection. Just because someone desires you does not mean they value you. Just because someone notices you does not mean they are meant to walk with you. Test every spirit. Test every intention. Test every word spoken to your heart. For when love is truly from God, it will not leave you anxious or fearful. It will fill you with peace and assurance. It will not cause you to doubt your worth. It will confirm it. It will not lead you away from God. It will lead you closer to Him. And when you meet this person, your soul will know, not because the world approves, not because they match a list you created, but because the Spirit of God within you will bear witness that this connection is divine. The peace of God will surround it. The joy of God will confirm it. The strength of God will sustain it, and you will know without question, this love is a gift sent from above. When God sends someone into your life, He does not send them halfway prepared. He does not send them confused about their purpose. He does not send them as a burden for you to carry. No, He sends them as a blessing, as an answer to prayer, as a reflection of His faithfulness. And when that moment comes, it will be clear. It will not require endless guessing or sleepless nights of anxiety. It will not require you to compromise your dignity or chase after their attention. The person God sends will not need to be convinced to love you. They will love you freely, deeply, and consistently, because that love will not flow merely from their emotions. It will flow from God Himself. Too often people mistake struggle for destiny. They believe that if a relationship is filled with chaos, it must mean it is meant to be. But I tell you with boldness, God is not the author of confusion. He is the giver of peace. And when He writes your story, His signature is peace. That does not mean you will never face challenges together. No love escapes trials, but the difference is this: love sent by God does not break. When it is tested, it becomes stronger. Love sent by God does not collapse under pressure. It endures. Love sent by God does not run from fire. It walks through it with faith. This is how you will know the difference between a connection built by man and a union ordained by God. And I must speak plainly. Stop settling for less than what God desires for you. Stop allowing loneliness to push you into the arms of people who cannot carry your heart. Stop confusing attention with affection, flattery with faithfulness, chemistry with covenant. For what God is sending is so much greater, and it requires your patience, your faith, and your willingness to let go of what does not serve your destiny. God cannot fill hands that are already clinging to counterfeits. He cannot bring the right person into your life if you are still holding on to the wrong one. Sometimes the hardest act of faith is not waiting, it is releasing. You may not understand why certain people walked away. You may not understand why that relationship you prayed would last ended in heartbreak. You may not understand why betrayal came from the very one you trusted. But let me tell you, those goodbyes were divine protection. God saw what you could not see. He saw the pain that would have come if you stayed. He saw the danger that would have consumed you if you continued. And in His mercy, He allowed them to leave so that He could prepare you for the one He is sending. Sometimes rejection is not cruelty. It is redirection. Sometimes heartbreak is not the end. It is the pathway to something far more beautiful. The love God is sending is not ordinary. It is extraordinary. It will not just be a union of hearts, but a union of purpose. This person will not only love you, they will align with the call of God on your life. They will see your vision and support it. They will see your potential and encourage it. They will see your weaknesses and cover them, not exploit them. They will pray with you when the nights are heavy. They will rejoice with you when victories come. And together you will shine as a testimony of what God can do when two people surrender their hearts to Him and to each other. But hear me before God brings them. He will mold you. He will teach you to love yourself the way He loves you. He will strip away every lie that told you that you are unworthy of real love. He will heal the broken places so that you do not bleed on the one He is sending. He will strengthen your identity in Him so that when this person comes, you will not lean on them as your Savior, but you will walk with them as your partner. For if you do not first allow God to heal you, you will sabotage the blessing He intends to give. That is why this season of preparation is so crucial. It may feel lonely, but it is holy. It may feel painful, but it is purposeful. Do not waste the waiting. Use this time to grow, to learn, to deepen your faith, to strengthen your walk with God. For when that person comes, they will not save you from yourself. They will complement the work God has already done in you. Two whole hearts healed by God will create a love that is unshakable. And this is the kind of love God is sending. Not fractured, not manipulative, not selfish, but whole, godly, and enduring. And I must tell you this with urgency. Prepare to love differently. The love God is sending you will not thrive on selfishness. It will require sacrifice. It will require patience. It will require forgiveness. It will require humility. But it will not feel like a prison. It will feel like freedom. Because when God is at the center, sacrifice becomes joy, patience becomes strength, forgiveness becomes healing, and humility becomes honor. This love will not just satisfy your emotions, it will nourish your spirit. It will not just make you feel loved, it will remind you that you are loved by God. So lift up your eyes. Do not despair if you are still waiting. Do not think for one moment that God has overlooked you. If He can align the stars in the heavens and command the oceans to stay within their boundaries, surely He can align two hearts in His perfect timing. The God who never forgets a single sparrow will never forget you. The God who clothes the lilies in beauty will clothe your life with the beauty of love when the season is right. And when it comes, you will stand in awe, knowing that it was not luck, not coincidence, not accident. It was God's hand moving on your behalf. The love God is sending is on the horizon. Do not give up now. Do not grow weary now. Do not settle for less now. Stand firm, remain faithful, and guard your hope. For what is written in heaven cannot be erased on earth. God is sending someone who truly loves you. And when they arrive, it will be a love story authored by the very hand of the Almighty. There is someone listening to me right now who has been through betrayal so deep that you vowed never to open your heart again. You told yourself, I will never trust like that anymore. I will never give anyone that kind of access to me again. But I say to you, God is not finished with your story. The pain you endured was real, but it was not the end. The scars you carry are not the final chapter. God is preparing to send someone who will prove to you that love, when it is birthed from Him, is not a weapon. It is a healing balm. Do not allow the failures of the past to blind you to the blessing of the future. The wrong ones broke you, but the right one will help build you. The wrong ones drained you, but the right one will pour into you. The wrong ones made you doubt your worth, but the right one will remind you daily that you are a treasure from the hand of God. And understand this, the love God is sending will not always come packaged the way you expect. It may not fit the checklist you created in your mind. It may not look like the dream you pictured years ago, but it will be better. It will be divine, because what God chooses for you will always surpass what you imagine for yourself. Too often we confine ourselves to our own limited vision, but God sees further than we do. He sees the heart, not just the appearance. He sees the destiny, not just the present moment. He sees the compatibility of purpose, not just the attraction of personality. And when He sends someone, it will not just satisfy your eyes, it will satisfy your spirit. It will not just excite your emotions, it will bring rest to your soul. Now let me speak with boldness. You must not sabotage what God is preparing by clinging to what He has already removed. Some of you are trying to resurrect relationships that God Himself buried. You keep running back to doors He closed because you fear walking through the new one He is about to open. But hear me. When God shuts a door, it is because He has seen what lies beyond it. And if you force it open, you will only find more pain. Let the past stay in the past. Let the broken remain broken. Do not confuse loyalty with bondage. Do not confuse comfort with destiny. What God is sending will not need to be forced. It will flow, and this love that He is preparing will have evidence. It will not be hidden in shadows. It will not thrive on secrets. It will not demand that you silence your values to keep the peace. No, when God sends someone, their love will be loud in action, but humble in spirit. You will not have to beg for their presence, for they will show up willingly. You will not have to question their intentions, for they will be clear and consistent. You will not have to wonder if they are with you, for they will stand with you openly, unashamed and unwavering. That is how you will know it is not confusion, it is confirmation. This love will also call you higher. The person God is sending will not let you remain stagnant. They will challenge you not to tear you down, but to build you up. They will call out the greatness within you when you cannot see it yourself. They will push you to pray when your faith feels weak. They will remind you of God's promises when life tries to make you forget. And when the battles of life come, and they will come, you will not stand alone, because this person will stand beside you, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, fighting with you, not against you. And let me tell you, this kind of love cannot be rushed. It must be prepared. Just as fine gold must endure fire before it shines, so must true love be refined by time before it is revealed. That is why you cannot hurry God's process. Impatience will only hand you counterfeits, but patience will position you for the authentic. Trust that God knows the exact moment your heart is ready. Trust that God knows when their heart is ready. Trust that God knows how to weave your stories together in such a way that when it happens, the only explanation will be His divine orchestration. So while you wait, strengthen yourself. Do not wait passively, sitting in despair. Wait actively, growing in faith, growing in wisdom, growing in love for God and yourself. Because the person God is sending will not heal your identity. They will confirm it. If you enter that love broken, you will expect them to fix you. But if you enter that love healed, you will walk with them as a partner, not a patient. And together your wholeness will create a bond so powerful that the enemy will tremble at the sight of it. I want you to imagine it now. Imagine the moment you finally realize that every delay had purpose. Imagine the day when the presence of that person makes you look back and say, "Now I understand why it never worked with anyone else. Now I see why the pain was necessary. Now I see why God asked me to wait." That day is coming, and when it comes, joy will overflow, peace will surround you, and gratitude will flood your heart, because you will know without a shadow of doubt that this was not man's doing. It was God's gift. So take courage, lift your head, Do not lose heart in the waiting. For the same God who orchestrates the rising and setting of the sun, the same God who commands the seas and holds the stars in place, is the same God who is arranging this love for you. And if He can keep the universe in order, surely He can align two hearts in His perfect timing. He has not forgotten you. He has not overlooked you. He has not abandoned you to loneliness. He is preparing something greater than you asked for, deeper than you dreamed of, and stronger than you imagined. God is sending someone who truly loves you. Someone who will not just walk into your life, but walk with you through life. Someone who will not just speak of love, but embody it. Someone who will not just say they care, but prove it day after day. And when they come, you will know it was worth every tear, every prayer, every season of waiting. Because when God writes the story, it is always more beautiful than anything we could have written ourselves. And now, as I draw this message to a close, I want you to let these words settle deep into your spirit. God has not forgotten you. Every moment of loneliness, every unanswered prayer, every ache of your heart has been seen and heard by Him. Do not mistake the silence of this season as the absence of His hand. He is moving. He is aligning. He is preparing. He is shaping you and shaping the one He is sending so that when your paths meet, it will not just be an encounter, it will be destiny. The kind of love God is sending you is not fragile, not fleeting, not shallow. It is rooted in His truth, sustained by His presence and guided by His purpose. It will not confuse you, it will confirm you. It will not diminish you. It will magnify what God has already placed within you. This person will love you with a love that reflects God's own care for you. A love that is steadfast in trials, gentle in weakness, bold in faith, and unwavering in loyalty. So I charge you today, wait with hope, not despair. Walk with faith, not fear. Lift your eyes from the failures of yesterday and fix them on the promises of God. The same God who kept you through heartbreak will lead you into healing. The same God who sustained you in loneliness will bless you with companionship. The very God who has shaped every line of your journey will also craft this chapter with splendor and strength. When the moment arrives, when His perfect timing unfolds, and that person enters your path, you will look back with clarity. Each tear became the rain that nourished this season. Each wound sharpened your vision to recognize truth. Each stretch of waiting trained your faith to embrace the gift. And as you stand beside the one heaven prepared, you will know deep within this was no accident. This was no stroke of fortune. This was no random event. This was the hand of God. Hold steady, beloved. Do not loosen your grip on faith now. Your breakthrough is closer than your eyes can see. Your blessing is nearer than you imagine. And the love God is sending will not just brighten your days, it will redirect your destiny. Lift your gaze, steady your heart, and move forward with confidence. For the faithful author of your story has never failed. God is preparing to send the one who will love you for real. And when they arrive, you will see His goodness woven into every page of your life. Have you ever sensed a stirring deep inside your heart? That quiet restlessness in your soul? That unshakable feeling that something is about to shift in your journey? You may not be able to explain it, but within you there's a certainty. God is getting ready to move. Beloved, when God prepares to transform your life, He does not speak it softly. He sends unmistakable signals. He shakes the very foundation beneath you. He disrupts your routines and stirs you awake to His greater design. And today I want to reveal to you 6 powerful signs that God is about to forever redirect your path. Because once you recognize these signs, you will never again miss the evidence of His hand shaping your destiny. The first thing you must understand is that God never leaves His children in the same place forever. Stagnation is not His design. Growth, transformation, elevation, that is the way of God. Sometimes, in order to draw you into your next season, He must unsettle you in the current one. You begin to feel a holy dissatisfaction. The things that once made you comfortable no longer satisfy you. The conversations that once entertained you now drain you. The places you used to run to for peace suddenly feel empty. That dissatisfaction is not a curse. It is a sign. It is God whispering that your roots have outgrown the soil you are planted in. He is about to transplant you into new territory. And the unease you feel is heaven's announcement that your chapter is changing. Another sign that God is preparing to change your life forever is divine disconnection. Have you noticed that sometimes people you thought would walk with you forever suddenly drift away? It hurts. It confuses. It stirs questions in your mind. But I want you to know this. When God begins to pull certain people out of your life, it is not rejection. It is protection. There are people whose presence is tied to an old season, and they cannot carry the weight of your new one. God knows what you do not know. He sees what you cannot see. And before He takes you into your future, He often clears your circle of unnecessary baggage. So do not fight the disconnections. Do not cling to what God is removing. If someone walks away while you are still faithful to God, take it as a sign your life is about to change, and not everyone can follow where God is taking you. The third sign is the stirring of unusual opportunities. You begin to notice doors opening that you never knocked on, invitations coming that you never expected, favor showing up in places you least imagined. This is not coincidence. This is God positioning you for transition. But here is the truth. Opportunities are not always wrapped in comfort. Many times the door God opens looks intimidating. It stretches your faith. It calls you out of your comfort zone. When God is about to change your life, He will challenge you with doors that look too big for you. Why? Because He wants you to trust Him more than you trust yourself. That unusual opportunity is not about your strength. It is about His plan. And when you step through it, you will realize it was His way of ushering you into destiny. Then there is the breaking of old habits and desires. Perhaps you notice that the things you once indulged in no longer appeal to you. The distractions you once entertained now feel heavy and meaningless. This is a sign that God is purifying you for the next level. He cannot elevate you into greater blessing while you are still bound by yesterday's chains. So He begins to strip away addictions, habits, cravings, and attachments. And though it may feel like loss, it is actually liberation. God is removing what cannot enter your promised land. He is sanctifying your appetite so you will hunger for His will above everything else. When you feel the urge to walk away from old cycles you once thought you needed, understand that God Himself is reconditioning your spirit for transformation. Another undeniable sign is divine disruption. Have you ever had your plans shattered, your routines interrupted, your neatly ordered life thrown into confusion? At first you think the enemy is attacking you, but later you realize it was God's hand breaking you out of limitations. When God wants to change your life forever, He often begins by disrupting your comfort. That job you thought was secure suddenly ends. That path you were walking suddenly closes. That situation you thought was permanent suddenly collapses. Why? because God is forcing you to depend on Him alone. If He left you in control, you would cling to the familiar. But through disruption, He teaches you that He is the only unshakable foundation. So when your plans fall apart, lift your eyes and declare, God, I know this is not the end. It is the sign of a new beginning. And finally, one of the greatest signs God is about to change your life is the birth of deep spiritual hunger. Suddenly, you cannot go a day without seeking Him. Suddenly, the noise of the world irritates you, and only His presence satisfies. You wake up in the middle of the night with a burning desire to pray, to listen, to draw nearer to God. This hunger is not ordinary. It is God pulling you closer because He is preparing you for a new assignment, a greater calling, a destiny shift. Spiritual hunger is heaven's announcement that something eternal is being planted inside of you. And when you yield to it, your entire life begins to align with God's plan in ways you never imagined. My dear friend, these 6 signs are not random. They are not accidents. They are the fingerprints of God on your life. Holy dissatisfaction, divine disconnections, unusual opportunities, the breaking of old habits, divine disruption, and a deeper hunger for God. Each one of these is a trumpet from heaven declaring that change is coming. And when God changes your life, it is never small. It is never temporary. It is forever. When God prepares to change your life forever, He is not merely adjusting your circumstances. He is rewriting the script of your destiny. He is aligning your steps with a purpose far beyond what your eyes can see. And in those moments, He speaks through the tension, the silence, the shifts, and the storms. You may not always understand it, but deep within your soul, you will know that this is not ordinary life unfolding. This is divine orchestration. Think of it this way. When a seed is planted deep into the soil, the process of transformation is hidden. Beneath the dirt, it is being broken, reshaped, prepared to sprout. To the outside eye, nothing looks different. But beneath the surface, life is about to burst forth. So it is with you. Right now, though others may not see it, though you may not even fully understand it yourself, God is working behind the curtain of your life. He is breaking certain things down so He can build something new. The discomfort you feel is not punishment. It is preparation. The waiting you endure is not delay. It is divine timing. You are being positioned for a life you cannot even imagine yet. Do not despise the season of isolation. Do not despise the season of silence, because it is often in those quiet, hidden places that God molds the vessel He will use for greater glory. Look at your life now. The loneliness you feel may not be abandonment at all. It may be God pulling you away from the noise so He can speak clearly to your spirit. The emptiness you feel may not be loss. It may be space being created for the new thing God is about to pour in. And when He fills it, it will overflow in ways that will shock even you. There is something powerful about divine restlessness. You cannot sleep comfortably in a place you have outgrown. You cannot force joy out of something God has already closed. That unease in your heart is God refusing to let you settle for less than His best. And make no mistake, God's best often comes wrapped in challenge, in faith. In the unknown, He does not lead you into destiny by giving you all the answers. He leads you by stirring your spirit, pressing you forward, and demanding your trust. But listen carefully. Every time God is about to change your life, there will also be resistance. Do not think the enemy will sit silently while God is rearranging your destiny. Suddenly, distractions will multiply. Temptations will increase. Opposition will rise up from unexpected places. Why? Because the closer you get to transformation, the louder the resistance becomes. But child of God, do not fear. Resistance is not a sign of defeat. It is proof of progress. If you were not on the brink of change, the enemy would not fight you so hard. When all hell breaks loose, that is often the clearest sign that heaven is about to open over your life. And here is something many overlook. When God is about to change your life, He will often test your obedience in small things. He whispers, "Give this up, forgive that person, step away from that habit, sow into this moment." These may not seem like grand gestures, but they are the keys that unlock greater doors. Every act of obedience, no matter how small, positions you closer to the life God is preparing. Disobedience keeps you chained to the past, but obedience unlocks the future. So pay attention, for God often disguises great breakthroughs behind simple instructions. Oh, how crucial it is to recognize the holy hunger when it stirs in you, that pull to seek Him more, that longing to hear His voice, that unquenchable thirst for His presence. This is no coincidence. That hunger is evidence that your spirit is being prepared to carry more weight, more responsibility, more glory. Do not silence it. Do not ignore it. Feed it with prayer. Fuel it with worship. Guard it with discipline. Because that hunger is the bridge between where you are and where God is taking you. And let me tell you this with conviction. When God changes your life, He does not merely upgrade your circumstances. He upgrades your vision. He expands your perspective. Suddenly, you see possibilities where you once saw impossibilities. You see purpose where you once saw pain. You see divine order where you once saw chaos. This is the renewing of the mind that only God can accomplish. He shifts your thoughts so your life can follow. So my dear friend, do not shrink back. Do not fear the transition. Do not resist the shaking. For every shaking is followed by a settling. Every breaking is followed by a building. Every ending is followed by a beginning. These signs you see, the disconnections, the disruptions, the restlessness, the opportunities, the hunger, they are not random. They are the voice of God calling you upward, forward, deeper. And if you yield to them, your life will never be the same again. There comes a moment in every person's life when the ordinary cannot contain them any longer, when the familiar cannot define them anymore, when the old doors are too small for the greatness God is preparing to pour through them. That moment is not always announced with trumpet blasts or loud proclamations, but it is always marked by an unmistakable stirring deep within the soul. You wake up and know that something is shifting. You carry an inner awareness that where you are now is not where you are meant to remain. And let me tell you, that is not imagination. That is the Spirit of God preparing you for divine change. You see, God does not call you into comfort. He calls you into destiny. And destiny is never birthed in ease. It is birthed in stretching. It is birthed in moments when your faith feels tested beyond measure. It is birthed when you are standing at the edge of the unknown and God whispers, "Step forward even though you cannot see the ground beneath your feet." That step is where life is transformed. That step is where chains are broken. That step is where your old identity is left behind and your new season begins. But here is what so many fail to understand. Before God changes your life, He changes your perspective. You cannot walk into a new season with an old mindset. That is why you feel restless, why your heart feels unsettled, why your spirit yearns for more. God is teaching you to think higher, to see further, to believe bigger. He is stretching the capacity of your faith so that you can carry the weight of the blessing He is about to release. The greatest limitation in your life is not your circumstance. It is your perspective. And when God enlarges your vision, everything else follows. Do not be surprised when life feels like it is falling apart right before the breakthrough. That is often the evidence that God is rearranging everything for your good. The friendships that dissolve, the plans that collapse, the doors that close, they are not signs of abandonment. They are signs of divine redirection. God is not punishing you. He is protecting you from what would have hindered your destiny. Sometimes He must let things die so new things can be born. Sometimes He must let the ground be cleared so new seeds can take root. If you can endure the season of loss, you will step into a harvest that is greater than anything you have ever known. And let me tell you, one of the most powerful signs that God is about to change your life is when He begins to make you uncomfortable with mediocrity. Suddenly, you cannot tolerate what you once accepted. Suddenly, you cannot compromise the way you once did. Suddenly, you cannot stay silent where you once ignored the truth. This is not you simply becoming difficult. This is God awakening a deeper standard within you. He is preparing you for elevation, and elevation always demands purification. God cannot take you higher while you are still clinging to the weights of compromise. So when you feel that burning conviction, when you sense that call to rise above the crowd, do not resist it. It is God demanding more because He intends to give you more. And hear me clearly. When God changes your life, He does not just bless you for yourself. He blesses you to become a blessing. That is why He strips away certain things first, because He is preparing you to carry not just your own destiny, but the impact you will have on countless others. The transformation God brings is never shallow. It is always generational. He wants to shift you so that everyone connected to you will be touched by the change. Your family, your children, your community, they will all feel the ripple effect of the shift God is making in your life. But here is the cost. You must be willing to let go of control. You must be willing to release your grip on what feels safe. God cannot fill hands that are already clinging to something else. He cannot pour new wine into old wineskins. If you want the fullness of His change, you must surrender completely. That means surrendering your timelines, surrendering your expectations, surrendering your need to understand every detail. It means trusting Him even when nothing makes sense, even when the road feels dark, even when the waiting feels endless. Because true transformation comes not through control, but through surrender. And I must tell you this truth with boldness. If you resist the signs, you risk missing the shift. God is merciful, yes, but when He stirs your spirit, when He sends the signals, when He calls you forward, it is because the timing of heaven has aligned. Delay may not destroy you, but disobedience can. When God says move, you must move. When He says let go, you must release. When He says trust, you must believe. The doorway to destiny is opened by obedience. And if you hesitate too long, you may find yourself wandering in circles while others step into what was meant for you. So let me speak into your heart right now. Do not fear the unknown, for the unknown is the canvas upon which God paints His greatest works. Do not fear the disruption, for disruption is the soil of transformation. Do not fear the silence, for silence is where His whispers become clearest. Every sign you see is God's love in motion. He is guiding you, shaping you, preparing you. And when the shift comes, it will not just change your circumstances, it will change you from the inside out. When God is preparing to change your life forever, He often begins by unsettling the very foundations you thought were immovable. Suddenly, the places you once called secure feel fragile. The people you once leaned on are no longer available, and the plans you carefully designed begin to collapse. At first, it feels like everything is working against you, but in truth, it is God working for you. He shakes what can be shaken so that what cannot be shaken will remain. He strips away the counterfeit so that the authentic can be revealed. You may think you are losing, but in reality you are being refined, purified, and positioned for a future greater than your imagination. Think of the caterpillar that struggles inside the cocoon. From the outside it looks trapped, pressed, and bound. But inside that struggle, transformation is taking place. The old is being dissolved so the new can emerge. Without the cocoon, there can be no butterfly. Without the breaking, there can be no rising. So if you feel confined, if you feel pressed, if you feel like your life is under pressure, understand this. God is using that pressure to unlock wings you never knew you had. He is preparing you to soar where you once only crawl. And do not underestimate the power of divine discomfort. And many people run from it, but those who endure it are the ones who see true change. Discomfort is God's tool to pry you away from the familiar. It is His way of saying you cannot stay here any longer. If He allowed you to remain comfortable, you would never leave the place of safety to walk into the land of destiny. That knowing dissatisfaction in your soul is not an accident. It is the signal that God is ready to move you forward. The bed you once rested in is too small for the vision He has placed inside you. The conversations that once satisfied you now leave you empty because your spirit is awakening to a greater reality. But here is the truth you must cling to. When God calls you forward, He also equips you. You might see yourself as unqualified, but God does not measure you by your flaws. He looks for a heart willing to follow His lead. You may feel frail, yet God takes pleasure in using what appears weak to confound what seems strong. You may feel invisible, but God specializes in calling those hidden in the shadows to shine as radiant lights. Often the very things you think disqualify you are the very places where His glory will be revealed most clearly. So never let inadequacy convince you to doubt. In God's hands, inadequacy becomes the gateway to His abundance. Now hear this. When God is preparing to shift your life, He will stretch your faith through seasons of waiting. The waiting room of heaven is one of the greatest training grounds for transformation. Waiting is never wasted. It is divine preparation. In waiting, your motives are refined. In waiting, your faith grows stronger. In waiting, your reliance on God reaches deeper roots. Do not despise the waiting season, for it is the place where destiny is forged. Many forfeit their promise because they cannot endure the pause. But those who hold firm, who choose God's timing over their own, will see His promises bloom in ways far beyond their greatest vision. And oh, the hunger, that unexplainable longing for more of God, that burning desire to be closer, to hear His voice, to walk in His will, is one of the clearest signs that change is near. Hunger is the womb of transformation. Hunger pulls you to your knees in prayer, drives you to open the Word, and makes you restless for His presence. That hunger is not ordinary. It is heaven planting seeds of destiny inside your spirit. When you feed that hunger, you are watering the soil of your future. When you starve that hunger, you delay what God is ready to do. So cherish it, protect it, pursue it. For hunger is proof that God is not done with you. He is just getting started. And I must declare this truth boldly. When God decides to change your life forever, no power on earth and no force of darkness can stop it. People may doubt you. Circumstances may rise against you. The enemy may whisper lies into your ear. But when God ordains a shift, His word overrides every opposition. The same God who spoke creation into being is the one who is writing your story. And His word does not return void. His plan cannot be canceled. His timing cannot be delayed. His hand cannot be restrained. If He has said your life will change, it will change. Not by human strength, not by worldly influence, but by the power of God Himself. So lift your head, child of God. Wipe the tears from your face. Silence the voices of fear. The shaking you feel is not your destruction. It is your rebirth. The silence you endure is not abandonment. It is preparation. The hunger you carry is not emptiness. It is destiny. And the signs you see are not random. They are divine signals that the author of your life is turning the page. When God is preparing to change your life forever, there is often a heaviness that comes before the breakthrough. You may feel the weight of battles you never asked for, challenges you never imagined, and pressures that seem almost unbearable. But hear me with faith, that heaviness is not the end. It is the sign of birth. Just as a woman feels the deepest labor pains right before new life comes forth, so too the greatest struggles of your spirit often come just before God births something new in you. Pain is often the prelude to purpose. Struggle is often the doorway to strength. If you can endure the labor, you will hold the promise in your hands. And you must recognize that God does not send signs for nothing. He is intentional with every stirring in your heart. That restlessness, that discontent, that inward longing, those are divine indicators that the chapter is about to turn. God never awakens a hunger He does not intend to satisfy. He never stirs a longing without preparing a fulfillment. So when your soul feels unsettled, when you cannot be satisfied by the things that once kept you content, lift your eyes. It is not emptiness. It is expectation. It is God enlarging your spirit to carry what is coming. Do not be surprised when the journey becomes lonely. Not everyone will understand where God is taking you. Not everyone will celebrate the transformation He is working in you. Some will doubt, some will criticize, and some will walk away. But loneliness in a season of change is not abandonment. It is sanctification. God separates you so He can speak to you clearly. He isolates you so He can strengthen you privately before revealing you publicly. The voices of men are silenced so that the voice of God can thunder in your spirit. And when He is finished, you will rise with a clarity and conviction that no opposition can silence. Understand this: whenever God prepares to elevate you, He always tests your faithfulness in the small things. It is easy to desire the grand stage, the visible blessing, the great breakthrough. But destiny is built on obedience in hidden places. If you will not pray in the secret place, you will not stand in the public place. If you cannot be faithful with little, you will not be trusted with much. Every small test, every quiet act of obedience, every hidden sacrifice is a seed. And when the time is right, God will water those seeds and cause them to grow into a harvest that will shock even you. And I must tell you, transformation rarely looks the way you expect. You may pray for God to open one door, but instead He closes it. You may ask for Him to bless one relationship, but instead He ends it. You may plead for Him to secure your plans, but instead He disrupts them. Why? Because God sees what you cannot see. He knows where each road leads. He knows which connections will hold you back, which desires will destroy you, which plans will trap you. So he rearranges things, sometimes painfully, so that you will not miss the destiny he has prepared. Trust the detours, for they are not detours to him. They are the exact path to your promise. And here is a truth many overlook. When God is about to change your life, he speaks louder through circumstances than through comfort. He speaks through the door that slams shut, the friend that walks away, the plan that fails. These are not accidents. They are divine signals. If you only see them as losses, you will miss the lesson. But if you recognize them as messages, you will realize that God has been guiding you all along. Every closed door is God's no to what would have destroyed you. Every painful goodbye is his way of making room for better. Every disruption is heaven's way of realignment. And when the shift begins, you will notice something strange. What used to drain you will no longer touch you. What once provoked you will no longer disturb you. The very things that once kept you bound will suddenly lose their power. This is not willpower, it is transformation. God himself is changing your appetite, rewiring your desires, strengthening your spirit. Where you once thirsted for the world, you will now thirst for him. Where you once leaned on people, you will now lean on his presence. Where you once depended on your strength, you will now rest in his power. That inward shift is the greatest sign of all that God is not just changing your life externally, but transforming you from within. When God is on the verge of transforming your life forever, the atmosphere around you begins to shift. You may not always see it with your eyes, but your spirit feels it. The air becomes thick with divine anticipation. Conversations that once carried no weight suddenly begin to echo with purpose. Encounters that seem ordinary suddenly carry extraordinary significance. It is as if heaven itself leans closer to the earth, waiting for the moment when God unveils what he has been preparing all along. And my friend, if you are sensitive, you will realize that nothing around you is happening by chance. Everything is being orchestrated by the mighty hand of God. But let us speak with clarity and conviction. God does not prepare you for change without first demanding a deeper surrender. Transformation always begins with surrender. You cannot step into the new while clinging to the old. You cannot embrace the blessing while holding tightly to the burden. God is asking for your heart, your will, your ambitions, your fears, not because he wants to strip you of joy, but because he wants to release you into joy that cannot be stolen. Every surrender is a seed. And when you place that seed into God's hands, he multiplies it into a harvest beyond imagination. Too often people resist this process. They cling to what God is trying to remove. They fight to hold on to seasons that have already expired. They refuse to let go of people who are only meant to walk with them for a chapter, not the whole book. But hear this truth. If you cling to what God is removing, you will miss what God is releasing. The blessing is never in what he takes. It is always in what he gives. So let go of your grip. Release your fear. Trust the author of time and eternity. For he knows what tomorrow holds, and he has already gone ahead of you to prepare it. And let me remind you, change is never about comfort. It is about calling. God is not interested in making you comfortable. He is interested in making you purposeful. Comfort zones are prisons disguised as safety nets. They keep you where you are, but they never allow you to become who you were created to be. That is why God shakes your comfort. That is why he unsettles your patterns. That is why he pushes you into deeper waters where your feet cannot touch the ground. because it is only in those waters that you learn to swim by faith. It is only in those waters that you learn to trust His voice more than your own understanding. Now listen, one of the clearest signs of impending change is that God gives you glimpses of the future before it fully arrives. He plants dreams in your heart, visions in your mind, whispers in your spirit. You may not fully understand them, but they linger. They haunt you in the best way possible. They make you restless for something greater. Do not dismiss these glimpses. They are not fantasies. They are previews. God always reveals in part before He fulfills in whole. He shows you a fragment of tomorrow to strengthen you in the trials of today. And though the vision may tarry, wait for it will surely come to pass. But as surely as God shows you glimpses, the enemy will try to discourage you with resistance. Do not be shocked when the battle intensifies just before the breakthrough. That is always the pattern of destiny. Darkness fights hardest when light is about to break through. Pressure increases when release is near. The storms rage fiercest when the shore is in sight. If you feel pressed on every side, rejoice because it means you are close. The enemy would not waste his weapons on someone going nowhere. The very fact that you feel the weight of opposition is proof that you are carrying something valuable. And what you carry is not just for you, it is for generations to come. And oh, how vital it is to recognize the hunger within you as a gift from God. Hunger is not weakness, it is strength. Hunger is the compass of destiny. Hunger is God's way of saying, I am calling you deeper. Do not run from it. Feed it, protect it, pursue it, because hunger is what separates those who talk about change from those who actually walk into it. Many people hear the signs but ignore them. They feel the stirring but distract themselves with noise. But those who honor the hunger, those who bow in prayer, those who lean into His whispers, those are the ones who step into transformation that no man can explain. So I declare this with boldness. God is not preparing to simply adjust your circumstances. He is preparing to redefine your entire story. The pain you endured will no longer define you. The failures you carried will no longer limit you. The fears that haunted you will no longer hold you. God is not in the business of small changes. He is in the business of complete transformation. And when He moves, He leaves no doubt that it was His hand alone that shifted your life. Do not settle for the shadows when God is calling you into the light. Do not stay chained when God is offering freedom. Do not hide in fear when God is summoning you to courage. This is your season to rise. This is your moment to believe. This is your hour to embrace the signs and step boldly into the future God has prepared. When God is on the verge of changing your life forever, you will feel as though everything around you is shaking. But in reality, it is your roots being loosened from a soil that can no longer contain your growth. He is uprooting you from what was temporary to plant you into what is eternal. Do not mistake this shaking as destruction. It is transition. A tree cannot grow taller until its roots grow deeper. And a life cannot step into destiny until God shifts its foundation. What you are experiencing is not chaos. It is construction. It may not look orderly now, but the master builder is laying stones of destiny in your path that will carry you into a future you never imagined. And here is something you must understand. When God sends signs of change, He is not merely preparing you for blessing. He is preparing you for responsibility. Blessing without responsibility becomes a burden, but blessing carried with maturity becomes a testimony. That is why He refines you before He elevates you. That is why He tests you before He trusts you. That is why He allows storms to toughen you, betrayals to humble you, and trials to strengthen you. Because when the blessing comes, it will not be small. And He needs to know that your character can hold what your prayers have been asking for. It is in this refining season that God asks questions of your heart. Will you still trust me when the doors remain closed? Will you still love me when the people you leaned on walk away? Will you still worship when the answers have not yet come? These are the questions of destiny, and your response determines how quickly you step into the life-altering change He has prepared. For God is not looking for perfect people. He is looking for surrendered hearts. He is not searching for the strong. He is searching for the willing. He is not waiting for those who have it all together. He is calling those who are ready to place it all in His hands. And let me speak this truth plainly. Before God blesses you with more, He will often strip away what is less. Before He multiplies, He subtracts. Before He builds, He tears down. Before He raises you up, He humbles you low. Do not despise this process. It is the very evidence that transformation is near. You cannot carry the weight of destiny with the baggage of yesterday. So God cuts away the dead branches, prunes the areas that no longer serve you, and clears the space so that new fruit can grow. And though the pruning hurts, it is proof that you are alive, growing, and destined to bear more than you ever have before. And oh, the people He removes. This is one of the most painful yet undeniable signs. Friends you thought would be with you forever begin to vanish. Relationships you once leaned on suddenly collapse. Connections you thought were permanent dissolve overnight. But here is the truth. Everyone cannot go where God is taking you. Some were only meant for your past, not your future. Some were sent for a season, not a lifetime. And if you keep clinging to what God is trying to remove, you will delay your own destiny. Release them in peace. Trust the wisdom of God. For if they were meant to be in your tomorrow, nothing could remove them. And if they are gone, it is because their chapter in your story has ended. Do not mistake solitude for abandonment. Many of the greatest shifts in destiny are preceded by seasons of loneliness. God pulls you away from the crowd so He can sharpen your ears to hear His voice. He silences the noise so His whisper can become your compass. The loneliness is not a curse. It is a consecration. It is the space where God prepares His chosen for what no one else can see. Embrace the solitude, for it is the secret chamber where strength is forged, wisdom is planted, and courage is born. But perhaps the greatest sign of all, the one that cannot be denied, is the unshakable hunger that rises within you. Suddenly, you cannot live as you once did. Suddenly, you cannot go a day without seeking His presence. Suddenly, your soul yearns for God more than it yearns for the approval of men. That hunger is not of your making. It is the Spirit of God awakening something eternal in you. That hunger is heaven's signal that your transformation is imminent. It is the divine magnet pulling you closer to the presence of God, because what He is preparing cannot be carried without intimacy with Him. Protect that hunger, for it is the fuel that will carry you through the transition. And let me say this with boldness, when the shift comes, it will not be small. God does not change lives halfway. He does not prepare His children for something ordinary. No, when He moves in ways that silence doubt, that confuse the enemy, that leave no explanation except this: Surely this is the hand of God. When God changes your life forever, you will know it because nothing will ever be the same again. Old doors will remain closed. New doors will swing open and your heart will burn with the conviction that you are walking in something that could only be orchestrated by heaven. This is why you must not fear the shaking, the pruning, the loneliness, or the hunger. These are not punishments. They are preparation. They are the fingerprints of God on your soul. They are the divine announcement that your life is about to shift into a dimension you have never known. Hold steady. Stand firm. Refuse to let fear speak louder than faith. The signs are all around you. And the author of destiny has already written the next chapter of your story. My friend, everything you have been sensing, everything you have been walking through, everything that has stirred your spirit in this season has not been random. It has been the handwriting of God declaring that change is coming. The restlessness in your soul, the loss of certain relationships, the disruption of your plans, the hunger that keeps you on your knees, all of these are the whispers and the signs that your life is about to be transformed in ways you cannot even imagine. God never stirs the waters unless He intends to part the sea. He never allows the breaking unless He intends to bring the blessing. He never calls you out unless He has already prepared the place He is leading you into. So lift your eyes with faith and expectation. Do not let fear hold you in yesterday when God is calling you into tomorrow. Do not cling to what He has ended when He is opening something new. The shaking is not the end, it is the beginning. The silence is not emptiness, it is preparation. The hunger is not lack, it is destiny. These 6 signs carry a weight you cannot ignore. They are heaven's announcement that a turning point has arrived and your life is about to be transformed. Step forward with confidence into this new chapter. Stand firm even when the path feels unclear. Trust the invisible hand that has never let you go because His work in you is far from over. The greatest pages of your journey are still waiting to be revealed. And when God writes the next line of your story, nothing on this earth can hold it back. Cling to faith, believe with all your heart, and welcome the change. For when God transforms your destiny, it will never return to the old. Instead, it will rise into something fuller, richer, and far more radiant than you ever imagined. How do you rise above without speaking a single word? You do it by living in such a way that your silence carries more weight than all the noise around you. People can challenge your thoughts. They can distort your sentences. They can reject your voice, but they cannot dismiss the undeniable force of a life grounded in truth, disciplined in spirit, and surrendered to the rule of God. When you grasp the discipline of restraint, when you embrace the strength of calmness, and when you allow your actions to speak what your mouth does not, you step into a wisdom and authority no lie can overturn. You prevail not through arguments, not through clever reasoning, but with a presence so saturated in God's power that even silence itself becomes a weapon of triumph. Consider this. The loudest voices in the room are often born from insecurity. They fight to be noticed because deep inside they fear being overlooked. But the one who rests knowing God sees, the one who trusts that He examines every heart, the one who believes He rewards those who remain faithful. Such a person does not need to fight for the spotlight. Their stillness is not weakness. It is strength under control. Their silence is not emptiness. It is filled with conviction. Their lack of reaction is not ignorance. It is wisdom. sharpened by divine discernment. And when you walk in that power, you begin to outsmart those who seek to trap you, to manipulate you, to provoke you, because you will not be moved by their schemes. You see, the most powerful victories in life are not always won in the arenas of argument, but in the chambers of self-discipline. God does not tell us to shout back at every insult. He does not instruct us to react to every provocation. Instead, God tells us to be still and know that He is God. That stillness is not passivity, it is strategy. It is the wisdom of knowing when to speak and when to remain quiet. And in the silence of your soul, as you anchor yourself in the truth of God, you are outsmarting the very forces that tried to destabilize you. The world will try to lure you into battles that are not worth fighting. It will tempt you to defend your pride, to prove your worth, to fight for your reputation. But the one who knows God does not need to be enslaved by the opinions of men. When you understand that God sees everything and that He alone is your defender, you are free from the trap of trying to convince everyone else. That is how you outsmart without saying a word. You stand tall in the confidence of God's truth and let your life be the answer. Have you ever noticed how silence can make people uncomfortable? They expect you to react, to explain, to justify yourself. And when you don't, they are left wrestling with their own conscience. Your silence exposes their motives. Your calmness reveals their chaos. Your restraint magnifies their lack of control. And without lifting a finger, without opening your mouth, you outmaneuver the schemes of those who seek to disturb your peace. This is not human cunning. It is divine wisdom. It is the power that comes when you align yourself with God's will and refuse to let the noise of the world dictate the state of your spirit. The truth is, not every battle deserves your energy. Not every critic deserves your attention. Not every provocation deserves your response. There is power in silence, but not just any silence. The silence that is fortified by faith. The silence that is rooted in the certainty that God is in control. That kind of silence is not weakness. It is strength at its highest level. It is how you outsmart without lifting a word. Because when you refuse to stoop down to the level of your enemies, you force them to confront the futility of their attacks. And let me tell you something powerful. When you learn to remain unmoved, you become unpredictable to those who seek to control you. The manipulator thrives on reaction. The deceiver depends on your emotional response. The enemy builds traps hoping you will step into them through anger, pride, or fear. But when you remain silent, when you remain anchored, when you remain steadfast in God, every trap is exposed and every scheme collapses. You outsmart not by force, not by noise, but by walking in a wisdom that cannot be shaken. When you stand in silence, trusting in the authority of God, you are not doing nothing. You are doing something greater than words could ever accomplish. Words can be twisted. Arguments can be misunderstood. But silence wrapped in faith is like a shield that cannot be penetrated. It is a fire that consumes every lie without you ever having to defend yourself. People may wonder why you did not reply, why you did not explain, why you did not retaliate. But what they fail to see is that your silence is not weakness. It is alignment with the higher wisdom of God, who fights battles beyond human understanding. Think of how many people have fallen into traps simply because they could not hold their tongue. They gave the enemy the very weapon that was later used against them. They allowed anger to guide their words and their pride to dictate their actions. But the wise soul, guided by the hand of God, learns restraint. Silence is not cowardice. It is a declaration that you will not be baited into foolishness. It is an announcement that you refuse to waste your energy on what does not build your soul. It is the mark of someone who knows that the only voice that matters is the voice of God. There is a reason God calls His people to be slow to speak, slow to anger, and quick to listen. Because the one who listens more than they speak, the one who observes more than they react, the one who discerns before they decide, this is the one who cannot be manipulated. You outsmart not by rushing into conflict, but by watching with clarity, by seeing what others cannot see, and by waiting on the guidance of God. People will wonder how you keep avoiding disaster, how you keep slipping out of traps, how you keep overcoming schemes. They do not realize that your silence gave you the vision to see what they could not. And your trust in God gave you the strength to act only when it truly mattered. There is power in patience. There is authority and restraint. The one who rushes to speak often exposes their own weakness, but the one who holds their peace reveals their mastery. Do you want to outsmart without speaking? Then guard your tongue like treasure, because the tongue can betray you in moments of anger. But silence will never betray you when you are standing in the presence of God. Silence gives space for God to reveal what is hidden. Silence gives room for your enemies to unravel themselves. Silence gives time for truth to surface without your interference. And in that waiting, in that surrender, in that stillness, you are outsmarting forces you cannot even see with your natural eyes. Have you noticed that sometimes the greatest reply to lies is no reply at all? Lies feed off attention. Gossip thrives on your response. Slander survives when you defend yourself. But when you give no fuel to their fire, it burns out on its own. And those who lied, those who mocked, those who accused, end up standing in the ashes of their own schemes while you walk away untouched. That is the brilliance of divine silence. It lets truth defend itself and lets God vindicate His people without you needing to lift your voice. This is why God's wisdom is not like human wisdom. Human wisdom says, prove yourself, show them they are wrong, speak so that everyone will know. But God's wisdom whispers, best still, wait, trust me, let me fight for you. And when you obey that voice, when you step back and let God step forward, the outcome will always be greater than anything you could have argued into existence. Outsmarting others without words is not about cleverness. It is about surrender. It is about letting your trust in God be so firm that you have no need to win arguments because you know God is writing the final word over your life. Do not misunderstand this silence. It is not the silence of fear. It is not the silence of intimidation. It is the silence of strength. The silence of a warrior who does not need to prove his weapon because the enemy already knows its power. The silence of a soul so secure in God that the noise of the world becomes irrelevant. The silence of one who understands that storms may rage, but the command of God stills every sea. When you live in that kind of silence, you do not need to say a word to outsmart anyone. The presence of God within you says more than words ever could. And let me tell you something deep. Silence can often be the loudest sermon you ever preach. Your refusal to engage in bitterness testifies of your trust in God. Your decision to walk away from foolish arguments speaks louder than shouting ever could. Your calmness in the face of hostility reveals that you are held by a power greater than anything on earth. Outsmarting without speaking is not about defeating others with tricks. It is about rising above them with faith. It is about walking at such a level with God that no one can drag you into the mud because your spirit refuses to be lowered. The silence of a God-centered soul pierces deeper than arguments, reaches further than debates, and carries more weight than the loudest voices. And those who try to belittle you, those who try to provoke you, those who try to manipulate you, they are the ones who will be exposed by their own noise. For in the end, it is not the noise that endures. It is the truth. And the truth always belongs to God. There are moments in life when the greatest show of strength is not in what you say, but in what you refuse to say. The human heart acts to defend itself, to explain, to justify, to lash back when wrong. But the soul that has surrendered to God learns a different kind of power. It learns the discipline of silence, the patience of restraint, the wisdom of waiting on God's timing. This is not silence born of fear, it is silence born of strength. It is the silence of someone who knows that every word spoken will one day be weighed in the balance of eternity, and therefore chooses carefully when to speak and when to remain still. To outsmart without speaking is to live with such spiritual discernment that your silence becomes a mirror in which others see the truth of their own hearts. When you choose silence in the face of conflict, you are not simply holding your tongue. You are holding on to the authority of God. You are refusing to let your emotions rule you. You are declaring that your spirit will not bow to the bait of anger. This kind of silence unsettles those who try to provoke you because they cannot control what they cannot predict. They expect an explosion, but they receive composure. They expect an argument, but they are met with peace. They expect retaliation, but they find themselves staring into the steady calm of someone anchored in God. That is how you outsmart without words, by breaking the cycle of reaction and standing in the stillness of divine strength. Do you realize that silence can often be a test of faith? God allows situations where people misjudge you, mistreat you, or misunderstand you, not so that you can rush to defend yourself, but so you can learn to trust Him as your defender. For it is written that vengeance belongs to God and He will repay. When you step back and let God step forward, you are testifying that you believe His justice is greater than your retaliation. Outsmarting others without words means letting your silence become a stage where God Himself acts on your behalf. And when God fights for you, there is no enemy who can prevail. Consider how silence gives you vision. When everyone else is talking, when arguments are flying, when the noise is deafening, silence becomes your sanctuary. In silence, you hear the whispers of God's guidance. In silence, you see the motives that words often conceal. In silence, you gain the perspective that others miss in their rush to speak. The one who practices silence becomes the one who sees deeper, who discerns clearer, who understands more. And when you see what others cannot, you outsmart them without saying a word. This is why the wise have always cherished restraint. The fool is known by his many words, but the wise are marked by their careful silence. To speak when necessary is wisdom, but to remain silent when words are futile is greater wisdom still. Outsmarting others without words requires humility. The humility to let God's truth shine brighter than your defense. It requires discipline. The discipline to master your emotions and submit them to God. It requires courage. The courage to walk away from arguments that add no value to your soul. And in that humility, that discipline, that courage, you rise above the schemes of those who sought to entangle you. Think of how many battles you have fought with your tongue that left you weary, wounded, and empty. Now imagine how many battles could have been avoided had you chosen silence and entrusted the outcome to God. Silence does not mean surrender. It means strategy. It means allowing God to work in ways your words could never achieve. For your words can only reach ears, but God's power reaches hearts. Your arguments can only influence minds, but God's presence transforms souls. That is why silence in faith is stronger than speech in pride. Do not be mistaken. Silence is not always easy. It takes more strength to remain quiet than to retaliate. It takes more courage to let go than to fight back. It takes more faith to trust God with your defense than to craft your own. But the reward of silence is immeasurable. It brings peace where there could have been chaos. It brings dignity where there could have been disgrace. It brings victory where there could have been defeat. Outsmarting without words is not about winning debates. It is about winning the higher battle for your soul, for your peace, for your destiny. And let us not forget the power of presence. There are times when simply standing in the strength of God's Spirit speaks louder than any argument. Your calmness becomes a sermon. Your composure becomes a lesson. Your silence becomes a testimony. Those who try to provoke you are left disarmed because they cannot fight someone who refuses to descend to their level. They cannot manipulate someone who is anchored in God. They cannot trap someone who has chosen restraint over reaction. And so without ever raising your voice, you outsmart them. The beauty of this wisdom is that it transcends human cunning. Outsmarting without words is not about deception. It is about revelation. It is about letting God's truth reveal itself through your restraint. It is about letting the fruit of patience grow in the soil of your silence. It is about showing the world that the strongest voice is often the one that does not speak, but allows God's presence to echo louder than words. There are victories that can never be won with words because words are too small to carry the weight of divine wisdom. There are battles that can never be won with arguments because arguments only stir more conflict. But there are triumphs that are won in silence. The silence that is filled with faith. The silence that trusts the hand of God. The silence that knows peace is more powerful than retaliation. That kind of silence is not passive. It is active. It is the silence of someone who is firmly rooted, like a tree planted by streams of water, unshaken by the storms, unbent by the winds. To outsmart without words is to live as though you already know the final outcome, because your confidence is not in the voices of people, but in the eternal voice of God. When someone lies about you, you may feel the urge to explain. When someone mocks you, you may feel the temptation to fight back. When someone misunderstands you, your pride cries out for correction. Yet the soul surrendered to God knows that defending itself is not always necessary. Sometimes the greatest defense is no defense at all. For when you remain silent, you allow God to speak on your behalf in ways you never could. You allow Him to work in the shadows, revealing truth in His timing, exposing schemes without your interference. Outsmarting without words is not running from conflict. It is rising above it, refusing to play the games of those who thrive on chaos. Your silence is a mystery to your enemies. They cannot comprehend it. They provoke you to see your reaction, but when you remain calm, it unsettles them. They accuse you, but when you do not respond, their accusations echo back upon themselves. They slander you, but when you stay still, their words lose power, drifting into emptiness. And the more you remain anchored in God, the more their efforts collapse because they have no control over you. Outsmarting without words strips away their power by refusing to feed it. It leaves them wrestling with their own conscience while you remain at peace. This is why silence is often described as golden. It is golden not because it is rare, but because it is invaluable. In silence, you preserve your energy for what truly matters. In silence you guard your soul against bitterness. In silence you gain clarity about your path. In silence you declare that your faith is greater than your fear, and your trust in God is stronger than your need for approval. That silence becomes a shield that no enemy can break and a sword that cuts through the fog of deception. Without saying a word, you outsmart those who sought to entrap you. Understand this: the one who reacts loses control, but the one who restrains gains control. Reaction is a sign of weakness, but restraint is a sign of strength. The person who controls their words shows mastery over themselves, and mastery over self is mastery over circumstance. If you can hold your tongue when provoked, you are stronger than the one who conquers cities. If you can keep your peace when attacked, you are greater than the one who wins wars. Because the greatest battle is not against others. It is against your own impulses. And when you learn to win that battle, you have already risen above the world. Silence also trains your heart to hear not only the voices of people, but the gentle whispers of God. For in quietness He speaks. In stillness He unveils. In the waiting He directs. Many never encounter His voice because they are too busy filling the silence with their own noise. But the quiet soul perceives what the restless one cannot. Outsmarting without words is not merely about how you handle others. It is about aligning yourself to draw wisdom straight from the one who knows all things. When God's voice becomes louder to you than the opinions of people, you will walk in discernment that no lie can endure. Consider how silence exposes the intentions of others. When you refuse to engage, when you do not rise to their provocations, when you do not answer their accusations, their true nature becomes clear. The liar reveals themselves without your interference. The manipulator entangles themselves without your effort. The deceiver falls into their own trap without your involvement. By saying nothing, you shine a light on what is hidden. Because lies cannot stand without resistance. They crumble under their own weight when given no attention. In this way, your silence is not empty. It is powerful. It is a mirror that forces others to face themselves. And yet, silence does not mean you are voiceless. In truth, your silence speaks louder than words ever could. It says, I trust God. It says, I will not stoop to foolishness. It says, I am not bound by your opinion of me. It says, my peace cannot be stolen because my peace comes from God. This message resounds louder than shouting, clearer than arguments, stronger than explanations. It is the voice of your spirit declaring the sovereignty of God over your life. Do not think that silence leaves you powerless. Silence in the hands of a faithful soul is the greatest power of all. It confuses the enemy. It unsettles the mocker. It humbles the proud. And it glorifies God because it shows that your trust is not in human defense, but in divine protection. To outsmart without words is to live so fully in the confidence of God that you no longer need to prove yourself. Your life proves it. Your peace proves it. Your silence proves it. There comes a time when silence becomes the highest expression of strength, because in that silence you are saying, I will not be mastered by anger. I will not be led by pride. I will not be governed by fear. I am guided only by the hand of God. Outsmarting without words is the art of letting your spirit stand taller than your voice. It is the decision to let your actions, your composure, and your unshakable trust in God speak more powerfully than anything you could ever say. The one who argues may win the moment, but the one who is silent in faith wins eternity. because their victory is not built on human approval, but on divine assurance. When you keep your peace, you place your trust in the one who sees every hidden scheme. People may conspire, but God uncovers. They may plot, but God dismantles. They may raise their voices against you, but God silences them in His time. That is why you do not need to answer every insult. You do not need to correct every rumor. You do not need to fight for every ounce of recognition. When you belong to God, He Himself will vindicate you. Outsmarting without words is the refusal to descend into battles that God has already won on your behalf. Silence also preserves your dignity. Words can be twisted, but dignity is untouchable when rooted in God. People may not understand why you stay quiet, but in time they will respect it. They may call it weakness, but in time they will see it as wisdom. They may misinterpret it, but eventually the truth will shine. This is because silence is not about how others perceive you. It is about how you carry yourself before God. To remain calm under pressure, to stay composed when attacked, to walk away when provoked. This is the dignity of a soul that knows its worth in God and does not need validation from men. There is a silence that defeats arguments, and there is a silence that disarms enemies. But there is also a silence that teaches you. In silence, you learn to measure your thoughts before they become words. In silence, you see the difference between what is urgent and what is important. In silence, you grow in patience, in humility, in clarity. Outsmarting without words is not only about handling others, it is about shaping yourself. It is about becoming so rooted in God's wisdom that you no longer waste your breath on what is meaningless, but invest your words only where they bear fruit. Imagine two people in conflict. One is loud, shouting, desperate to win the argument. The other is quiet, composed, steady as a rock. Which one looks stronger? Which one commands the room? It is always the one who is calm. Why? Because calmness reveals confidence, and confidence comes from knowing you are backed by God. Those who are loud betray their insecurity, but those who are silent reveal their strength. This is why silence is not weakness. It is a declaration of faith. It is saying, I do not fear your opinion. I do not bow to your accusations. I know who I am in God, and I will not be moved. Never forget that silence is also a weapon of peace. Arguments escalate when words multiply, but arguments die when silence is chosen. Enemies expect retaliation, but when you give none, they are left powerless. Gossip spreads through conversation, but when you stay quiet, it dies in the air. Hatred thrives on reaction, but when you do not react, it suffocates. This is why silence outsmarts. It ends battles without fighting them. It kills flames without feeding them. It turns conflict into emptiness. And the emptiness left behind is filled by the presence of God. The wise understand that not every truth must be spoken immediately. Sometimes silence is the womb in which truth matures. Sometimes God hides His plans in silence until the perfect moment. If God Himself works in silence, why do we believe that speaking quickly is always the answer? Outsmarting without words is to trust that God's timing is perfect. That He will reveal, He will expose, He will defend in the exact moment that will bring Him the most glory. Until then, you remain still, waiting on Him, letting silence testify of your faith. And here is a mystery. Silence often speaks to hearts that words could never reach. The way you hold your peace under attack can pierce the conscience of your enemy. The way you refuse to fight back can convict the one who sought to provoke you. The way you stand calm can plant seeds of wonder in those who witness it. People may not remember your arguments, but they will remember your composure. They may forget what you said, but they will not forget how you carried yourself. That memory will linger, echoing louder than any speech, because it carries the fragrance of God's presence. There is a wisdom that cannot be purchased with gold, a strength that cannot be found in armies, a power that cannot be measured by titles. It is the wisdom of silence, the strength of restraint, the power of self-control under the authority of God. Outsmarting without words is not merely a strategy. It is a spiritual posture. It is the ability to stand in the middle of chaos without letting chaos enter you. It is the ability to hear lies without feeling the need to chase them down. It is the ability to face slander without bowing to the pressure of defending yourself. This wisdom is not learned from books nor taught by the world. It is gifted to those who walk with God, who surrender their pride, and who place their full trust in Him. Understand this. Silence in the hands of a believer is not emptiness. It is fullness. It is full of trust, full of patience, full of dignity, full of peace. Silence says, I do not need to speak because God is speaking for me. Silence says, I will not react because God is acting on my behalf. Silence says, I will not waste my energy on what does not matter because God is my focus. When you walk in that kind of silence, you disarm every enemy. You confuse every critic. You frustrate every manipulator because you refuse to play by their rules. Your silence is not weakness. It is wisdom forged in the fire of faith. The world teaches you that to win, you must always have the last word, but God teaches you that sometimes victory belongs to those who do not speak at all. The world tells you that strength is shown by shouting louder, but God shows you that true strength is proven by standing calmer. The world says you must fight back to prove your worth, but God whispers, be still, and I will prove it for you. When you align yourself with that divine wisdom, you step into a level of power that no argument, no debate, no confrontation can take away. That is how you outsmart. By refusing to be dragged into battles that do not deserve your soul. Look around at those who constantly fight with their words. Their energy drains, their peace fades, their joy disappears, their hearts grow bitter. And yet, look at the one who remains quiet, who entrusts everything to God, who chooses stillness over strife. Their spirit shines. Their dignity remains. Their peace flows like a river. Outsmarting without words is not about ignoring reality. It is about refusing to let reality control you. It is about being so deeply anchored in God that the storms outside never shake the calm within. Even nature teaches this truth. The mountains do not speak, yet they declare strength. The rivers do not argue, yet they carve valleys. The stars do not shout, yet they illuminate the night. In silence they reveal the greatness of God. So too with you, when you walk in silence before God, your presence alone becomes a testimony. Without raising your voice, you show that you belong to a power greater than anything on earth. Without uttering a word, you reveal that you are led not by fear, but by faith. There is also a silence that preserves your destiny. Many lives are destroyed because words were spoken in haste. Secrets were revealed in anger, or promises were broken in pride. But when you master silence, you protect your future. You do not reveal your every plan because you know not everyone who listens wishes you well. You do not share your every dream because you understand that some are waiting to sabotage it. Outsmarting without words is also about discretion. about knowing that sometimes the holiest thing you can do is keep what God has placed in your heart between you and Him until He decides to reveal it. Silence does not mean inactivity. In silence you pray. In silence you think. In silence you plan. In silence you wait on the guidance of God. And then when the time is right, your actions speak louder than any argument ever could. Outsmarting without words is not about doing nothing. It is about doing the right thing at the right time, guided not by emotion, but by God. While others are busy reacting, you are preparing. While others are wasting energy, you are conserving strength. While others are scattering their focus, you are centering yours on God. And when the moment comes, your victory is undeniable. But here is something deeper. Silence is not only a shield, it is also a mirror. It reflects back the hearts of those around you. When you stay silent, people reveal themselves. The liar will keep lying until they entangle themselves. The accuser will keep accusing until their falsehood becomes obvious. The manipulator will keep pushing until their motives are exposed. You did not need to argue. You did not need to fight. You did not need to defend. Your silence allowed their own actions to reveal the truth. That is why silence is not weakness. It is wisdom that lets time and truth do the work for you. And do not forget, silence is an act of worship. When you hold your tongue rather than speaking in anger, you honor God. When you choose stillness instead of chaos, you honor God. When you refuse to gossip, to slander, to retaliate, you honor God. Outsmarting without words is not just about dealing with people. It is about living in such a way that every choice reflects your trust in God. That trust is the foundation of your silence. That trust is what makes your silence stronger than any argument. That trust is what turns your silence into victory. There is a reason God calls us to guard our tongues, because the tongue can set entire forests on fire, but silence can extinguish flames before they begin. The tongue can cut like a sword, but silence can shield like armor. The tongue can ruin reputations, but silence can preserve destiny. Outsmarting without words is the art of holding back what could harm you, of withholding what could weaken you, and of allowing God to be your voice when your voice is not needed. For when you remain silent in faith, you are declaring that you trust His wisdom more than your impulses, His justice more than your pride, His timing more than your urgency. Many people mistake silence for defeat. They think that if you do not reply, you have lost. They assume that if you do not argue, you have surrendered. But what they do not understand is that silence is often the victory itself. It is not surrender. It is strategy. It is not weakness. It is strength refined by patience. Silence is not losing. It is allowing the truth to win without your interference. You do not need to rush to correct every misunderstanding when you believe in God's timing. You do not need to scramble to fight every accusation when you trust that God is your defender. Silence is not about abandoning the fight. It is about recognizing that the fight does not always belong to you, but to God. And this silence is not empty. It is filled with vision. In silence, you can see what others miss. You can see the traps that anger hides. You can see the motives behind the words. You can see the doors that God is opening even while others are trying to close them. People who rush to speak cannot see beyond the moment, but the one who waits silently sees beyond the surface. Silence sharpens your spiritual eyesight. It allows you to discern what is hidden beneath the noise. It grants you wisdom to recognize what others overlook. Outsmarting without words means letting silence train your eyes to see what noise always blinds. Have you noticed how silence protects peace? When you refuse to reply to bitterness, you protect your peace. When you choose not to argue with fools, you protect your peace. When you hold back your words in moments of anger, you protect your peace. And peace is priceless because peace is the evidence of God's presence within you. The enemy does not simply want your words, he wants your peace. He wants you so agitated that you cannot think, so angry that you cannot pray, so defensive that you cannot rest. But silence denies him that victory. Silence says, "You cannot have my peace, because my peace comes from God, and I will not give it away for the price of an argument." Do not underestimate the power of walking away. Sometimes the most intelligent move is to withdraw, to step aside, to let silence speak where your words are not required. The one who knows when to walk away is wiser than the one who insists on fighting every battle. To walk away is not to quit. It is to choose your battles carefully. It is to say, "This is not worth my soul. This is not worth my peace. This is not worth my destiny." Outsmarting without words often means knowing when to let go, knowing when to remain still, knowing when to trust that God will do what you cannot, and think of how silence humbles the proud. When someone tries to provoke you and you do not respond, they grow frustrated. When someone mocks you and you do not answer, they are unsettled. When someone tries to pull you into chaos, but you refuse, they are left standing alone in their noise. Your silence magnifies their emptiness. Your calmness exposes their insecurity. Your restraint shines a light on their lack of control. Without lifting a word, you have outsmarted them because their schemes crumble without your reaction to hold them together. This is why silence is powerful. It dismantles the plans of the enemy without a single word spoken. But silence is not only about protecting yourself from others. It is about aligning yourself with God. When you stay silent, you make space for His voice to be heard. When you stop talking, you can start listening. And in those quiet moments, He gives you wisdom that no debate could provide, strength that no argument could bring, and clarity that no shouting could reveal. The silent soul is the listening soul, and the listening soul becomes the discerning soul. Outsmarting without words is therefore not about cleverness. It is about surrender. It is about letting your silence become the ground where God plants His wisdom. There is also a silence that reveals maturity. Children argue over everything, but maturity knows when to stay quiet. The immature shout to be heard, but the mature understand that not every voice needs to be raised. Maturity says, "I will not let anger control me. I will not let pride rule me. I will not let foolishness define me." That is the silence of maturity, and it is the silence that outsmarts the world. For the one who is silent in wisdom is greater than the one who is loud in folly. So let your silence be intentional. Let it be filled with faith, not fear. Let it be grounded in strength, not weakness. Let it be guided by wisdom, not pride. When you walk in this kind of silence, you do not need to announce your strength. People see it. You do not need to explain your peace. People feel it. You do not need to declare your dignity. People recognize it. Without saying a word, you carry an authority that cannot be denied because it is not yours alone. It is God's presence within you. And so, my friend, remember this truth. The strongest voice is not always the loudest one. The greatest victory is not always the most public one. And the most powerful weapon is not always forged in words. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is to be still. Sometimes the highest strength is to remain silent. Sometimes the most effective way to outsmart those around you is not to argue, not to fight, not to explain, but to trust in the one who sees all, knows all, and governs all. Silence rooted in faith is not weakness. It is a declaration that you are led by God. It is a sign that you will not be shaken by the storms of accusation, that you will not be provoked into battles unworthy of your soul, that you will not be moved by the noise of this world. When you embrace silence, you are declaring, "My foundation is in God, and nothing can rob me of His peace." That is the wellspring of true strength. So let your quietness carry honor. Let your patience be proof of your confidence in Him. Let your calm spirit shine as the image of the one who upholds you. Do not fear what others may say, for God already knows the truth. Do not let the clamor of the world unsettle you, for He is your safe place. Do not waste your energy on fruitless fights, for God has destined far greater victories for you. Conquer not with sharp words, but with faith that cannot be moved. Conquer not with debates, but with silence soaked in wisdom. Conquer not by lowering yourself to their level, but by standing secure on God's ground. And when the noise dies away, when critics have no more to say, when every plan against you crumbles, your very life will testify that God never left your side. That is the greatest victory. To overcome without uttering a word, because your silence was never empty. It was filled with His strength, His wisdom, and His power. You are about to step into marriage. Hear this closely. Your actions must remain private. Not everyone around you is entitled to know your steps. Not every hand clapping is clapping out of genuine love. There are eyes waiting for you to falter, ears eager to twist your words, and hearts pretending to care while secretly hoping for your fall. This is why, in a season of such transformation, you must realize that silence is your shield, and secrecy is a gift of wisdom from God. When God prepares to lift you into a new chapter, He often calls you to walk softly so that no envy, no whisper of jealousy, and no malicious plan can disrupt the blessing being formed. Marriage is not merely a ceremony. It is not merely a celebration. It is a sacred covenant, a holy union where two souls are joined by God's will and mercy. It is one of the greatest shifts of your entire life. And because of that, it is also one of the most delicate seasons of your journey. Whenever something sacred is about to be birthed, the forces of darkness rise to resist it. Whenever a blessing is about to bloom, there will always be those who try to pluck it before it flowers. That is why your move must be hidden until it is firm, until it is sealed, until no man or woman can undo what God has ordained. Some of you are far too quick to announce your joy, too quick to broadcast your plans, too quick to tell the world what you are about to do. But hear me, not everyone deserves a front, roused seat in the theater of your destiny. Some people only come to watch so they can mock. Others come to witness so they can sabotage. And some appear as supporters. Yet they carry seeds of doubt, discouragement, and envy. When God is moving you into marriage, He is moving you into a covenant so holy that only those He chooses should stand close. Your secret is not cowardice, it is wisdom. Your silence is not weakness, it is protection. Your discretion is not fear, it is obedience to the divine rhythm of God's timing. Do not confuse transparency with foolishness. Do not mistake openness for wisdom. God calls you to be discerning. Even the strongest trees grow silently before they show their fruit. Even the brightest stars move quietly in the heavens. Even the most powerful rivers carve their way in silence before roaring into waterfalls. Your marriage must first be planted in secrecy, watered in silence, and protected in prayer before it is displayed to the world. Because if you expose the seed too early, the storms of envy, gossip, and malice may uproot what has not yet been given the chance to grow. This moment requires you to trust God more than people, to lean on His understanding, not the opinions of friends or the approval of relatives. Your marriage is not for their entertainment. It is for God's glory. Your move is not for their applause. It is for God's purpose. And if God has called you to walk quietly, then walk quietly. If God has told you to seal your lips, then seal them. If God has warned you that not every ear should hear, then honor His warning. Because one act of obedience can protect you from 1,000 hidden arrows. One moment of silence can shield you from 10,000 poisonous tongues. And one secret move can preserve a covenant that will carry you through a lifetime. God sees the hidden enemies you cannot see. God hears the conversations you are not privy to. God knows the schemes being planned in the shadows while you rest. And so when He whispers to you, move in silence. He is not withholding your joy. He is protecting it. He is not stealing your celebration. He is preparing it. He is not silencing your voice. He is strengthening your foundation. Too many marriages are broken not because the couple failed, but because they exposed too much too soon. They let too many hands touch what was sacred. They let too many tongues speak into what was holy. They allowed envy to infiltrate their covenant before it was even sealed. Do not repeat their mistake. You must understand when you are on the edge of a blessing, the battle intensifies. Darkness tries harder to distract you, discourage you, and derail you. That is why secrecy is not optional. It is spiritual warfare. The less the enemy knows, the weaker his grip. The quieter your move, the stronger your defense. The more you trust God and not man, the firmer your foundation becomes. Oh, marriage is not just a social contract. It is a divine battlefield. And if you are careless with your preparation, careless with your exposure, careless with your secrecy, you hand the enemy weapons he did not even earn. But if you hold fast to God's wisdom, if you move when He says move and speak only what He allows, then no scheme, no curse, no jealous heart, no poisonous tongue will be able to undo what God Himself has joined together. Let me tell you something straight from the depths of truth. This moment in your life is not an ordinary moment. This is not just another step. This is not just another season. This is the crossing of a threshold, the entering into a covenant, the stepping into a destiny that will shape the rest of your days. But listen, your move must be a secret. Not everyone clapping for you is clapping for your joy. Not every smile is genuine. Not every voice that says congratulations is truly happy for you. Some celebrate loudly while quietly plotting your downfall. Some nod in approval but carry envy in their hearts. And that is why God is telling you right now, move in silence. Keep your steps hidden and let only His timing reveal what He has already ordained. Do you know why secrecy is so powerful? Because what people cannot see, they cannot spoil. What the envious cannot trace, they cannot sabotage. What the jealous cannot grasp, they cannot poison. A seed that is hidden in the soil grows without disturbance. A root that is covered deep beneath the ground cannot be trampled. And so must your marriage be conceived in quietness, nurtured in silence, and revealed only when God says now. The enemy thrives on information. The jealous survive on whispers. Those who wish you harm live off your transparency. But if you close your lips, if you guard your heart, if you hide your plans under the wings of God, then no weapon formed against you shall prosper. No gossip can derail you, and no enemy can touch the covenant God has already sealed. Let me tell you something deeper. Marriage is not a social contract. It is a holy covenant. It is not for the entertainment of others. It is for the glory of God. When two souls come together, bound not by man but by God's divine will, the earth shifts, destinies merge, and legacies are birthed. That is why it is sacred. That is why it is spiritual warfare. That is why the enemy rises to destroy it before it begins. And that is why God whispers into your spirit, "Be silent, my child. Guard this union until I make it strong enough to withstand the storm." You see, there is a danger in speaking too soon. Some of you are so eager to share your happiness that you expose your treasure before it has even been secured. You announce your blessing while it is still vulnerable, and in doing so, you invite forces that do not deserve to know. But wisdom says, hold back. Wisdom says, protect it. Wisdom says, silence is your weapon. Look at the great works of God. The tallest trees rise in silence. The rivers carve valleys without noise. The stars move across the heavens without announcing their journey. Strength grows in silence. Power moves quietly. Destiny unfolds without needing applause. And so must your marriage be guarded, concealed, and hidden until it is strong enough to be revealed. Do not be fooled by those who demand to know your every step. Not every relative, not every friend, not every co-worker deserves access to your plans. Some need only to see the fruit, not the seed. Some need only to see the covenant after it is sealed, not while it is being prepared. Because if you let the wrong people into your circle, their doubts become your burden, their envy becomes your battle, and their words become poison in your soul. But if you keep it between you, your partner, and God, then nothing on this earth can uproot what has been planted. God's timing is perfect. God's wisdom is flawless. God's protection is sure. When He tells you to keep quiet, it is not to punish you. It is to protect you. When He says, hide this, it is not to silence your joy. It is to secure it. When He instructs you to move secretly, it is because He knows the eyes watching you are not all friendly. The ears listening to you are not all pure. And the hearts surrounding you are not all clean. Trust Him. Obey Him. And you will see that silence will protect what excitement would have destroyed. When God sets you apart for something holy, He does not always call you to trumpet it before the world. He calls you into the quiet place, into the secret chamber, into that hidden walk where only He knows the steps you are taking. Many of you long for approval, for affirmation, for the applause of others. But what is the applause of man compared to the approval of God? What is the fleeting cheer of people compared to the eternal well done of your Creator? Your marriage is not meant to be paraded before the world as a spectacle. It is meant to be sanctified, blessed, and strengthened under the shadow of the Almighty before it is ever placed before human eyes. That is why your move must be hidden. Your preparation must be silent and your steps must be guarded. There is a reason God often moves His people in secret before displaying them in public. Look at how rivers begin, not as mighty torrents, but as small hidden springs tucked away in the folds of the earth. Look at how mountains rise, not overnight, but silently over countless years, their strength hidden until their peaks pierce the sky. Look at how a child is formed, not in public, but in the unseen sanctuary of the womb, nourished and protected until the day of birth. If creation itself testifies that greatness begins in secret, why should your marriage be any different? Why should your covenant be exposed before it has been fully formed by the hands of God? There are eyes upon you that are not filled with love. There are ears open to you that are not eager for your good. There are hearts that wait not to bless, but to curse. And that is why God, in His infinite wisdom, commands you to guard what is holy, to protect what is sacred, and to conceal what is precious. Not everyone should know the hour you will move. Not everyone should know the day you will unite. Not everyone deserves to step into the sanctuary of what God is weaving together. This is not selfishness. This is not pride. This is obedience to God's call for discernment. Some will question your secrecy. They will ask, "Why didn't you tell me?" They will complain, "Why was I left out?" They will murmur, "Why wasn't I given access?" But remember this, not every question deserves an answer. Not every complaint deserves your attention, and not every murmurer deserves your energy. You are not accountable to man. You are accountable to God. Your marriage is not theirs to approve. It is God's to bless. And when He blesses, His blessing outweighs every human opinion, silences every human doubt, and triumphs over every human envy. Hear me now. Silence does not mean weakness, and secrecy does not mean fear. Silence is the language of wisdom, and secrecy is the shield of holiness. When you close your mouth, you starve the gossip. When you keep your plans hidden, you disarm the envious. When you walk quietly, you confuse the enemy. The adversary thrives on foreknowledge. His schemes are strengthened by the details you carelessly release. But when you trust God enough to hold your tongue, you strip the enemy of his weapon. He cannot attack what he does not know. He cannot strike what he cannot see. He cannot curse what he cannot trace. That is why your silence is not just wise. It is warfare. Do not underestimate how fragile new beginnings can be. A candle just lit can be blown out by the smallest gust. A seed just planted can be uprooted by the lightest touch. A house under construction can be ruined by the wrong builders. And so it is with your marriage. In its early days, it must be protected fiercely, hidden carefully, and guarded diligently. This is not the time for open display. This is not the time for careless exposure. This is the time for prayer, for fasting, for seeking God's face, for laying a foundation so deep that no storm can shake it. Because when the foundation is set by God in secret, the structure can withstand anything in public. I tell you with all the conviction in my soul, there are blessings that die because they were exposed too soon. There are covenants that crumble because they were left open to the words of doubters and the eyes of the envious. There are unions that collapse because they were not first rooted in the private chambers of God's presence. Do not let your story become one of them. Let your testimony be different. Let your marriage be the kind that was hidden in prayer, strengthened in silence, and revealed only in God's timing. God is not a God of confusion. He is not a God of half-finished work. When He begins a thing, He brings it to completion. And so, if He has begun this marriage in you, trust Him enough to let Him finish it without interference. Trust Him enough to move when He says move and stay silent when He says stay silent. Trust Him enough to believe that His covering is better than human applause, His protection stronger than human support, and His wisdom greater than human advice. You are not hiding out of fear. You are hiding under the shadow of the Almighty. You are not silent because you lack courage. You are silent because you have discernment. You are not secretive because you are ashamed. You are secretive because you are wise. And mark this well, the same mouths that demand to know your plans will be the same mouths that twist them if you reveal them. The same ears that beg to hear your story will be the same ears that spread it as gossip. The same eyes that pretend to admire will be the same eyes that search for flaws. Protect yourself. Protect your partner. Protect your covenant. You do not need to answer every question. You do not need to satisfy every curiosity. You do not need to feed every hungry ear. All you need to do is obey God, trust His timing, and walk in the assurance that if He is for you, no one can be against you. There comes a time in life when you must understand that not every journey is meant to be shared with the multitude. There are roads you must walk with God alone. There are seasons you must pass through quietly, without announcing every step, without displaying every detail, without opening your heart to every passerby. And marriage, my friend, is one of those sacred seasons when God is preparing you to join with another soul. He is not just preparing a wedding day, He is preparing a destiny, a covenant, a future that will carry weight in the generations to come. And because it is so weighty, it must be carried carefully. Because it is so precious, it must be guarded fiercely. Because it is so holy, it must be concealed until the appointed time. Do not think secrecy means shame. Do not confuse hiddenness with dishonor. No, secrecy is the language of protection. Hiddenness is the method of preservation, and silence is the garment of wisdom. When God calls you to walk this path in secret, He is not robbing you of joy. He is wrapping your joy in His protection. He is not holding you back. He is holding you safe. He is not withholding celebration. He is preparing you for a greater celebration, one untouched by the hands of envy and the whispers of malice. Think for a moment about the eyes that watch you. Do you not know that some watch with curiosity, others with suspicion, and some with jealousy burning silently within? If you expose your plans to every eye, you invite their gaze to weigh heavily upon your soul. The envious will secretly hope you fail, the doubtful will quietly question your readiness, and the malicious will seek ways to disturb your peace. But if you conceal your steps under the covering of God, if you let Him be your shield and your guide, then no eye can curse what God has blessed. No tongue can undo what God has spoken, and no enemy can hinder what God has ordained. Marriage is not about proving yourself to others. It is about obeying the call of God. It is not about satisfying their expectations. It is about aligning yourself with His will. You do not owe anyone the details of your journey, but you owe God your trust, your obedience, and your reverence. Too often we spend our energy trying to explain ourselves to people who will never understand the depth of God's work in us. Too often we waste precious time giving answers to those who only ask so they can criticize, so they can doubt, so they can undermine. Free yourself from that trap. You are not accountable to them. You are accountable to God and God alone. When you move in silence, you are not being cowardly. You are being wise. When you keep your plans hidden, you are not running from people. You are running toward God's protection. When you shield your covenant from careless exposure, you are not robbing others of joy. You are ensuring that nothing corrupts the joy God has prepared for you. The truth is, many marriages collapse because they were built on the opinions of people instead of the foundation of God. Too much weight was placed on pleasing others. Too much energy was spent on satisfying expectations. Too much importance was given to approval. But hear me, approval is fragile. Expectations shift like sand and opinions fade. Only God is unchanging. Only God is firm. Only God is eternal. Build on Him, not on them. And know this: silence is not just protection, it is power. Have you ever noticed that the most powerful things in creation move silently? The earth spins without noise, yet its movement sustains all life. Seeds sprout in the darkness of the soil without announcement, yet they rise to feed the nations. The heart beats in the hidden place of the chest without fanfare, yet it sustains the body. The greatest forces in life are unseen, unheard, unnoticed until their fruit appears. So let your marriage be. Let it grow in silence. Let it be strengthened in secret. Let it be nurtured in prayer until it is unshakable. Then, when it is revealed, it will stand firm against every storm. It will flourish under every test, and it will radiate the glory of God untouched by the whispers of men. Do not be deceived into thinking that everyone deserves to walk with you into this covenant. Some people are only meant to watch from a distance. Some are meant to celebrate when the time is right, but not to participate in the preparation. Others are not meant to be there at all. Discernment is the gift God gives to separate the true from the false, the genuine from the counterfeit, the faithful from the deceitful. And if God has placed the conviction in your heart to move quietly, to reveal only in His time, then obey without hesitation. Obedience today will protect your tomorrow. Yes, there will be those who murmur, who question, who even accuse you of arrogance because you kept your plans hidden. But remember, Noah built the ark in obedience to God while the people mocked him. Abraham moved to a land he did not know without explaining himself to the world. Prophets walked in obedience while others ridiculed their silence. God's ways are not man's ways. And those who walk with God must be willing to look foolish in the eyes of men in order to be wise in the eyes of heaven. Let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them question. It does not matter. What matters is that you walk in obedience. For obedience is greater than explanation, and God's approval is greater than man's applause. So let your move be a secret. Let your covenant be guarded. Let your steps be hidden until the day God Himself reveals what He has brought together. And when that day comes, when the covenant is sealed, when the blessing is released, when the union is displayed, those who doubted will have no choice but to witness the glory of God upon your life. Those who envied will see that their envy was powerless. Those who mocked will see that their words were empty. And you will stand firm, not because you bowed to people, but because you bowed to God. When God calls you into marriage, He is not simply inviting you into the joining of two bodies. He is bringing together two destinies, two purposes, two souls, that from this moment forward will walk as one. That is why this step must never be taken lightly and never displayed carelessly. The weight of such a covenant is far too sacred to be placed at the mercy of idle voices. Marriage is not merely about affection that feels good for a season. It is about a union designed to withstand storms, to produce fruit, and to glorify God above everything else. Because of its sacredness, it demands preparation born out of prayer, sealed in obedience, and kept hidden in the secret place until the moment God chooses to reveal it. Holiness is not only about shielding from jealousy, it is about purification. When you quietly surrender something to God, you allow Him to shape it, refine it, and strip away what does not belong. A covenant nurtured in silence is a covenant covered in prayer. And prayer is where battles are fought and victories are won long before the day arrives. Do not underestimate the unseen preparation. Do not despise the quiet hours spent seeking God's face asking for His guidance, crying out for His blessing. For it is in those moments that your marriage is fortified with a strength the world cannot see. When you prepare in prayer, you invite God to be the architect of your marriage. And let me tell you, what God builds, no man can tear down. What God blesses, no enemy can curse. What God establishes, no storm can shake. You may not see the full picture now, but every secret prayer is laying a stone. Every tear in the night is watering the foundation. Every moment of fasting is strengthening the walls. By the time your marriage is revealed, it will not be fragile. It will be unshakable. It will not be shallow. It will be deeply rooted. It will not be ordinary. It will be holy. Too often people rush into marriage with excitement, but without preparation. They are eager for the ceremony, but careless with the covenant. They want the applause of people, but neglect the approval of God. And what happens? Their foundation is weak, their bond is shallow, their covenant is easily shaken. Do not follow that path. Let your preparation be deeper than your announcement. Let your prayer be stronger than your excitement. Let your hidden work in God be greater than your visible celebration before people. Because what you hide with God will always be greater than what you reveal before man. This is why your move must be a secret, because secrecy forces you to depend not on public opinion, but on divine direction. It forces you to seek not the voice of people, but the voice of God. It forces you to anchor your marriage in something greater than human validation. And when that is your foundation, no storm, no gossip, no envy, no attack can uproot what God Himself has planted. But secrecy also requires discernment. It requires you to know who can be trusted with your journey and who cannot. Not every friend deserves access. Not every relative should be included. Not every voice should be invited into the holy chambers of your preparation. Some are there to pray for you. Others are there to pull you down. Some are there to encourage you. Others are there to sow doubt. And if you are not discerning, you will allow poisonous words to contaminate holy soil. That is why you must ask God daily, show me who belongs and show me who does not. When you walk with His discernment, you will see clearly the difference between those who clap with pure hearts and those who clap with hidden envy. Remember, secrecy is not meant to last forever. It is not meant to hide your joy eternally. It is meant to protect until the appointed time. God does not hide things from you to punish you. He hides them for you to protect you. And when the season is right, when the covenant is ready, when the foundation is firm, He Himself will display it. And when God displays something, it shines brighter. It lasts longer. It carries glory that no man can take away. What is revealed in God's timing will always be greater than what is revealed in man's impatience. So walk quietly, but walk confidently. Hide your steps, but hide them in prayer. Guard your covenant, but guard it with faith. For in the hiddenness, God is working. In the secrecy, God is building. In the silence, God is speaking. And when the day comes for you to stand before the world as one, your testimony will not be that you were clever, but that you were obedient. It will not be that you outsmarted envy, but that you trusted God. It will not be that you moved cautiously, but that you moved faithfully. And that testimony will carry you through every season that lies ahead. Your marriage will not be tested by applause on the wedding day. It will be tested by the storms that come after. And if your foundation is not hidden in God, those storms will expose every weakness. But if your covenant has been rooted in secrecy, in prayer, in obedience, then no storm will break it. The winds may blow, the rains may fall, the floods may rise, but what God has joined and what God has fortified in the secret place will endure. That is why you must guard this season with everything you have. This is not a time to be careless with words, careless with plans, careless with exposure. This is a time to walk carefully, humbly, and faithfully with God. Because in the end, it is not man who holds your marriage together. It is not friends who sustain it. It is not family who secures it. It is God. And if God is at the center, then it will endure. If God is the foundation, it will stand. If God is the guide, it will flourish. But if he is pushed aside for the sake of opinions, for the sake of exposure, for the sake of human approval, then the covenant loses its strength before it has even begun. So I tell you again with all boldness and love, your move must be a secret. Not because you fear people, but because you trust God. Not because you lack confidence, but because you walk in wisdom. Not because you are ashamed, but because you are guarding what is holy. And when the time comes for this covenant to be revealed, it will be a testimony not of your cleverness, but of God's faithfulness. It will be a witness not to your strength, but to His power. And it will shine as a beacon that says what is hidden in God, what is planted in silence, what is watered in prayer will always grow into something eternal. Marriage is not just about two people standing together in the present moment. It is about laying a foundation for the generations to come. What you protect in secret today will ripple into the lives of your children and into the children of your children and into generations beyond your sight. The covenant you are about to enter is not just for your joy, it is for your legacy. It is not just for your companionship. It is for the establishment of a household that honors God, a lineage that carries His blessing, a family line that stands firm in faith. And this is why secrecy is so crucial at this stage, because what you build in silence will echo in eternity. Do you realize that the battles you fight in this hidden season are not only for you, but for those who will come after you? The prayers you pray now will cover your children before they are even born. The obedience you walk in now will shield your descendants from curses you will never see. The faith you display in this moment of preparation will open doors of blessing for generations yet unborn. This is why you cannot afford to be careless. You cannot afford to expose prematurely. You cannot afford to let envy, gossip, or malice creep into the foundation of something so sacred. Your silence is not just protecting your joy, it is protecting your legacy. When you keep your covenant hidden until God's appointed time, you are doing more than safeguarding yourself, you are safeguarding a heritage. Because once a marriage is displayed before the world, it becomes a target. Not everyone will celebrate with you. Some will envy, some will curse, some will undermine. But if the roots of your marriage are deep in God, hidden beneath the soil of prayer and obedience, then no attack will uproot it. Just as a tree with deep roots survives the storm while shallow roots are torn away, so too will your marriage stand when others fall. And let us not forget, God Himself works generationally. When He blesses, He does not stop with you. He blesses your children and their children and those who follow. When He establishes a covenant, He establishes it to endure. What begins with you in secret is meant to shine far beyond your lifetime. But the enemy also knows this, and that is why he fights you so fiercely in these early days. He knows that if he can disrupt your foundation, he can weaken your legacy. If he can poison the root, he can wither the tree before it bears fruit. That is why secrecy is not optional. It is essential. Your marriage must be more than a celebration. It must be a sanctuary. A sanctuary where peace dwells, where love flows, where faith reigns, and where God is honored above all else. And sanctuaries are not built in chaos. They are built in reverence. Sanctuaries are not constructed under the noise of gossip, but in the quiet of obedience. Sanctuaries are not left open to every passerby. They are consecrated, guarded, and kept holy. Your marriage must be such a sanctuary, and to build it rightly, you must first guard it fiercely. Think of this truth. Whatever you allow at the beginning will echo through the years. If you begin with secrecy, prayer, and reverence, those qualities will echo through your covenant. But if you begin with noise, exposure, and the hunger for human approval, that too will echo. The foundation you set now will determine whether your marriage becomes a shelter or a battlefield. And that choice rests in your obedience to God. Silence allows God to speak more clearly. When you are not distracted by opinions, when you are not surrounded by endless chatter, you can hear His voice without interference. And what is more important than hearing Him? For it is His wisdom that will direct your steps, His counsel that will guide your decisions, His hand that will lead your union into purpose. Do not exchange His voice for theirs. Do not trade His counsel for their approval. Do not let noise drown out what silence would have revealed. In the quiet, you will know who to trust, how to move, and when to act. In the quiet, you will discern the difference between opportunity and trap, between blessing and distraction, between God's will and man's agenda. And when the day comes, because it will come, that your marriage is revealed, it will shine with a glory that no human hand can take credit for. People will see it and say, "Surely this was the work of God." They will marvel not because you were clever, but because you were faithful. They will honor not your secrecy, but the fruit of your obedience. And that fruit will speak louder than any explanation you could have ever given. The world loves display. It craves exposure. It demands to know your every step, your every move, your every plan. But you are not of the world. You are of God. And those who belong to God do not live by the demands of men. They live by the commands of heaven. Your marriage is not a spectacle. Your covenant is not a performance. Your union is not for their entertainment. It is for His glory. And so long as you honor Him, He will honor you. So long as you keep Him at the center, He will keep you unshaken. So long as you hide in Him, you will never be put to shame. So guard this moment as if generations depend on it, because they do. Protect this covenant as if eternity depends on it, because it does. Walk in silence, not as one who is afraid, but as one who is wise. Move in secrecy, not as one who hides, but as one who trusts. Keep your steps covered, not because you doubt, but because you believe. And in that belief, in that trust, in that obedience, you will find that your marriage is not just an event. It is a legacy, not just a union. It is a testimony, not just a moment. It is a move of God that will outlive you, outshine you, and outlast you. There is a sacred weight in this season of your life, a weight so profound that it demands your full reverence. Marriage is not a casual step. It is a divine turning point. It is not merely a social contract. It is a covenant where two lives, two hearts, and two destinies are bound together under the authority of God. This is why your move must be concealed until the time of God's revealing. because what is holy must never be thrown carelessly before those who do not understand its worth. What is consecrated must not be left open to the hands of the unworthy. What God is joining together must be protected until He Himself declares it is ready. There are many who crave your announcement but do not deserve your truth. They hunger for information not so they can bless, but so they can dissect, analyze, and undermine. Do not feed their hunger. Do not give them the satisfaction of knowing what God has whispered to you in the sacred silence of your spirit. They did not kneel with you in prayer. They did not wrestle with the weight of this decision. They were not there when you poured out your tears before God asking Him to guide you. And so they do not deserve access to what was born in prayer and birthed in obedience. Keep it hidden. Keep it sacred. Keep it between you, your partner, and God until the fullness of time. You must understand that silence is not emptiness. Silence is fullness. It is in the silence that God speaks most clearly. It is in the silence that He shapes your heart, removes your fears, and strengthens your resolve. It is in the silence that He prepares you for the covenant you are about to enter. Do not despise the hiddenness. Do not rush the quiet season, for it is in these quiet moments that your spirit is being fortified, that your faith is being sharpened, and that your marriage is being built upon a foundation that cannot be shaken. When the day of revealing comes, let it be a day that glorifies God, not man. Let it be a day where the testimony is not, "Look what we have done," but "Look what God has accomplished." Let the people see not the cleverness of your planning, but the evidence of His guiding hand. Let them witness not the brilliance of your strategy, but the unmistakable mark of His blessing. For when God displays what He has hidden, He does it in such a way that no man. Consider this: every great covenant in history required secrecy before it demanded revelation. Noah built in silence while the world mocked. Abraham obeyed quietly before the promise was fulfilled. Joseph endured hidden seasons in prison before being exalted in the palace. Daniel prayed in secret before he triumphed in public. Each of them understood that what God begins in secret, He completes in glory. And your marriage is no different. Guard it in silence, nurture it in prayer, cover it with obedience, and when it is revealed, it will be untouchable. Your silence is not a burden. It is a shield. Your secrecy is not a punishment. It is a weapon. Every time you choose not to reveal your steps, you rob the enemy of ammunition. Every time you hold your tongue, you silence the gossip before it begins. Every time you guard your covenant, you protect not only yourself, but your generations to come. And this is why obedience in this season is more vital than ever. Do not let impatience push you into exposure. Do not let curiosity from others draw you into revelation. Do not let the hunger for approval lead you to compromise. Your covenant is too precious to be risked for the satisfaction of people. The time will come when your marriage will be displayed. The time will come when your covenant will shine. The time will come when you will stand not just as two individuals, but as one flesh, one spirit, one purpose under God. But until then, guard it, protect it, hide it, for there is power in hiddenness. There is safety in silence, and there is glory in waiting upon God. And let this reality settle deep within your soul. The obedience you choose today will become the story you testify to tomorrow. The hidden paths you walk now will transform into the foundation of your future strength. The prayers whispered in solitude will emerge as the blessings you celebrate in public. The covenant you guard in secrecy will grow into the refuge where your family thrives for generations. Lift your gaze toward God, the one who called you, who authored this covenant, who already walks ahead of you. Trust Him beyond the approval of the crowd. Follow Him above every human voice. Lean on His wisdom more than the counsel of friends. For if God stands with you, no opposition can stand against you. If His blessing is upon you, no curse can survive. If He has joined you, no power on earth can tear you apart. Walk quietly, yet with courage. Move unseen, yet with steadfast faith. Protect with resolve, yet love without reserve. And when the appointed day arrives, when God Himself unveils the covenant you have guarded, it will blaze as a light no darkness can quench, as a testimony no lie can silence, and as a legacy no generation will ever erase. There comes a time in every life when the ground beneath you trembles, when the very pillars of your existence seem unsteady, and when every prayer you release toward heaven feels as though it returns unanswered. In those very hours, questions roar within like thunder. Why am I walking through this? Why am I pressed from every direction? Why has the road grown so steep and narrow? Hear me, my friend. These are not signs that you have been forsaken. They are not proof that God has hidden His face from you. These are the sacred moments when God is testing the strength of your faith, positioning you for elevation, and molding you for a destiny far greater than anything you can yet envision. God does not hand out greatness cheaply. He does not set crowns upon heads without first laying burdens across shoulders. The heaviness of your struggle reveals the weight of your calling. If you are wrestling with delay, rejection, or hardship, it is not a sign that God has overlooked you. It is because He is proving you, refining you, burning away the impurities of doubt and fear, so that only the pure gold of faith remains. For faith that has never been tested is faith that cannot be trusted. And before God elevates a soul to a higher level, He allows the fires of trial to touch it, to reveal what lies within, to see whether you will cling to Him or collapse in despair. Look back through history and you will see it plainly. Every man and woman God ever raised up was first tested in the furnace of affliction. Before honor came humility. Before blessing came struggle. Before victory came the battlefield. Do not despise the test you are in, for it is evidence that God has chosen you for something higher. The valleys you walk through are not meant to bury you. They are meant to build you. The tears you cry in secret are watering the seeds of greatness that God has planted deep within you. And though it feels as though night will never end, the dawn of elevation is coming. But only after the night of testing has proven your faith steadfast. Faith is not proved on sunny days when the wind is gentle and the skies are clear. Faith is proved when the storm howls, when the thunder crashes, and when the waves threaten to sweep you away. It is in the midnight hour when no one sees and no one cheers that God watches to see whether you will stand, whether you will lift your eyes to Him, whether you will trust His unseen hand. And when you do, when you hold firm, though everything in you trembles, that is when God says, "This one I can trust with more. This one I can elevate. This one has been found faithful in little, and now I will set them over much." You may not realize it now, but the trial you are facing is not a punishment. It is a preparation. It is God's classroom. And the test you are taking is the qualification for your next season. The pain you are enduring is sharpening you. The rejection you have faced is redirecting you. The silence of God is strengthening your inner ear to hear Him more clearly when He speaks. Every unanswered prayer, every closed door, every delay is not God withholding from you. It is God investing in you, chiseling away the weakness, stretching your capacity, teaching you patience, endurance, and trust. Without the test, you would not be able to handle the blessing. Without the wilderness, you would not value the promised land. Without the crushing, the oil of anointing could never flow. Some of you listening right now are standing in the heat of the test. You feel surrounded on all sides. You have been praying and fasting, crying out, and yet the heavens seem silent. Hear me. This silence is not absence. God is watching you closer than ever. He is observing how you handle the storm, how you respond to delay, how you act when doors slam in your face. Will you still praise Him when the answer has not come? Will you still obey Him when obedience cost you dearly? Will you still trust Him when your heart aches with disappointment? These are the questions written into the test of faith, and the way you answer them will determine the level to which God can elevate you. For elevation is never accidental. No one stumbles into greatness with God. Elevation is the fruit of endurance. It is the harvest of obedience sown in tears. And those who pass the test are those who refuse to give up, who refuse to compromise, who refuse to let bitterness poison their souls. Instead, they press on. They keep believing. They keep walking even when their legs grow weary. And they keep clinging to God when everything else slips from their grasp. These are the souls God lifts up because they have proven that their faith is not shallow but rooted, not fragile but unshakable, not circumstantial but eternal. Then hear me now. God's tests are not designed to destroy you, but to discover you. They are not meant to strip you of hope, but to reveal the strength of the hope already inside you. They are not sent to weaken your faith, but to prove its endurance. The trials you walk through are like fire, not to consume you, but to refine you. Gold is not purified until it has passed through the furnace, and so it is with your life. God places you in the heat, not because He wants to break you, but because He knows what is hidden inside you. And He desires the whole world to see the faith that shines when all else is burned away. When you cry out and nothing changes, that silence itself is a test. Will you still bow before God when the answer is delayed? When you pray for doors to open and one after another is slammed shut, that disappointment is a test. Will you trust that God closes doors not to keep you out, but to protect you from paths that would have destroyed you? When those you thought would support you abandon you? When the ones you believed in betray you, even that heartbreak is a test. Will you cling to God as your ultimate source? Or will you lean on the frailty of human strength? Every trial, every setback, every season of waiting is written into the story of your faith. And the way you respond reveals whether you are ready for the heights to which God desires to take you. Many of you are wondering why God has not yet lifted you to where you thought you would be by now. You imagined yourself walking in success, standing in victory, resting in answered prayers. Yet here you are waiting, struggling, enduring, pressing on. Hear me. Delay does not mean denial. Delay is the furnace of faith. Delay is the womb of destiny. Delay is the silent stage where God is rehearsing your character for the role you are about to play. God will never elevate you to a level your character cannot sustain. For what good would it be to stand on a mountain you cannot hold, to bear a crown that crushes you, to receive blessings that become your downfall? So God, in His infinite wisdom, prepares you through tests so that when the elevation comes, you will not only reach it, but you will remain there. Consider this, Baum. Storms are not accidents, they are assignments. The winds that batter your life are carrying you toward the very place God has appointed for you. The waves that rise against you are not meant to drown you, but to teach you how to stand on waters that others sink in. Every storm is a teacher, and every test is a classroom. You may not understand it in the middle of the tempest, but when the clouds part, you will see that every lightning bolt, every roar of thunder, every gust of wind was pushing you closer to God's purpose. And when you have passed through, you will look back and declare, "It was good that I was afflicted, for through the fire my faith was made pure, and through the test my destiny was secured." Do not despise the test, because the test is proof of your calling. God does not waste trials on those who are not destined for more. The heavier the weight of the test, the greater the measure of the glory that follows. When you feel pressed, it is because God is preparing to pour out through you. When you feel stretched, it is because God is enlarging your capacity. When you feel stripped, it is because God is clothing you with garments that no one else can wear. Every loss is making room for something greater. Every wound is opening a space for deeper healing. Every tear is watering a harvest that will soon spring forth in joy. The test is not punishment, it is prophecy. It is evidence that something greater is coming. Something beyond what you can see. Something only God could orchestrate. But beware, tests are also moments of temptation. When God allows you to be tested, the enemy whispers lies to lure you away from faith. In the wilderness of waiting, voices will tell you to give up, to compromise, to take shortcuts. They will say, if God truly cared, He would not allow this pain. If God truly heard, He would have answered by now. These are the lies of the pit meant to shake your faith, to make you surrender before the breakthrough comes. But hold fast, for the darker the night, the closer the dawn. When the whispers of doubt grow loud, raise your voice in praise. When fear grips your heart, lift your hands in trust. For it is precisely in resisting the temptation to abandon God that your faith is proven worthy of elevation. Do not think that passing the test means perfection. No, it means persistence. It means that when you stumble, you rise again. It means that when your heart is weary, you still lift your eyes to God. It means that when your strength is gone, you lean fully on His. Passing the test is not about never falling. It is about never giving up. It is about demonstrating that your faith is not fragile but anchored, not shallow but deep, not fleeting but eternal. This is the kind of faith God rewards. This is the kind of faith God elevates. And this is the kind of faith that shines as a testimony to the world, declaring that God is worthy of trust, even when life is heavy with trials. Some of you are wondering why the test feels so long. Why must I endure year after year, season after season, without seeing the fruit? But do not forget, oak trees do not grow overnight. Mountains are not formed in a day. Diamonds are not created in an instant. The most valuable things in creation take time, and the most precious faith takes seasons of shaping. If God has allowed your test to endure, it is because He is building something in you that will last. Something that cannot be shaken by time, trial, or temptation. Quick faith may rise fast, but it crumbles under pressure. Tested faith refined through years of waiting and enduring becomes unshakable, immovable, eternal. That is the faith God honors. That is the faith God crowns. That is the faith God elevates. My friend, never forget this truth. God does not test you to see you fail. He tests you to reveal what He has already placed inside you. Too often we think of trials as proof that we are weak, when in reality they are proof that God sees us as strong enough to endure. If God allowed this test into your life, it is because He knows you can bear it with Him. He would not trust a shallow vessel with the weight of destiny. He would not place the load of greatness upon shoulders that could not endure. The very fact that you are being tested is evidence that heaven has already marked you for more. Consider the silence you may feel right now. There is a silence that comes from God in the testing season that is unlike any other. When the voice you long for does not seem to answer, when prayers feel as if they rise no higher than the ceiling, you begin to wonder if you are forgotten. But silence is not abandonment. Silence is God's proving ground. When a teacher gives an exam, he does not stand over the student and whisper the answers. No, he is silent while the student applies what has already been taught. And so it is with God. He has already given you promises, wisdom, and guidance. Now in the silence, He is watching to see if you will hold on to what He has said or if you will crumble under pressure. God's silence is never absence. It is trust. It is His way of saying, I have prepared you. Now, show me your faith. Think of the wilderness. God often tests His people in lonely places, in barren seasons where there is no applause, no recognition, no comfort. Why? Because it is in the wilderness that faith grows roots deep enough to withstand storms. If you can trust God when the ground is dry and the skies are empty, you will trust Him when the rains of blessing finally fall. The wilderness strips away false strength and reveals the core of your devotion. It shows whether you worship God for what He gives or whether you worship Him because He alone is worthy. This is why the wilderness is never wasted. It is where character is forged, pride is broken, and endurance is born. And do not think that the test comes only in suffering. Sometimes the test comes in success. God will allow you to taste a measure of victory, to hold a portion of blessing, to stand on a smaller mountain, and He will watch how you handle it. Will you remain humble or will you grow arrogant? Will you still honor Him or will you begin to take credit for yourself? Will you use the blessing to serve or will you hoard it for pride? Many fail this test because they confuse elevation with entitlement. But God elevates not to glorify you, but to glorify Himself through you. If you cannot handle small victories with humility, how will you handle great victories with honor? The test of success is as crucial as the test of suffering, and only those who pass both are ready for higher ground. Another test comes in the form of waiting. Waiting is one of the hardest trials God uses to prove His people. We are creatures of impatience, desperate for immediate answers, hungry for instant results. Yet God works in seasons, not seconds. He makes promises that unfold over years, not minutes. And in that long stretch of waiting, He is examining your faith. Will you still believe when nothing has changed? Will you still serve Him when prayers seem unanswered? Will you still walk in obedience when the promise feels distant? Waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred time. It is in waiting that God strengthens your heart, deepens your faith, and prepares you for the moment when promise becomes reality. Waiting is not a pause in the plan. Waiting is part of the plan. And yes, God will even test you through people. Sometimes those closest to you will misunderstand you, reject you, betray you. Sometimes they will criticize your faith, mock your obedience, belittle your devotion. In those moments, God is watching. Will you retaliate or will you forgive? Will you become bitter or will you stay pure in heart? Will you abandon your calling to please people, or will you remain faithful to God's voice above all? People can wound you deeply, but God uses even those wounds to test your faith and prepare you for greater strength. Those who betray you may think they are destroying you, but in reality they are sharpening you for destiny. And listen closely. Every test you face reveals not only something about you, but something about God. When you endure the fire and emerge stronger, you learn that God is your sustainer. When you endure delay and still see the promise fulfilled, you learn that God is faithful. When you are betrayed and yet rise above it, you learn that God is your vindicator. The test is not only about proving your faith, it is about revealing God's nature to you in a deeper way. The test enlarges your knowledge of Him, strengthens your intimacy with Him, and secures your trust in Him for the future. So when the storm rages, when the silence lingers, when the waiting stretches on, lift your head and declare with boldness, "My God is faithful, my God is just. My God will not test me beyond what He has equipped me to endure." And when the testing is finished, He will elevate me to where He has promised. Speak it, believe it, live it. For there is power in the testimony of a tested faith. It shines brighter than any sermon. It speaks louder than any words. It carries weight because it has been proven in the furnace of life. And remember this, elevation is never about comfort. It is about calling. God does not elevate you so that you can sit at ease. He elevates you so you can serve with greater impact. He does not raise you higher so that you can boast in your position. He raises you so that you can be a vessel of His power, a carrier of His light, a servant of His purpose. If your heart is not ready to serve, your faith is not ready to be elevated. This is why the test must come first. For the test ensures that when you stand on the mountain, you will not forget the valley you came from, and you will use your position not for pride, but for the glory of God alone. Your faith is the most precious possession you will ever carry, and that is why God will test it before He entrusts you with more. Faith is not measured in words spoken on calm days, but in actions taken when the night is dark and the path is unclear. Anyone can declare their belief when everything is working in their favor, but only the faithful cling to God when the storm is fierce and every reason to quit shouts in their ear. That is when your true faith is revealed, and that is when God is most pleased. You see, God tests your faith to purify your motives. Many seek blessings for selfish gain. Many cry out for success to glorify themselves. But God will never elevate a soul that longs only for its own honor. He strips away pride through the tests. He humbles the heart through trials. And He refines intentions until what remains is pure. Faith that longs not for recognition, but for righteousness. Faith that does not seek crowns for the head, but the smile of God upon the soul. When you pass through this fire, your motives are no longer mixed. You no longer serve for what you can gain, but because God is worthy of your devotion, regardless of the outcome. Another reason God tests your faith is to strengthen your endurance. Weak faith collapses under the smallest pressure, but strong faith grows by resistance. Just as a muscle is strengthened by strain, so faith is fortified by trial. When God allows the weight of hardship to rest on your shoulders, it is not to crush you, it is to strengthen you. Every tear you have cried has been a workout for your spirit. Every night you spent in prayer has been training for your soul. Every valley you walk through has been building endurance for the mountain yet to come. You cannot climb to great heights with untested legs, and you cannot rise to spiritual greatness with untested faith. God strengthens you through the very burdens that make you wonder if you can survive. And when you endure, you emerge with a faith so strong, so resilient that no future storm can shake it. Do not forget that God also tests your faith to separate you from what cannot go with you to the next level. Some relationships are stripped away in the test because they would hinder your destiny. Some habits are broken off in the fire because they would corrupt your future. Some comforts are removed because they would weaken your character. It hurts when God takes away, but you must understand He never removes what you need to fulfill your calling. He only removes what will keep you from fulfilling it. When God tests you, He is pruning you, cutting away the unnecessary, trimming the branches so that you may bear much fruit. Do not fight the pruning. Embrace it. For every cut is a sign that God sees more in you than you see in yourself. And let me remind you, tests are temporary, but elevation is permanent. The pain of the test will fade, but the reward of passing it will endure. The sleepless nights will end, but the strength they built will last forever. The wilderness is not eternal. It is only a passage. God does not test you endlessly. He tests you until the work is complete. And when He sees that your faith has been proven, He will open the door. He will lift you up. He will place you in the position He promised. Do not give up in the middle of the test, for the end is closer than you think. Now hear this with conviction. When God elevates you, it is not because you escaped the test, but because you endured it. He will not lift up those who ran from the fire, but those who walked through it faithfully. He will not crown those who complained in the valley, but those who praised Him in the valley. He will not honor those who abandoned their post, but those who stood firm when everything in them wanted to quit. Your faithfulness in secret will be rewarded in the open. Your perseverance in the hidden place will be honored before the world. God never forgets those who endure, and He never overlooks those who remain faithful. The test of faith is also a test of loyalty. Will you serve God when no one applauds? Will you remain true when obedience costs you everything? Will you follow His path even when it leads through shadows? These are the questions of the test. Those who respond with steadfast loyalty, who declare, "Though He may slay me, yet will I trust Him," are the very ones God can raise with full assurance. For He knows their faith cannot be bought. Their devotion does not depend on circumstances. Their trust runs deep. My friend, do not be afraid of the test you are facing. Instead, rejoice that God has counted you worthy of it. He could have overlooked you, but He chose to shape you. He could have left you in the ordinary, but He chose to refine you for greatness. Every trial is a mark of divine confidence. Every test is a signal that you are destined for more. And when you pass through it, when you step out on the other side, you will not only witness God's hand upon your life, you will carry His power in ways you never imagined. Beloved, grasp this truth. When God tests your faith, He is not measuring what you claim with your lips, but what you hold in your heart. Words are easy, but conviction is costly. Many can declare trust in God when the harvest is plenty, but the true measure of faith is revealed when the field is barren and the ground yields no fruit. It is in the scarcity, in the hunger, in the emptiness that God looks upon your soul and asks, "Will you still believe? Will you still trust my hand when you cannot see my provision? Will you still cling to my promise when nothing around you confirms it?" God allows such seasons not to mock you, but to mold you. He strips away the crutches so that you may stand on Him alone. He removes the illusions of security so that you discover He is your only refuge. He lets doors close not to keep you out, but to remind you that your destiny is not determined by human hands, but by His. This is the holy paradox of testing. The very things that feel like loss are actually instruments of preparation. What you think is breaking you is actually building you. What you think is delaying you is actually aligning you with divine timing. God's tests are never wasted. Every tear, every trial, every hour of waiting is part of His eternal design. Consider the weight of trust. God cannot elevate one whose faith collapses under pressure, for that elevation would crush them. So He allows the test to build capacity within you. Faith is not only about believing for blessings, it is about carrying responsibility, enduring criticism, bearing burdens with courage. If you cannot withstand ridicule in private, how will you endure opposition in public? If you cannot handle small disappointments now, how will you withstand greater challenges later? God is not withholding your destiny. He is enlarging your soul to be able to carry it without breaking. And do not overlook this. God tests your obedience as much as He tests your faith. Sometimes the test is not whether you will believe, but whether you will obey when obedience costs you. Will you walk away from temptation when no one is watching? Will you forgive when your heart screams for revenge? Will you give generously even when your own needs are unmet? Will you speak truth when lies would make life easier? Every act of obedience in the test is a declaration that you fear God more than man, that you love God more than comfort, that you honor God more than self. Elevation comes not to the hearers of truth, but to the doers of it. And God proves you in the hidden places before He displays you in the open. Some of you are in a season where you feel forgotten, where others seem to rise while you remain in waiting. You look around and see others celebrated, others advancing, others lifted up, and you wonder, has God overlooked me? Has He cast me aside? But listen closely. God has not forgotten you. The delay is not a denial. The silence is not neglect. The hiddenness is not rejection. In fact, it is the very opposite. The longer the preparation, the greater the destiny. The deeper the testing, the higher the elevation. God hides His chosen ones until the appointed time. For premature exposure would destroy what only maturity can sustain. Be patient in the hidden place, for when God reveals you, no power on earth can conceal you again. Now let us face a deeper truth. God's tests often confront our idols. He will touch the very things we cling to most tightly, not to harm us, but to show us what we have elevated above Him. If you trust money, He may test you with lack. If you depend on human approval, He may test you with rejection. If you rely on your own strength, He may allow weakness to humble you. These are not acts of cruelty. They are acts of mercy. For God will not allow idols to accompany you into your destiny. He tests you to free you, to detach your heart from false securities, to anchor you fully in Him alone. For only when God is your source can you carry the weight of His blessings without corruption. And let me tell you this with boldness. The tests of God are also the testimonies of tomorrow. The very thing that feels unbearable today will one day be the story that strengthens countless souls. You may not see it now, but every valley you walk through, every fire you endure, every night you cry yourself to sleep is planting a testimony within you. When God elevates you, your scars will shine as evidence of His faithfulness. People will look at you and see not just your success, but your survival. They will hear your story and know that only God could have carried you through. Your pain is not wasted. It is being transformed into power. Do not think for a moment that God delights in your struggle. No, He delights in your endurance. He does not rejoice in your tears, but He rejoices when you lift those tear-stained eyes toward Him in trust. He does not revel in your loss, but He rejoices when you declare that He is still worthy even in loss. This is the essence of tested faith. A devotion that does not crumble when the gifts are gone. A trust that does not waver when the road is long. A love that does not fade when the hand of God seems hidden. Such faith is precious beyond measure. And such faith God will always elevate. My friend, there is something you must understand. God's tests are never random. Every trial has a purpose. Every hardship is designed. Every delay is crafted with precision. You may not see it now, but the path you walk is carefully ordered by the hand of the Almighty. What feels like chaos in your life is not chaos to God. It is strategy. What feels like detour is not wasted time. It is preparation. And the reason the testing feels so heavy is because the elevation will be even greater. God would not press you so deeply if He were not planning to raise you so highly. When God tests your faith, He is also teaching you to hear His voice above all others. In the noise of life, many voices compete for your attention. The voices of fear, of doubt, of pride, of the world around you. But the test silences the distractions and sharpens your ear to the whisper of God. It is in the lonely nights of struggle that you learn how to discern His guidance. It is when you are stripped of all else that you discover His voice is enough to lead you through the storm. And once you learn to hear Him in the darkness, you will recognize Him instantly in the light. This sensitivity is part of why the test must come. For without it, you would rise to places of influence but be unable to navigate them with wisdom. There is another truth. Testing reveals your foundation. A building can rise quickly, but if the foundation is shallow, it will collapse under weight. Likewise, a person can appear strong when life is easy, but when trials come, the truth of their faith is revealed. God allows the winds to blow and the floods to rise, not to destroy you, but to reveal whether your roots are deep in Him. If your faith is built on convenience, it will fail. If it is built on comfort, it will crumble. But if it is built on trust in God alone, no storm can topple it. God will not elevate you to heights where the pressure is great until your foundation has been proven strong. And let me tell you, these tests are also about timing. Many cry out, God, why not now? Well, why the delay? Why the endless waiting? But God's timing is flawless. He knows when you are ready, and He knows when the world is ready to receive you. If He elevates you too soon, it could destroy you. If He waits too long, the opportunity may pass. So He aligns both your heart and your circumstances with His perfect timing. That is why patience is such a vital part of the test. It is in the waiting that pride dies. Self-will surrenders and trust matures. You may not realize it, but God is synchronizing heaven and earth, preparing every detail, so that when the door opens, it will not only be right for you, but it will be undeniable to all that it was His hand that opened it. Understand also that the test of faith refines your focus. Too often we scatter our energy chasing after many things: approval, possessions, recognition. But God will not elevate a divided heart. So He uses the fire of testing to strip away distractions until your eyes are fixed on Him alone. When you lose what you thought you needed, you discover what you truly cannot live without: God Himself. And when He becomes your one pursuit, your one treasure, your one desire, then He knows you are ready for the greater assignment. For only those who are consumed with God can handle the weight of being entrusted with His purpose. Another dimension of God's testing is humility. Pride is a poison that corrupts destiny. If God lifted you before humbling you, success would destroy you. So He allows seasons of humiliation, of rejection, of being overlooked to break pride from your heart. He lets you serve in obscurity, labor in silence, be misunderstood by many until you learn to depend not on applause but on His approval. When you no longer crave recognition, when you no longer need validation, when you are content with God alone, then He knows you are safe to elevate. For humility is the shield that protects the blessed from the snares of pride. And humility is always born in the tests of faith. Some of you are being tested in areas you never expected. You thought your trial would come in weakness, but it has come in strength. You thought your battle would be in poverty, but it has come in abundance. You thought the struggle would be in loss, but it has come in success. This is because God knows where your heart must be proven. Do not assume that only hardships test you. Ease can test you too. Comfort can lure you to complacency. Abundance can tempt you to forget God. And so, whether in lack or in plenty, the test remains the same. Will you remain faithful? Will you honor God above all else? And do not forget the test of faith is also generational. What you endure is not only about you, it is about those who will come after you. God is writing a testimony in your life that will inspire generations. The way you endure this test will set an example for your children, your family, your community. Your faith under pressure becomes a legacy long after the pain is forgotten. The story of your perseverance will remain. And when others rise up facing their own storms, they will point to you and say, "If they endured, I can endure. If they trusted God, I too will trust Him." This is why the test matters so deeply. It is not only about your elevation, but about the faith you leave behind as a witness to others. There's a holy weight to every test God allows in your life. You may not fully grasp it now, but every trial carries within it the seed of transformation. God never permits you to be tested lightly. For light tests produce light faith, but heavy tests, the ones that bend your knees and break your pride, those produce faith that cannot be shaken. Do not despise the heaviness, because it is a sacred signal that God is preparing you for something weighty, something lasting, something eternal. The measure of your test is the measure of your trust. And the measure of your trust determines the measure of your destiny. When you stand in the fire, remember this: God is not absent. He is present in ways you cannot see. He watches how you respond when doors close, when friends vanish, when opportunities seem to crumble into dust. Will you still bow before Him? Will you still raise your voice in gratitude? Will you still cling to His promises even when they have not yet manifested? God's eyes are upon you in those secret places where no one else can see. The test is intimate. It is between you and God alone. And the reward is intimate too. He Himself is your portion. And then He adds the elevation as a testimony of His faithfulness. Do not overlook how tests cultivate vision. In times of ease, your eyes wander. But in times of testing, your gaze sharpens. When you are stripped of earthly supports, you learn to see with spiritual sight. You learn to discern not just what is visible, but what is eternal. The test trains your eyes to look beyond the surface, beyond the temporary, beyond the pain of the moment into the eternal purposes of God. That kind of vision is necessary for elevation. Without it, you would misuse the blessing. With it, you will steward the blessing for God's glory. God also tests you to deepen your prayer life. When life is comfortable, prayer becomes casual. But when the test comes, when your soul is pressed, your prayers become fervent, desperate, alive. You learn to cry out from the depth, to pour out your heart without pretense, to seek God not out of duty, but out of sheer need. These are the prayers that reach heaven with power, because they are born of a faith tested by fire. And once you learn to pray in the storm, you will carry that fire in your prayers long after the storm has passed. This is why the test is a gift. It ignites a depth of prayer that comfort could never produce. Another dimension of testing is the breaking of self-will. Within each of us is a desire to control, to plan, to dictate our own path. But God cannot elevate a soul that clings to its own will. So He tests you until your strength is exhausted, until your plans fail, until your way proves insufficient, not to humiliate you, but to bring you to surrender. When you finally lay down your own agenda and say, God, not my way, but yours, then the test has done its work. God elevates not the stubborn, but the surrendered, not the proud, but the humble, not the self-reliant, but the God-dependent. Some of you are in the middle of such a breaking right now. Everything you built is crumbling. Everything you planned is unraveling. You feel as though your hands are empty. But let me tell you, emptiness is not the end. It is the beginning. For only when your hands are empty can God fill them. Only when your plans are gone can His plan unfold. Only when your strength fails can His strength carry you. The test is breaking you. Yes, but it is breaking you free from yourself so that you may live fully in God. And remember this, God does not test you to inform Himself. He already knows your heart. He tests you to reveal your own heart to you. In the trial, you discover whether your faith is shallow or deep, whether your trust is partial or complete, whether your devotion is conditional or unwavering. The test is a mirror showing you who you truly are. And when you see your weakness, do not despair. That revelation itself is part of the blessing because it drives you back into the arms of God where true strength is found. The test exposes so that God can heal. It reveals so that God can restore. It humbles so that God can exalt. Elevation always follows brokenness. A seed must first be buried in the ground before it can sprout into new life. A vessel must first be pressed before oil can flow. A heart must first be surrendered before God can fill it with power. Do not fear being broken, for it is only the broken who are made whole in God's hands. Do not resist being crushed, for it is only the crushed who carry the fragrance of His presence. The test may bruise you, but it will not destroy you. It will prepare you, purify you, and position you for heights you never imagined. The truth is this: the higher the elevation, the deeper the test. If God is preparing you for something small, the test will be light. But if God is preparing you for something great, the test will be heavy. So measure the weight of your trial and take courage. It is a reflection of the greatness of what lies ahead. The enemy would not fight you so hard if there were not something priceless on the other side of this season. God would not refine you so fiercely if there were not a glorious destiny awaiting you. The test is a clue, a signpost pointing toward the elevation to come. So do not quit. Do not faint. Do not let discouragement rob you of your reward. Stand firm in the fire. Keep walking in the wilderness. Keep believing in the silence. Keep trusting in the delay. for God is faithful. And when your faith has been tested, when your obedience has been proven, when your loyalty has been refined, He will lift you up. And when He does, the world will see not just your success, but His hand. They will know it was not man who raised you, but God who chose you. They will see that the very test that threatened to destroy you was the pathway that prepared you. And now, as we draw this message to a close, let me speak directly to your heart. Every struggle you have faced, every tear you have shed, every sleepless night you have endured has not been in vain. They are not wasted moments. They are holy ground. They are the proving fields of your faith. God has been watching you not to condemn you, but to prepare you. He has been stretching you not to break you, but to make you ready for the greater purpose He has already written for your life. Do not despise your test. Do not think of it as punishment. See it for what it truly is, the pathway to elevation. See it as God's sacred classroom where your faith is being forged into steel, where your heart is being purified, where your vision is being sharpened. The fire that has burned around you has not consumed you. It has refined you. The silence that has tested you has not abandoned you. It has matured you. The waiting that has worried you has not delayed you. It has aligned you. When God allows your faith to be tested, it is His declaration to all creation, "This one belongs to me. This one has proven trustworthy. This one is prepared for greater things." And once that proclamation is spoken, nothing in heaven or on earth can hinder your promotion. No person can restrain you. No adversary can block your path. No situation can overturn what God has already ordained. Therefore, rise with unwavering faith, stand strong in the middle of the trial, lift your gaze toward heaven and boldly say, "My God is faithful, my God is righteous, and my God will complete what He began." Step out of the fire with confidence, not because the path was smooth, but because God has shown Himself true. Your trial is not the conclusion of your story. It is the opening chapter of your elevation. And when the appointed time comes, God Himself will raise you up, and the world will witness that those who put their trust in Him will never be disgraced. My friends, hear me with your whole heart. There are seasons in life when it feels as if the ground beneath you is trembling, when the sky above grows dim, when every door you reach for stays locked, and even your own breath feels heavy with despair. But listen closely today. In those very moments, God is nearer than you realize. In the hours when it seems the night will never lift, it is often because dawn is about to break. Before every major blessing, every breakthrough, every miracle that shifts the course of your life, God sends a signal. Not an ordinary signal, but a divine whisper to your spirit, "Hold on just a little longer. Your blessing is on its way." And today, with unshakable conviction, I tell you there are 4 clear signs God reveals before He pours out a great blessing. If you open your ears to listen and your heart to believe, you will recognize them when they appear. You will not mistake them for punishment. You will not call them a curse. You will not turn away in despair, because you will know that God Himself has marked you for something greater. The first sign God sends is the storm. Do you hear me? Before the blessing, the storm will always come. It may come as trouble in your family. It may come as a shaking in your health. It may come as a loss of what you thought you could never live without. The storm comes not to destroy you, but to strip you of what cannot go with you into your blessing. God knows what must fall away. God knows what weight you cannot carry. God knows which people cannot journey with you into the next chapter of your destiny. And so He allows the storm to rage, not to crush you, but to cleanse you. The storm is a sign that God is preparing the ground for something greater. Do not despise the storm. Do not curse the storm. Lift your head in the storm and say, God, I see your hand in this. If you are shaking me, it is because you are about to raise me. If you are taking something away, it is because you are making room for something better. The storm is a sign that God is near and that His blessing is pressing close against the horizon of your life. The second sign God sends is silence. Yes, silence. There will come a moment when the heavens seem quiet, when your prayers feel like they bounce off the walls, when you seek answers but none seem to come. And in that silence, doubt will whisper to you. In that silence, fear will creep in and tell you that you have been abandoned. But hear me clearly. The silence of God is not the absence of God. The silence is His sacred classroom. In the silence, He is teaching you to walk not by sight, not by sound, but by trust. The silence is where your roots go deep, where your faith learns to breathe without constant reassurance. When you find yourself in that silence, do not mistake it for rejection. It is preparation. God is watching how you wait. God is measuring the strength of your trust. God is shaping you for what He has already appointed for you. The silence before the blessing is a test. Will you walk away, or will you stand firm? If you endure the silence, you will live to see the sound of victory. The third sign God sends is opposition. Mark my words, when you are on the edge of a blessing, enemies will arise. People will misunderstand you, criticize you, and even those closest to you may turn against you. The moment you step closer to your destiny, forces will try to pull you back. And you will wonder, why now? Why this? Why are people rising against me when all I am trying to do is move forward? The reason is simple. The blessing is near and the adversary is afraid. Opposition is the evidence that you are too close to be stopped. Do not crumble under opposition. Do not waste your energy fighting people. Your battle is not against flesh and blood. Lift your eyes higher. When opposition comes, it is proof that God has placed something powerful on your life. You are marked for something greater, and the resistance is only a confirmation. The blessing is not far off. It is near, and that is why the attack feels so strong. The fourth and final sign God sends is an overwhelming inner pressure, a stirring in your soul that will not let you rest. You will feel restless, uncomfortable, unable to settle where you once felt content. It will feel as though your spirit is stretching beyond your current place, as though something inside of you is crying out for more. That pressure is not your imagination. That pressure is the Spirit of God pushing you into the next season. It is God whispering, "You cannot stay here, for I have more for you." Do not ignore that pressure. Do not try to silence it with distractions. It is a holy dissatisfaction, a divine restlessness meant to propel you into greater blessings. When you feel that pressure, know this God is moving you. God is setting you up. God is pushing you out of the familiar so He can plant you in the extraordinary. Storms, silence, opposition, and pressure. These four are the signs. They come not to destroy, not to discourage, but to announce that the blessing is near. And if you will discern them, if you will not faint under them, if you will keep holding on in faith, you will see that everything you endured was only the birth pangs of a miracle. So when the storm comes, lift your hands and say, "Thank you, God, for preparing me." When the silence lingers, whisper, I will trust you, God, even when I cannot hear you. When opposition rises, declare, no force can stop what God has ordained for me. And when the pressure builds, cry out, move me, God, I am ready for more. And the blessing will come. It will come not as a trickle, but as a flood. It will come not as a coincidence, but as a testimony. It will come not on your timing, but on God's perfect timing. And when it comes, you will look back at the storm, the silence, the opposition, and the pressure. And you will say, it was all worth it. God was faithful. God was true. God never left me. God always had a plan. Oh, my beloved friends, lean in closer now, because what I am about to share must grip your heart with fire and stir your soul to a place of holy expectation. We have spoken of the storm, the silence, the opposition, and the pressure as the four great signs God sends before a blessing. But do not think these signs are meant only to test you. They are meant to awaken you. They are not accidents, not coincidences, not random troubles on the path of life. They are God's divine fingerprints pressed into the very fabric of your journey. Think about the storm again. Many people run from it. They see winds and waves and they cried, "Why me, God? Why now? Haven't I suffered enough?" But storms are not meant to drown you. They are meant to drive you to higher ground. Look around your life. Every tree that has stood tall and unshaken has roots that have wrestled with storm. A seed buried in the earth will never reach the sun unless it endures the battering rain and the heavy winds. And so it is with you. The storm is not punishment. It is God pushing you into strength you never knew you had. You must understand this. The storm uncovers your foundation. It reveals what you've built your life upon. If your trust is in people, you will break when they leave. If your trust is in possessions, you will crumble when they fade. But if your trust is in God, the storm will only prove your strength. You will come out standing not because you avoided the storm, but because God held you through it. Oh, how powerful it is to realize that sometimes God does not calm the storm. Sometimes He lets it rage so that you can discover the calm He has already placed within you. And then there is the silence. The silence of God is often misunderstood. It feels unbearable because the human heart craves constant reassurance. We want quick answers, immediate signs, visible proof. Yet God in His wisdom chooses silence as His tool. Because silence grows your faith in ways words never could. Words feed the mind, but silence matures the soul. Silence forces you to dig deep to ask yourself, do I believe only when I feel, or do I believe even when I cannot feel a thing? Let me tell you, the silence of God is not a void. It is a veil. Behind that silence, He is working in ways unseen. Behind that silence, He is arranging circumstances, moving people, preparing doors you have not yet reached. You think nothing is happening, but everything is happening in that silence. The farmer plants the seed, and the earth seems still, yet beneath the soil, roots are sprouting, life is stirring, and harvest is on its way. Do not despise the silence. It is the sacred place where God does His deepest work. And when the silence lingers long enough, here comes the third sign, opposition. People rise against you, doors slam in your face, misunderstandings spread like wildfire. You will feel betrayed, you will feel attacked, and the temptation will be to fight flesh with flesh. But understand this with unshakable clarity. Opposition is confirmation. If you were no threat, you would face no resistance. If your destiny was small, the opposition would be minimal. But when you carry something from God, when you are on the edge of a blessing too big for human hands to stop, the resistance intensifies. Think of it like this. When a woman is about to give birth, the labor pains intensify at the very moment new life is closest. The same is true of your destiny. When the opposition is strongest, you are closest to breakthrough. Do not waste your strength cursing your enemies, for they are not the true source of the fight. Lift your vision higher. Understand that resistance is not about who is against you, it is about who is for you. God allows opposition not to block your blessing, but to usher it in. And then perhaps the most unsettling sign of all, the inner pressure, that restlessness, that tugging in your spirit, that knowing feeling that you cannot remain where you are any longer. It is not anxiety, it is not impatience. It is the divine stirring of God Himself pressing you out of your comfort zone and into your calling. This is the holy discomfort that breaks you free from mediocrity. You may try to ignore it, but it will not leave. You may try to silence it, but it will keep speaking. God will not allow you to settle for less when He has destined you for more. This pressure is like an eagle stirring her nest. When the eaglets have grown enough to fly, she will break the comfort of their home, remove the softness, and even push them toward the edge. It seems cruel, but it is not. It is necessary, for only in the free fall will they discover the wings they were created to use. In the same way, God places pressure on you so that you may discover the wings of faith within you. That pressure is not to break you, it is to launch you. Now listen to me, because this truth must burn within your bones. God's blessings do not come cheap. They do not come easy, and they do not come without preparation. The storm prepares your endurance. The silence prepares your faith. The opposition prepares your resilience. And the pressure prepares your courage. Only when you have been forged by these 4 signs are you truly ready to carry the blessing God has appointed for you. Do you see how God works? He does not simply hand you the blessing. He shapes you into the person capable of handling it. If He gave it to you too soon, it would crush you. If He gave it to you untested, it would slip through your fingers. But by the time you reach the blessing, you will have the strength to sustain it, the faith to steward it, the resilience to protect it, and the courage to multiply it. So, let me speak to the one who is in the middle of the storm. Hold on, because your blessing is nearer than you think. To the one who is enduring the silence, trust on, because God is nearer than your breath. To the one facing opposition, stand tall, for your destiny is too powerful to be stopped. And to the one feeling that holy pressure, lean in, for God is about to lift you into a place you have never been before. My friends, hear me again. The signs of God are not sent to discourage you. They are sent to prepare you. They are holy announcements, divine trumpet blasts, sacred markers that something is shifting in the unseen realm. Too often when people face storm, silence, opposition, or pressure, they think God has turned away. But I say to you with all authority, these very moments are the fingerprints of God on your life. These signs are proof that you are chosen for something greater, that you are not forgotten, that your life is woven into a tapestry too grand for your eyes to yet behold. Let us look deeper into the storm. A storm is violent, unpredictable, terrifying, but it is also cleansing. The storm tears away what is dead so new life can spring forth. It pulls up shallow roots so that deeper ones may grow. The storm does not ask for your permission. It comes with force, and yet within its winds, God is working a hidden purpose. Think of the desert. It looks barren, lifeless, hopeless. Then the storm comes, rain falls, lightning strikes, and out of that disruption, life begins to bloom. Without the storm, the seed beneath the soil would remain dormant. So it is with you. God sends storms to awaken the seeds within you, seeds of strength, seeds of perseverance, seeds of faith you never knew you carried. Do not despise the storm because it is uncomfortable. Do not run from the storm because it disrupts your plan. Lift your eyes and recognize this storm is not here to destroy me. It is here to grow me. God is tearing away the scaffolding of what is weak so He can build in me what is strong. He is shaking me so I will learn to stand on Him alone. And once the storm passes, and it will pass, you will not be the same. You will be stronger, steadier, and more prepared for the weight of the blessing that is about to break through. Now consider the silence. Silence is one of the hardest tests because we are creatures of noise. We look for constant affirmation, constant signs, constant proof that God is moving. But there are seasons when God withdraws His voice, not because He has abandoned you, but because He wants you to discover the strength of walking by trust alone. When God is silent, it is not a punishment. Oh, it is an invitation. An invitation to press deeper, to lean into Him without demanding answers, to anchor your faith not in what you feel, but in who He is. Let me tell you, silence is where character is forged. Silence is where your loyalty is proven. Anyone can praise God when blessings rain down, but can you praise Him when the heavens are quiet? Anyone can believe when miracles are visible, but can you believe when nothing seems to move? Silence asks you this question. Is God enough for you even when He says nothing? And when your heart answers, you rise into a faith that no trial can shake. For faith born in silence is unbreakable. Now, when silence lingers, it often gives way to opposition. Opposition comes like a sudden wave. People who once applauded you now resist you. Paths that seemed open suddenly close. You feel targeted, misunderstood, even betrayed. But I say to you, opposition is the shadow that follows light. It is not a curse. It is a signpost. Opposition announces that you are stepping into territory too significant to go unnoticed. God has marked you, and the forces that oppose Him will try to resist you. But do not fear, for opposition is not proof of your weakness. It is proof of your worth in God's eyes. Think of the mountain climber. The higher he climbs, the stronger the winds blow against him. The winds are not proof that he is going the wrong way. They are proof that he is ascending. In the same way, the opposition you face is confirmation that you are climbing higher, stepping closer, pressing into the very blessing God has promised. Do not fight small battles with small people. Do not let petty resistance steal your vision. Lift your gaze beyond the noise and recognize the greater the opposition, the greater the blessing that follows. And finally, the pressure, the inner restlessness that will not leave you, the holy dissatisfaction that will not let you stay in comfort, the stirring that says there must be more. This pressure is a sacred gift. It is God Himself pressing upon your spirit, moving you out of stagnation, compelling you toward destiny. Many confuse it with stress, but it is not stress. It is birthing pains. Pressure is proof that something new is about to be born. Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. The pressure is immense, the struggle unbearable. Yet without that struggle, the butterfly's wings would never form. The pressure creates the strength for flight. Without it, the creature would remain bound, never able to fulfill its purpose. So it is with you. The pressure you feel is God stretching you for the blessing you have been prepared to carry. You cannot stay where you are because where you are cannot contain what God is about to release into your life. Friends, do not shrink back when these signs come. The storm, the silence, the resistance, the wait, these are not punishments. They are hidden promises. They are God's way of whispering, I have something greater prepared for you, but I must shape you first. And before promotion, there is always preparation. The blessing carries too much weight to be handed out carelessly. It demands a foundation strong enough to hold it. So God allows the storm to anchor your roots, the silence to deepen your faith, the resistance to sharpen your endurance, and the weight to stretch your capacity. When these moments come, rejoice. Lift your eyes not in fear, but in faith. Declare, God, I see your hand at work. I know what this means. You are close. My blessing is near. My breakthrough is on the horizon. And as you endure, you will witness God's hand move in ways that silence all doubt. It was He who carried you, He who upheld you, He who raised you, and He who blessed you. My friends, let me draw you even deeper into this truth. For too long, many have mistaken the signs of God for the absence of God. They look at the storm and cry, God has left me. They sit in the silence and whisper, God no longer hears me. They face opposition and declare, God has abandoned me. They feel the inner pressure and complain, God is punishing me. But oh, how blind are the eyes that cannot see, how deaf are the ears that will not hear. Because these very moments are the clearest evidence that God is working, shaping, moving, and preparing something that eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and hearts have not imagined. Think about the storm once more, but see it with a fresh perspective. When a ship sails into deep waters, the storm reveals the captain's skill. The storm tests the vessel, not to sink it, but to prove it is seaworthy. In the same way, the storm that has been allowed into your life is not there to prove your weakness. It is there to reveal your strength through God. And when the storm ends, as all storms eventually do, you will look back and realize it was the winds that carried you closer to the shores of your blessing. The storm may bend you, but it will not break you. The storm may shake you, but it will not shatter you. Why? Because God is the one who set the boundaries of that storm, and He will never allow it to go beyond what you can bear. Now look at silence in another light. Silence is a divine invitation to sharpen your spiritual ears. When God is silent, He is not absent. He is asking you to lean closer to quiet the noise of the world, to tune your spirit to His whispers. Do you realize that in the loudest moments of life, we often miss the still small signals? But in silence, every detail becomes louder, every nuance clearer. Silence is where you begin to discern not just the voice of God, but the heartbeat of God. He is drawing you nearer, teaching you to recognize Him even in stillness. If you only love God's voice, you will miss Him when He is silent. But if you love God Himself, you will find Him even when no words are spoken. And what of opposition? Oh, hear me. Opposition is often God's greatest tool of confirmation. Do not think that resistance is a sign of failure. It is a sign that you are carrying something worth resisting. If you walk through life and never face resistance, perhaps it is because you are walking in circles instead of advancing. Opposition means you are pressing forward into territory the enemy does not want you to take. When people rise against you, when lies spread, when rejection stings, remember, diamonds are not formed in comfort. They are formed under pressure. The blade is not sharpened without friction, and gold is not purified without fire. Opposition is not your end. It is the announcement that your new beginning is close at hand. And then there is that holy pressure. I must linger here because this is where many lose heart. That restless stirring within you is not madness. It is the voice of destiny calling you higher. It is God Himself shaking you awake, refusing to let you settle in a place beneath your purpose. You feel unsettled, uncomfortable, unable to stay where you once thought you belonged. And that is no accident. God is not cruel. He is merciful. He knows that comfort can become a prison. He knows that routine can chain you down. And so He places divine pressure on your soul until you cannot help but move. Think of the mother eagle once more. She pushes her young from the nest, but not because she hates them, but because she loves them too much to let them stay where they are. She knows they were born for the skies, not for the nest. And God knows the same of you. You were born for more than the safety of where you've been. You were born to rise, to stretch, to soar. That inner pressure is not there to torment you. It is there to launch you into the vastness of what God has prepared. Now let me give you another truth. These 4 signs are not random and they are not occasional. They are divine order. They come as preparation, as training, as refinement before the blessing. Do not pray them away, for without them you would not be ready. The blessing you are asking God for is weighty. It carries responsibility, influence, and impact far greater than you can now comprehend. And if God were to give it to you prematurely, it could crush you. So He sends these signs to shape you into a vessel strong enough to hold what He has appointed for you. When the storm comes, let it wash away what cannot stay. When silence lingers, let it deepen your trust. When opposition rises, let it sharpen your resilience. When pressure builds, let it stretch your wings. And when all 4 have had their work, stand with confidence, for you will be ready, not weak, not broken, but refined and prepared for the very blessing God has been waiting to release. Do not be deceived by appearances. Blessings rarely come wrapped in ease. They come wrapped in challenges, wrapped in tests, wrapped in trials that disguise themselves as obstacles, but are in fact doorways. The path to greatness with God is not paved with comfort. It is paved with trust, endurance, faith, and obedience. The storm, the silence, the opposition, the pressure, these are not roadblocks. They are stepping stones. Each one elevates you higher. Each one draws you closer. Each one whispers, "Do not stop now, for the blessing is near." And when it comes, it will not be ordinary. It will not be fragile. It will not be temporary. The blessing of God is eternal, immovable, and unstoppable. And when it rests upon your life, you will see why the journey had to be so hard, why the silence had to be so long, why the opposition had to be so fierce, and why the pressure had to be so great. You will stand in awe, declaring, "It was all worth it, for God has been faithful all along." There is something urgent I must press into your hearts. When God is preparing to pour out a blessing, it is not only about what He is giving you, it is about who you are becoming in the process. The signs are not random tests. They are divine training. They are meant to strip you of false strength and dress you in true strength. The kind that cannot be bought. The kind that cannot be imitated. The kind that is forged only in the fire of God's refining hand. Let us dig deeper into this mystery. The storm is not merely a disruption. It is a purifier. The storm does not just take away, it reveals. It reveals the cracks in your foundation, the places where you were leaning too heavily on the wrong thing. Perhaps you trusted too much in people, and when they left, you thought your life was over. But the storm revealed that God, not people, was your anchor. Perhaps you leaned too heavily on wealth, and when it slipped through your fingers, you thought your security was gone. But the storm revealed that God, not possessions, is your provider. The storm is a revealer of truth. It strips away illusions so that you may finally see that everything you truly need is in God alone. And the silence, it is one of the greatest teachers. In silence, you are forced to confront yourself. In silence, the shallow noise of the world dies down and your own heart begins to speak. You begin to hear what you truly believe. Do you believe God only when you see the evidence? Do you believe Him only when blessings flow easily? Or do you believe Him because you know He is who He says He is? Regardless of what your eyes see or ears hear, silence confronts you with this question. And in answering it, your faith either withers or it strengthens. If you will embrace the silence, it will strengthen you beyond measure. For silence is not the absence of God, it is the incubator of trust. Then comes opposition. And let me say this clearly, opposition is a compliment. It means you are carrying something so significant that it cannot go unnoticed. If your life carried no weight, no calling, no destiny, the forces of resistance would not care. But because you are marked by God, opposition rises against you. And yet that opposition is not as powerful as it pretends to be. It is smoke without fire. It is a shadow without substance. The opposition may roar like a lion, but it cannot devour what God has ordained. Stand firm in this truth. If God has spoken blessing over your life, no enemy can overturn it. No tongue can cancel it. No hand can stop it. Opposition is only the noise that precedes the blessing. And then that pressure, the pressure that makes you restless, the pressure that refuses to let you settle, the pressure that pushes you beyond comfort. Understand this. God loves you too much to let you remain small when He has called you to greater things. He loves you too much to let you stay in mediocrity when He has destined you for abundance. That pressure is the hand of God nudging you forward. Yes, it feels uncomfortable. Yes, it stretches you, but without it, you would never move. Without it, you would never grow. Without it, you would never rise into the fullness of what God has prepared. Think of a seed once more. When it is placed in the soil, it feels the pressure of the earth pressing against it. It feels buried, forgotten, and surrounded by darkness. But that pressure is not death. It is life. That pressure is not burial. It is planting. The seed is not forgotten. It is in preparation. And soon that very pressure will cause it to break open and sprout into something greater. So it is with you. The pressure you feel is not to destroy you, but to release what God has planted inside of you. Hear me now. Every sign is a signal of blessing, not curse. Every storm is a signal that God is about to clear the path. Every silence is a signal that God is about to speak louder than you have ever heard before. Every opposition is a signal that the enemy is trembling because of the blessing about to break forth. And every pressure is a signal that your season of smallness is ending and your season of greatness is beginning. But there is something else. These signs do not only prepare you for blessing, they protect you from missing it. How many people have prayed for blessings they were not ready to carry? How many have asked for doors they did not have the character to walk through? How many have begged for abundance when their hearts were still bound by selfishness or fear? If God were to grant those blessings prematurely, they would crush rather than uplift. So God in His mercy prepares you with these signs. They are not punishments. They are protection. They ensure that when the blessing comes, you are not only ready to receive it, but ready to keep it, to steward it, and to multiply it. The storm prepares your endurance. The silence prepares your faith. The opposition prepares your resilience. The pressure prepares your courage. And when endurance, faith, resilience, and courage are formed in you, then and only then are you truly ready to hold the blessing without it slipping through your fingers. My friends, if you are under the weight of these signs right now, do not despair. Do not give up. Do not misinterpret them. You are not abandoned. You are chosen. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared. You are not cursed. You are standing at the doorway of blessing. Lift your eyes, strengthen your heart, and declare, God, I will not faint. God, I will not give up. God, I will trust that this storm, this silence, this opposition, and this pressure are signs that you are nearer than ever before. And when that blessing comes, and it will come, it will not trickle in quietly. It will break forth like a flood. It will overwhelm you with goodness. It will exceed your expectations. It will silence your doubts. It will confound your enemies. And you will look back on every storm, every silence, every opposition, and every pressure. And you will say, it was all worth it. God was faithful. God never failed. God has kept His promise. My friends, let us go yet deeper. For the message of God cannot be exhausted. His truth is a well without bottom, His wisdom a sky without ceiling, and His blessings a river without end. What you have heard so far are not mere words, but living fire meant to stir your spirit, to awaken something inside of you that the storms of life have tried to bury. And I tell you now, if you can grasp what God is revealing through these signs, your entire perspective on struggle, waiting, resistance, and pressure will be transformed forever. Think about it. When a storm rises over the ocean, what happens to the waters beneath? They are stirred. They are shaken. But they also bring to the surface what has long been hidden at the bottom. The storm uncovers. And that is what God does in your life. The storm you fear is uncovering what was lying dormant, pulling out gifts you didn't know you had, strength you didn't know you carried, and faith you didn't know you possessed. Without the storm, those treasures would have remained buried. God will allow winds to blow, not because He wishes to break you, but because He knows the storm will bring forth what calm waters never could. And the silence. Oh, how we must learn to treasure the silence. In a world filled with constant noise, with voices pulling you in every direction, God sometimes withdraws into stillness. Why? Because He is jealous for your attention. He knows that if you keep feeding on the noise of the world, you will never learn to discern the sound of His whisper. And so He trains your spirit in silence. He strips away the voices, strips away the distractions, strips away even the constant reassurance until you learn to say, even if I hear nothing, I will trust. Even if I see nothing, I will believe. That kind of trust shakes the heavens. That kind of trust causes unseen doors to swing wide. Silence is not abandonment. It is sacred training for a faith that can move mountains. Opposition, too, has a divine purpose. The fire of opposition exposes what is fragile, but strengthens what is unshakable. Do you realize that the most beautiful things in life, diamonds, gold, pearls, are all formed in hostile conditions? The diamond is formed under crushing pressure. Gold is purified in consuming fire. The pearl is birthed out of irritation and struggle. In the same way, the opposition in your life is not proof that you are unworthy. It is proof that you are being refined into something of great value. Every harsh word spoken against you, every false accusation hurled your way, every closed door is a hammer striking against stone. And with every strike, God is shaping you into the vessel that can carry His blessing with dignity and strength. And then there is the pressure, that holy unrest that refuses to let you stay where you are. If you feel restless in your spirit, if you sense there must be more, if you cannot find peace in the place you once called home, that is not a curse. It is the breath of God pushing you toward destiny. God loves you too much to let you stagnate. He loves you too much to let you settle in the valley when He has mountains for you to climb. The pressure is your signal that change is not coming. It is already here. It is God Himself saying, "Get ready, because I am moving you from where you have been to where I always destined you to be." Now hear this truth clearly. Storms, silence, opposition, and pressure are not the end. They are the beginning. They are not signs of defeat. They are signals of victory. They are not punishment. They are preparations. Too many people misinterpret the signs and walk away just before the blessing breaks forth. They give up in the storm. They despair in the silence. They crumble under opposition. They resist the pressure. And in doing so, they miss the very moment they were born for. Do not let that be you. Do not misread the handwriting of God. Recognize the signs for what they are. God's divine announcement that He is about to release something greater into your life. But let me add this. When God blesses, He does not bless you for yourself alone. The blessing is never selfish. The blessing is meant to overflow. When God lifts you, it is so you can lift others. When He prospers you, it is so you can be generous. When He strengthens you, it is so you can strengthen the weak. When He comforts you, it is so you can comfort the brokenhearted. If you think the blessing is only for you, you have misunderstood the heart of God. He blesses you to make you a channel, a vessel, a living testimony of His goodness to all who see you. And that is why the preparation must be so intense, because the blessing is not just about your life. It is about every life that will be touched through you. Do you see it now? The storm has purpose. The silence has purpose. The opposition has purpose. The pressure has purpose. They are not random. They are the fingerprints of God upon your journey. They are the proof that you are chosen, the evidence that your life carries significance, the confirmation that your future holds weight. If you will not faint, if you will not give up, if you will keep trusting when everything around you screams otherwise, you will live to see the blessing break forth in ways beyond your comprehension. So stand tall in your storm, for God is with you. Rest in the silence, for God is working. Rejoice in opposition, for God has already written your victory. Embrace the pressure, for it is pushing you into your promise. And when the day comes, and it will come, you will stand as living proof that God always keeps His word, that God never forsakes His people, and that God always sends His signs before a great blessing. My beloved friends, as we draw this message toward its conclusion, I want you to hear this with all the force of conviction within me. You are not walking through your storms, your silences, your oppositions, or your pressures by accident. These are not meaningless struggles. These are not wasted pains, and these are not random burdens. And every tear, every trial, every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every battle you fought, they are all part of a holy process, a divine script written by the hand of God Himself. And the author of your story never writes tragedy without glory, never writes trials without triumph, never allows struggle without the promise of breakthrough. You may look at your storm right now and say, I can't endure it any longer. But hear me, the storm is not the end. It is the sign that you are about to step into a new beginning. Just as the darkest clouds carry the rain that waters the earth, the storms in your life are carrying the very nourishment that will bring your blessing into bloom. Do not curse the storm. Thank God for it. For in the storm He is proving you, purifying you, and preparing you for what is coming. You may sit in silence and say, God, where are you? Why do you not answer me? But silence is not abandonment. It is the place where God teaches you to believe without seeing, to trust without hearing, to anchor your soul not in feelings, but in faith. It is in the silence that your roots grow deepest, so that when the blessing arrives, you will not be swayed by the voices of men, but will stand immovable in the voice of God that spoke long ago. You may feel crushed by opposition and cry out, why do they hate me? Why do they rise against me when I have done nothing to harm them? My friend, opposition is proof that you are carrying something worth fighting for. Nobody fights over what has no value. Nobody rises against what has no future. If you face opposition, it is because your blessing is so significant that the enemy trembles at the thought of you receiving it. Do not be discouraged. Lift your head and declare, if God is for me, who can stand against me? And perhaps the most unsettling of all, you may feel that pressure inside you, that holy restlessness that will not let you settle where you are, that stirring that whispers, there must be more. And you are right. There is more. That pressure is not a curse. It is a calling. It is God Himself refusing to let you waste your potential. He is pressing you out of mediocrity, pushing you out of complacency, stirring you out of smallness, so that you may rise into the vastness of what He has destined for you. So when you see these four signs, the storm, the silence, the opposition, the pressure, do not run from them. Do not despise them. Do not misinterpret them. Embrace them. Recognize them for what they are, the divine signals that your blessing is near. These are not punishments. They are preparations. They are not defeats. They are divine setups. They are not curses. They are confirmations that God's hand rests upon your life. So stay firm. Do not surrender now. Do not lose heart as you approach the finish line. When the storm roars, it means the skies are about to open. When silence stretches on, it means the answer is already on its way. When resistance grows stronger, it means you are closer to breakthrough than you think. When the pressure feels unbearable, it means birth is near. Stand firm. Look up. Take courage, because God's blessing is nearer than the air you breathe. And when it arrives, you will know without doubt, it was never chance. It was never coincidence. It was never luck. It was God and God alone. Always Him, forever Him. My friends, let me put a question before you. What happens when the storm clouds of life close in above you? When the roar of thunder rattles the depths of your soul? when the winds of trial blow so violently that it feels impossible to remain standing? What will you do when the night stretches on without end, and the dawn seems hidden far beyond reach? What will you do when every voice surrounding you whispers, "It's over"? When despair slips quietly into your heart? When fear grips you like chains? Hear me today. This I speak with all the conviction in my being. In those very moments you must lift your gaze higher than the storm, beyond the shadows, past the weight of darkness. Fix your eyes on God, for He is the light no storm can ever extinguish. You see, trouble is not a stranger to any of us. Every man, every woman, every soul on this earth will walk through valleys, will face seasons of trial, will meet with pain, loss, and sorrow. None are exempt. But here is the truth that must grip your heart today. Tough times do not have the power to defeat you when your trust is anchored in the Almighty, because the strength of God is greater than the weight of your burden. The power of God is mightier than the fury of your storm. The love of God reaches deeper than your darkest night. And when you anchor your soul in Him, nothing, no hardship, no heartbreak, no loss, no fear can tear you down. Hear me now. Staying positive in tough times is not about pretending the pain isn't real. It's not about putting on a mask and acting as though the hurt doesn't cut deep. No, it is about choosing in the very pit of your despair to hold fast to the reality that God is still on His throne, that God still holds the world in His hands, that God, the Creator of heaven and earth, has not abandoned you, has not forgotten you, and will never leave you. This is not empty optimism. This is not wishful thinking. This is the unshakable truth that the one who spoke the stars into existence knows your name, knows your tears, knows your pain, and will sustain you through it all. Let me tell you something. Negativity will scream at you in the night. Fear will whisper in your ear. Doubt will knock on the door of your mind. But you must answer every one of them with the unwavering conviction that your God is bigger than your fear, stronger than your doubt, greater than your trial. You must remind yourself again and again that tough times are not the end of your story. They are the chapter where God proves His power. They are the furnace where faith is refined. They are the valley where His presence is most near. When the world sees despair, God is writing hope. When the world predicts defeat, God is preparing victory. And when the world says it's over, God says it has just begun. Oh, my friends, the key to staying positive in tough times is not to keep your eyes fixed on the storm, but to keep your eyes fixed on God. Because what you focus on will shape your spirit. If you stare at the darkness, you will be swallowed by fear. If you obsess over the problem will overwhelm you. But if you set your gaze on God, the eternal, the Almighty, the one who was and is and always will be, you will find a peace the world cannot take, a strength the world cannot break, and a hope that no night can extinguish. Then listen closely, my friends, for the message I bring to you is not for yesterday, nor is it for tomorrow. It is for this very hour. Because right now, someone listening to me is on the brink of giving up. Right now, someone is weighed down by the heaviness of disappointment. Right now, someone has been crushed beneath the weight of betrayal or sickness or loss. And the enemy of your soul would love for you to believe that you are abandoned, forgotten, cast aside, and alone. But I declare to you with holy conviction that God has not abandoned you. God has not turned His back on you. God has not walked away from your pain. He is closer than the air you breathe. He is nearer than the tears on your cheek. He is more faithful than the ground beneath your feet. And if you would but lift your eyes and turn your heart to Him, you will see that the very hand that formed the stars is the hand that is holding you even now. Do you know what the tough times really reveal? They reveal where your trust lies. Anybody can speak of faith when the skies are blue and the sun is shining. Anybody can talk about peace when their table is full and their bank account is overflowing. But when the storms rage, when the thunder rolls, when the night stretches long, that is when true trust is tested. That is when the roots of your faith must reach deep into the soil of God's promises. That is when you must stand not in your own strength, not in your own wisdom, but in the assurance that God is the rock that cannot be moved. And when the winds howl and the earth shakes, you will find yourself unshaken because your life is built not upon shifting sands, but upon the eternal strength of God Himself. The world will try to tell you that positivity comes from circumstances. If life is good, you can smile. If the doors are opening, you can rejoice. If things are smooth, you can be hopeful. But God calls you to a higher truth, that your joy is not dependent on the world, but on Him. Your hope is not dependent on what you see, but on what He has promised. Your strength is not dependent on your situation, but on His unchanging power. So when the doctor's report is grim, you can still lift your head and say, "My God is able." When the bills pile high, you can still declare, "My God provides." When relationships crumble, you can still proclaim, "My God restores." And when your own heart is breaking, you can still whisper, "My God heals." That, my beloved friends, is the unshakable positivity of the soul that trusts in God. Now let me speak to the fear that grips so many in the night. Fear is a thief. Fear robs you of your peace. Fear strangles your hope. Fear whispers that tomorrow will be worse than today. But hear me, fear is powerless before the presence of God. Because when God enters the room, fear must flee. When God speaks His word of comfort, fear is silenced. When God wraps you in His presence, fear is crushed under the weight of His glory. So if you want to stay positive in the midst of hard times, you must learn to confront your fear, not with your own courage, but with your confidence in God. Say to your fear, "You do not rule me. You do not own me. You are a liar, and my God is the truth." And watch as the chains of fear fall off. Watch as the shadows retreat. Watch as hope rises like the dawn. But some of you are saying right now, "It's too hard. The pain is too much. The valley is too deep." And I do not dismiss your pain. I honor it because pain is real. But I tell you, this pain has a purpose when you place it in the hands of God. Out of your deepest sorrow can come your greatest strength. Out of your hardest trial can come your most powerful testimony. Out of your brokenness can come your beauty. For God is the one who takes ashes and creates something radiant. God is the one who takes despair and weaves it into destiny. God is the one who takes mourning and transforms it into joy. You may not see it now, but if you trust Him, if you hold fast, if you cling to His promises, one day you will look back on your darkest night and realize that it was in that night that God taught you to see His stars. Hear me again. The measure of your positivity is not in denying the reality of your hardship. It is in declaring the greater reality of God's power. Staying positive is not saying this storm isn't real. It is saying this storm is real, but my God is greater. It is not saying this pain doesn't hurt. It is saying this pain hurts, but my God is my healer. It is not saying this loss doesn't matter. It is saying this loss matters deeply, but my God will carry me through. You see, positivity rooted in God is not fragile. It is not a fragile smile that crumbles with the first sign of trouble. It is a fierce joy, a fiery hope, a relentless peace that burns even in the fiercest wind. And that fire comes from knowing that God is with you. God is for you, and God will never let you go. So if you are weary tonight, if your hands hang low and your knees feel weak, lift them again toward heaven. Cry out to the one who never sleeps and never slumbers. Call upon the one who hears every whisper of your heart. Trust in the one whose power knows no limits, whose love knows no end, whose presence knows no bounds. And let the assurance of God fill you with courage, fill you with hope, fill you with a positivity so radiant that even the darkness cannot comprehend it. My friends, listen carefully, for I want to speak into the very heart of your struggle. When you face adversity, when you walk through fire, when you find yourself pressed on every side, it is not the evidence that God has abandoned you. It is the very place where God is preparing to reveal His strength within you. Do not measure God's presence by the ease of your life. Do not assume that if things are hard, God is distant. No, God is often nearest when life feels unbearable. His power is often clearest when your strength is gone. His guidance is most precious when your own wisdom fails you. And His comfort is most profound when sorrow floods your soul. The truth is, these tough times are not a sign of God's absence, but an opportunity for you to lean into His presence more deeply than ever before. And when you lean upon Him, when you surrender your fear, when you place your future into His hands, you discover a peace that defies all human understanding. This peace is not dependent on the economy or on the approval of others, or on whether circumstances look favorable. It is rooted in the eternal reality that God reigns supreme, that God is good, and that God is faithful to those who call upon Him. But here is something I want you to understand. Staying positive in the fire requires endurance. Too many give up too soon. Too many walk away when the pressure mounts. But endurance is the mark of those who trust God fully. Endurance says, I will not quit even when it hurts. Endurance says, I will not let despair dictate my steps. Endurance says, I will not surrender my hope because my God is greater than my pain. And let me tell you this, endurance produces strength, endurance produces character, endurance produces unshakable faith. When you endure, you come out of the storm not weaker but stronger, not smaller but greater, not broken but refined. Think of it like this. Gold is purified by fire. Metal is strengthened by pressure. Diamonds are formed in the deep places of the earth under immense heat and weight. So it is with your soul. Without the pressure, without the fire, without the weight, you would remain ordinary. But with God working in your trials, you are transformed into something extraordinary. And that is why even in the midst of suffering, you can lift your head and say, God is shaping me. God is refining me. God is preparing me for something greater than I can yet see. That, my beloved friends, is the kind of positivity that nothing in this world can destroy. And let us not forget the power of gratitude in tough time. Gratitude is a weapon of the soul. When you thank God in the middle of your hardship, you rob despair of its grip on you. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what God has already provided. Gratitude reminds you that if you still have breath, you still have purpose. Gratitude says, I may not have everything I desire, but I have everything I need in God. And when your heart is full of gratitude, even in the storm, you begin to see glimpses of hope, flickers of light, signs of God's faithfulness all around you. Gratitude keeps your spirit alive when the world would bury it in sorrow. But I want you to understand something deeper. Staying positive is not just for your own benefit. Your attitude in the storm is a testimony to those around you. People are watching how you respond. They are listening to the words you speak. They are observing the posture of your heart. And when they see you walking through fire without losing your faith, when they see you standing tall while the winds of adversity blow, when they see you praising God, when everything around you says you should curse Him, they are drawn not to you, but to the God you serve. Your positivity in tough times becomes a beacon of hope to the hopeless, a light in the darkness, a living testimony of the power of God at work in your life. And so do not think of your trial as wasted. Do not think of your suffering as meaningless. With God, nothing is wasted. Every tear is counted, every sigh is heard, every burden is noted, and in time, what feels like a valley of shadows will be revealed as the very ground where God planted seeds of strength, seeds of endurance, seeds of purpose that will one day bloom into a harvest of victory. You see, the challenge of tough times is that they tempt you to give in to despair. They whisper that tomorrow will be no better than today. They tell you that hope is foolish and that joy is impossible. But the truth, the unshakable truth, is that God has written a different ending to your story. Tough times are not permanent. Storms do not last forever. Valleys lead to mountaintops and nights give way to mornings. If you hold fast, if you trust, if you refuse to let go of God, you will see the dawn. You will see the breakthrough. You will see that the hand that carried you through the darkest night was none other than the hand of the Almighty. My friends, hear this truth and let it settle deep in your spirit. The trials you are facing right now are not the end of your story. They are a passage, a season, a chapter, but not the conclusion. Tough times are temporary, but the work of God in your life is eternal. You may be walking through a valley, but valleys always lead somewhere. Valleys are never endless plains of despair. They are paths that guide you toward higher ground. And when you walk with God through that valley, you will not come out the same person who entered it. You will come out stronger, wiser, purer, and more rooted in faith than you ever dreamed possible. But understand this, positivity in the face of hardship is not simply about emotional resilience. It is about spiritual perspective. It is about seeing with the eyes of faith what the natural eye cannot see. The natural eye sees obstacles. The eye of faith sees opportunities. The natural eye sees impossibilities. The eye of faith sees God's limitless power. The natural eye sees endings. And the eye of faith sees beginnings. And when your perspective shifts from the natural to the divine, from the temporary to the eternal, from fear to faith, then even in the darkest storm, you can stand tall and declare, "My God reigns, and nothing shall overcome me." Let me tell you something. Discouragement is one of the greatest weapons against your soul. Discouragement creeps in quietly. It tells you that your efforts don't matter. It whispers that your prayers aren't heard. It convinces you that nothing will change. But my friends, discouragement is a lie, and you must reject it with every ounce of your being. For every prayer uttered is heard by the Almighty. Every act of faith, no matter how small, is recorded by Him. Every tear shed is seen by Him. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not abandoned. God is attentive to you. God is mindful of you. God is present with you even when you feel most alone. And that truth should ignite a fire of hope in your heart that no discouragement can extinguish. Now let us speak of patience. For without patience, positivity cannot endure. Too often we demand instant answers, immediate relief, quick deliverance. But God works according to His perfect timing, not ours. And His timing is never late, though it may feel delayed. The waiting season is not wasted. It is the place where your roots grow deep, where your faith is stretched, where your character is molded. Waiting is the training ground for destiny. If you would rush the process, you would miss the very lessons God intends to teach you. So stay positive, not because the answer has already come, but because you trust that God is faithful to bring it in His appointed time. And remember this, your positivity is not passive. It is active. It is defiant. It is resilient. It is standing in the middle of a storm and saying, I will not be moved. It is looking at the mountain before you and saying, I will not retreat. It is lifting your voice in gratitude when the world expects you to crumble. It is declaring God's greatness in the face of your weakness. It is walking forward when every voice tells you to quit. That is not blind optimism. That is bold faith. And it is that kind of faith rooted in God alone that carries you through the fiercest of trials. But let me take you deeper still. Staying positive in tough times is not only for your sake. It is for the generations that come after you, your children, your family, your community. They are watching how you handle adversity. When they see you trust God in the fire, they will learn that God is trustworthy. When they see you remain hopeful in the valley, they will learn that God is faithful. When they see you keep your joy in the storm, they will learn that God is greater than any hardship. Your endurance is not just your victory. It becomes a legacy. Your perseverance becomes a testimony that echoes beyond your lifetime, pointing others toward the God who never fails. And what about the unseen battles of the heart? Doubt will tell you that God has forgotten your prayers. Loneliness will tell you that no one understands. Despair will tell you that there is no way forward. But the truth is stronger. God hears every cry. God knows every thought. God understands every wound. And God always provides a way. When you cannot see the path, trust that He is carving one. When you cannot feel His hand, trust that He is carrying you. When you cannot find the strength, trust that He is your strength. Your role is not to understand every detail. It is to trust the one who holds every detail in His hands. And do not miss this. Tough times are a mirror that show us where we truly place our hope. If your hope is in people, it will falter, for people fail. If your hope is in possessions, it will crumble, for possessions fade. If your hope is in yourself, it will break, for human strength is limited. But if your hope is in God, the eternal, the almighty, the sovereign, then your hope will never be shaken. For God does not fail. God does not fade. God does not weaken. His power endures forever. His promises stand unbroken. His faithfulness is everlasting. My beloved friends, let us go even deeper into the mystery of what tough times truly are. For while the world sees them as obstacles, as tragedies, as signs of failure, those who trust in God can begin to see them as sacred classrooms. Yes, the very pain that seems unbearable becomes the place where God teaches you lessons that no book can teach, no lecture can explain, no human wisdom can deliver. In the fire of trial, you learn reliance. In the valley of shadows, you learn endurance. In the wilderness of waiting, you learn trust. And when you emerge not with empty hands, but with treasures of the soul that cannot be stolen. For tough times are not accidents, nor are they meaningless interruptions to your life's journey. They are woven into the fabric of God's divine design for your growth. They are the chisels that carve character. They are the weights that build spiritual muscle. They are the storms that anchor your roots more deeply into the soil of faith. Without the trial, your faith remains untested. Without the testing, your faith remains shallow. Without the depth, your faith remains fragile. But with trial, with testing, with depth, your faith becomes unshakable. That is why even when the nights are long and the tears flow, you can lift your hands and declare, God is working something eternal in me, something stronger than the storm that surrounds me. Now let me give you a new perspective. Tough times are often the stage where God displays His power most clearly. When all human solutions have failed, when every door has shut, when every resource is gone, then the stage is set for God to move. And when He does, there can be no mistaking who deserves the glory. For if you could fix it, you would boast in yourself. If others could save you, you would exalt in them. But when it is only God who lifts you from the pit, who carries you through the fire, who restores your brokenness, then it is only God who receives the honor. And this, my friends, is why the greatest victories often follow the hardest battles. You see, many people want the triumph without the trial, the blessing without the breaking, the crown without the cross of suffering. But God knows that true strength is forged in hardship. True maturity is shaped in adversity. True greatness is born in difficulty. And so when you find yourself pressed down, remember this: you are being prepared. You are being molded. You are being equipped for a destiny greater than you can yet see. The crushing may be painful, but it is producing oil. The pressing may feel unbearable, but it is producing power. The breaking may leave you in tears, but it is producing beauty. And all of it, every bit of it, is in the hands of a God who makes no mistakes. Let me also tell you this. The key to staying positive in hard times is learning to lift your voice. Words carry power. What you speak shapes what you believe, and what you believe shapes how you live. If all you do is complain, your spirit will collapse. If all you do is speak despair, your heart will sink deeper. But if you lift your voice and declare the greatness of God, if you remind yourself daily of His faithfulness, if you speak hope even when you do not feel it, then your heart will rise to match your words. Speak life over your soul. Speak faith over your future. Speak courage over your circumstances. For there is power in declaring the truth of God even in the darkest night. And do not underestimate the strength of prayer in those times. Prayer is not a ritual, it is a lifeline. It is the cry of a child to the Almighty Father. It is the pouring out of your heart to the one who knows it best. And when you pray, you are not just releasing words into the air. You are entering into the presence of the one who holds the universe. You are placing your burden into hands that never tire. You are calling upon wisdom that never fails. You are leaning upon strength that never weakens. And though the answer may not come immediately, prayer itself sustains you. Prayer itself reminds you that you are not alone, that you are heard, that you are seen, that you are loved. That very certainty is what keeps your soul ablaze with hope, even when everything around you seems swallowed by despair. My friends, I need you to recognize this. Your hardships are not only about you, they are about what God intends to reveal through you. Your suffering can become a stage for His glory. Your perseverance can breathe strength into others. Your breakthrough can cast a vision for those still walking in the valley. Another person's faith might hinge on how you weather your storm. Another person's courage might awaken by watching you stand firm when quitting seemed easier. Another person's hope might spark alive when they hear you declare how God carried you through. So never bury your struggle. Never feel shame for your tears. Never hide the scars that tell your story. For scars are not signs of defeat. They are proof of survival, evidence of God's sustaining power, testimonies that inspire others to hold on. And let me speak now to those who feel their strength is gone, who feel they cannot take another step, who feel the night will never end. My friend, you may be at the end of your rope, but you are not at the end of God's rope. You may be out of options, but you are not out of His mercy. You may be empty, but He is the source that never runs dry. You may feel like giving up, but He has not given up on you. If you would but cling to Him, even with the faintest grip, He will carry you. Even if your faith feels as small as a whisper, He will honor it. Even if all you can do is cry, "God, help me," He will answer. For the power of God is not dependent on the size of your strength, but on the greatness of His own nature. My friends, let me speak to you of something the world often overlooks: the difference between happiness and joy. Happiness rises and falls with circumstances. It depends on what happens around you. But joy, the kind of joy that is born of God, is unshakable, untouchable, immovable. Joy does not ask, "How is my life today?" Joy declares, "God is with me today, and that is enough." Happiness trembles when the storm clouds gather, but joy stands firm, because joy is rooted not in what changes, but in the one who never changes. And when you learn to anchor your soul in joy, you can stay positive even when happiness has fled. But let me take you deeper. Staying positive during tough times requires you to remember the eternal perspective. You see, we are often consumed with the here and now, the pain of this moment, the sorrow of this hour, the challenge of this season. But God sees the end from the beginning. God holds eternity in His hands, and He is weaving your present pain into a future glory. What seems unbearable today will one day be revealed as the very thing that shaped you into who you were meant to become. What feels like a crushing weight today will one day be revealed as the very thing that elevated you into a place of strength, wisdom, and resilience. This life is not the whole story. It is only a part. And when you remember that God's purposes stretch beyond time, then even the darkest valley can be endured with hope. And let us not forget that God allows storms not to destroy us, but to direct us. Many times it is in the storm that you are pushed into a new path. It is in the fire that you discover hidden strength. It is in the breaking that you find the doorway to blessing. Too often we cling to comfort, to routine, to the familiar. But sometimes God allows a shaking to move us into a place we would never have gone otherwise. The storm that you thought would end you may in fact be the storm that launches you into your destiny. So instead of asking, "Why me?" begin asking God, "What are you showing me? What are you teaching me? Where are you leading me?" That shift of perspective transforms despair into discovery, pain into purpose, and hardship into holy direction. But let me warn you, beloved, there is an enemy to your positivity, and it is the voice of comparison. In tough times, it is easy to look at others and ask, "Why are they prospering while I am struggling? Why do they seem blessed while I am broken? Why do they walk in abundance while I walk in lack?" But comparison is poison to the soul. Comparison blinds you to what God is doing in your own life. Comparison steals your gratitude and replaces it with envy. Comparison convinces you that God has overlooked you when in truth, He is working uniquely in you. You must silence the voice of comparison and remember that God's plan for you is not God's plan for someone else. Your journey is your own. Your valley is shaping you for your mountain. Your storm is preparing you for your calm. And when God is finished with you, your story will be a masterpiece that could never have been written for another. And oh, how powerful it is to remember that the tough times you endure often strip away illusions and bring you back to the essentials. When life is easy, we clutter our hearts with distractions, with pride, with unnecessary noise. But when the fire comes, all that falls away, and what remains is only what is eternal. Your trust in God, your dependence on Him, your recognition that without Him, you are nothing. And with Him, you have everything. Struggles simplify us. They refine us. They remind us of what truly matters. And in that stripping away, you find a purity of faith, a clarity of soul that no comfort could ever give you. Now let me speak of courage. For without courage, positivity is impossible. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to move forward despite fear. Courage is not denying the storm. It is declaring that the storm will not define you. Courage is the child of faith. When you believe that God is with you, when you trust that He holds your tomorrow, courage rises up within you like a fire. And with courage comes positivity, because you know that nothing, not hardship, not loss, not fear, not failure, can overcome the God who is for you. Courage is faith in action, and it is courage that will carry you through the long nights and into the dawn of victory. And my friends, do not neglect the power of remembrance. In your tough times, recall the moments when God has carried you before. Remember the prayers He has answered, the storms He has calmed, the valleys He has led you through. Memory is a shield against despair. When your present feels uncertain, look back at the undeniable evidence of God's past faithfulness. And if He was faithful, then He will be faithful now. If He carried you before, He will carry you again. If He opened doors in the past, He will open doors once more. Do not let the present storm make you forget the past miracles. Let your memory feed your faith, and let your faith fuel your positivity. My friends, let me lift your spirit higher still. Tough times are not only meant to teach you endurance or to refine your character. They are also moments when God calls you closer. In the noise of everyday comfort, His voice is often drowned out. But in the silence of the night, when the laughter is gone, when the crowd has dispersed, when the comforts have vanished, that is when you hear Him most clearly. That is when His whisper cuts through the darkness and says, "I am here. I have not left you. Trust in me." And oh, how powerful it is to realize that the greatest gift of hardship is not the strength you gain, but the intimacy you find with God. When all else is stripped away, you discover that He alone is enough. Do you see, my beloved? Staying positive during tough times is not just about clinging to optimism. It is about clinging to God Himself. For optimism without God is fragile. It shatters when the storm grows fierce. But hope rooted in God is unbreakable, because it is not built on circumstances, but on His eternal nature. And His nature does not change. He is as faithful in the valley as He is on the mountaintop. He is as present in the night as He is in the day. He is as powerful in your weakness as He is in your strength. To stay positive, therefore, is not to deny the reality of your pain, but to declare the greater reality of God's presence in the midst of it. And let us speak now of vision. In the thick of your trial, your vision narrows. You see only the pain, only the problem, only the obstacle before you. But God sees the whole picture. God sees not only where you are, but where you are going. He sees the end before the beginning. He sees the crown that lies beyond your cross of suffering, the victory that lies beyond your battle, the dawn that lies beyond your night. And if you could see with His eyes, if you could glimpse even for a moment the glory that awaits you on the other side, you would not only endure your present trial, you would rejoice in it, knowing that it is leading you to something greater. My dear friends, many of you believe that staying positive means suppressing your emotions, hiding your tears, burying your grief. But hear me, your tears are not signs of weakness. They are seeds of strength. Every tear cried in faith waters the soil of your soul from which new life will spring. God sees those tears. God counts those tears. And God will one day turn those tears into testimonies. So weep if you must, but weep with hope. Cry if you must, but cry with faith. Let your sorrow rise to the throne of God and let Him transform it into strength. For even your brokenness can be beautiful when it is placed in the hands of the Almighty. And do not overlook this truth. Tough times reveal your foundation. A house built on sand collapses when the flood comes. But a house built on solid rock endures, no matter how fierce the storm. So it is with your life. If your foundation is built on wealth, it will crumble when wealth is lost. If it is built on reputation, it will fall when reputation is tarnished. If it is built on human strength, it will fail when strength fades. But if your foundation is built on God, it will never collapse. For God cannot be shaken, and when you are rooted in Him, you cannot be shaken either. That is why staying positive is possible. Not because the storm is small, but because your foundation is unmovable. Now let me challenge you further. In tough times, many shrink back, withdraw, isolate themselves in despair. But God calls you not to retreat, but to rise. Do not allow your hardship to make you smaller. Let it make you greater. Do not allow it to silence your voice. Let it amplify your testimony. Do not allow it to crush your spirit. Let it propel you into new strength. For every step forward you take in faith during your trial is a declaration that the darkness has not won, that despair has not conquered, that fear has not triumphed. And every declaration of faith shakes the very foundations of hopelessness and proclaims to the world, "My God is alive and I will not be defeated." And here is another truth that will set you free. Tough times are often the soil in which compassion is born. When you have suffered, you learn to see the suffering of others. When you have wept, you learn to comfort the weeping. When you have felt the sting of loneliness, you learn to walk alongside the lonely. God uses your pain not only to strengthen you, but to soften you, to make your heart more tender, more compassionate, more attuned to the needs of those around you. And this too is part of the purpose of staying positive. Not so that you alone may survive, but so that through your testimony, through your kindness, through your endurance, others may find the courage to believe in God as well. And so I tell you now, do not despise the struggle, do not curse the valley, and do not resent the fire. For in them, God is working, shaping, refining, elevating. And when you come out, you will not only be positive, you will be powerful. You will not only be standing, you will be shining. You will not only be whole, You will be holy, set apart, refined by the fire, a living witness that God takes the worst this world can throw at you and turns it into a testimony of His glory. My friends, let me stir your soul with this undeniable truth. The measure of your faith is not revealed in the sunlight of prosperity, but in the midnight of adversity. Anybody can speak of hope when the skies are clear and the winds are calm. But when the storm rages, when the ground shakes, when everything around you threatens to collapse, that is when the true anchor of your heart is revealed. And if your anchor is set in God, then no storm, no flood, no fire, no darkness will ever sweep you away. For God is not only the giver of peace, He is the very foundation upon which peace stands. And here is something too often forgotten. Tough times do not diminish the power of God, they magnify it. When your strength runs out, you discover the endless well of His strength. When your wisdom fails, you encounter the perfection of His wisdom. When your resources dry up, you are drawn to the limitless abundance of His provision. Your lack becomes the canvas for His sufficiency. Your weakness becomes the stage for His might. Your struggle becomes the soil for His miracles. And when you finally realize that your life is not upheld by your own power, but by the eternal power of God, then and only then will your spirit walk in freedom. Do not allow your hardships to lie to you. Do not let them whisper that God is far. Do not let them deceive you into believing that your cries go unheard. The truth is this: God is closest when your heart is breaking. God is strongest when you are weakest. God is guiding you most carefully when the path seems most confusing. The tough time you are in is not evidence of His absence. It is the very place where His presence is working behind the veil. And though you may not see His hand, you can trust His heart. Let me speak of trust because trust is the bedrock of positivity. To trust God is to release control, to let go of the illusion that you can fix everything, manage everything, predict everything. Trust says, I may not know the outcome, but I know the one who holds it. Trust says, I may not see the way, but I know the one who carves the path. Trust says, I may not understand, but I will not despair because I know that God is faithful. Without trust, positivity collapses into shallow optimism. But with trust, positivity becomes a fortress that no storm can breach. And remember, beloved, that tough times are not merely endured, they are meant to be overcome. God did not create you to be a victim of circumstance. He created you to be victorious through Him. Victorious not because you avoid the fire, but because the fire refines you. Victorious not because you escape the valley, but because you walk through it and come out stronger. Victorious not because you never fall, but because when you do, God lifts you up again. Victory is not the absence of battle. Welo. It is the assurance of triumph through God who never fails. Let us now consider endurance in a new light. Endurance is not passive waiting. It is active resilience. It is standing tall with your face set like flint, declaring to the darkness, I will not bow. I will not break. I will not give up because my God sustains me. Endurance is the daily decision to rise when despair says stay down. It is the continual choice to believe when doubt screams it's over. It is the steady march of faith that refuses to be hurried by fear or slowed by pain. And endurance is the mark of those who will see the fulfillment of God's promises. Oh, how often we underestimate the power of hope. Hope is not a fragile wish. It is a lifeline that ties your heart to the throne of God. Hope is the fire that keeps you alive in the coldest nights. Hope is the voice that whispers, "This is not the end." Hope is the seed that grows even in barren soil. And when your hope is in God, it cannot be killed. It cannot be stolen. It cannot be destroyed. For God Himself is the author of hope, and He will never allow His hope to be extinguished in those who cling to Him. Let me remind you, too, that tough times are temporary. The pain you feel today is not eternal. The sorrow you carry is not permanent. The night you walk through is not endless. Storms pass, valleys end, darkness lifts. But the lessons you learn, the strength you gain, the faith you develop, these endure forever. So do not measure your life by the weight of this moment. Lift your eyes higher. Look beyond the temporary struggle to the eternal glory. For the God who writes your story never allows the chapter of suffering to end in despair. It always leads to redemption, always leads to renewal, always leads to victory. And finally, my beloved friends, let us talk about perspective. Tough times will either break you or build you, depending on where you set your gaze. If you focus on the storm, you will sink in despair. But if you focus on God, you will rise in strength. If you dwell on what you have lost, you will be paralyzed by grief. But if you remember what God has promised, you will walk with courage. If you trust in yourself, you will falter. But if you trust in God, you will endure. A shift in perspective changes everything. And when you choose the lens of faith, you know that no storm, no matter how violent, is greater than your God. So rise with confidence, my friends. Do not yield to fear. Do not give in to despair. Do not be crushed beneath the weight of the present battle. Lift your spirit. Lift your gaze. Lift your song. Proclaim God's greatness even when shadows surround you. Hold firmly to hope even in the lowest valley. Step forward with courage even when the storm rages on. And remain steadfast, not because the road is smooth, but because your God cannot be shaken. He is your shelter, your strength, the constant help who never leaves you in trouble. And with Him, you will not only survive, you will prevail. My friend, let me start with a truth that can shake the very ground beneath you. Not every smile you see, not every hand that reaches for yours, not every word that sounds like love is genuine love. There are people who enter your life wearing the mask of care, but behind that mask lies deceit, selfish motives, and destruction. And when you cry out, "God, why did they leave? Why did they betray me? Why did the one I trusted vanish like smoke carried by the wind?" You need to see that sometimes the very absence you grieve is the proof that God's hand is moving. God clears away false love before He ushers in the real, because what is fake must be dismantled before what is true can be built. God will not allow His children to remain bound to counterfeit affection forever. Hear me carefully. False love may appear like light, but it carries the weight of darkness. False love may feel like comfort for a moment, but it leaves you shattered and empty. Fake love is the trap of the enemy, designed to waste your time, weaken your spirit, and destroy your confidence. But God in His mercy never allows His chosen ones to remain trapped in what is false. He will pull it away. He will expose the lie. He will remove the one who pretends to care for you but has no intention of honoring you, respecting you, or walking with you in truth. That removal is not rejection. It is protection. That empty space in your life where someone once stood is not a punishment from God. It is preparation for something far greater. For God never subtracts without the intention to multiply. He never closes one door without preparing another. He never removes what is false unless He has something real, lasting, and divine waiting for you. So many of you have cried on your pillow at night, wondering why the person who once held your hand suddenly let it go. You asked why the friend you trusted turned into the enemy you never expected. You asked why the love you thought was permanent ended in heartbreak, and you thought God had abandoned you. No, He had not abandoned you. He was rescuing you. He was clearing your path. He was cutting away the weeds so that the flowers could bloom. He was removing fake love before sending real love. Because if you remain tied to what is fake, you would never have the room, the strength, or the clarity to receive what is real. Fake love cannot stand in the presence of God's plan. Fake love cannot endure the fire of testing. Fake love cannot hold up when storms come. It collapses under pressure. It disappears when sacrifice is required. It runs when trials appear. And God in His wisdom knows that if you build your future upon that foundation, it will crumble. So He tears it down before you waste years of your life. God will let people reveal themselves. He will let betrayal come forth. He will let dishonesty be uncovered, not to break you, but to free you. Because you cannot be bound to lies and still walk in truth. You cannot be tied to fakes and still receive the genuine. You cannot keep what is counterfeit and still hold what is pure. Let me tell you this. Sometimes God answers your prayers with removal. You prayed for love and someone left. You prayed for companionship and a friendship ended. You prayed for loyalty and betrayal showed up, and you asked God why. God said, I am answering you. I am showing you what is not for you so I can bring you what is. Every tear you cried was not wasted. It was washing away the residue of the fate. Every sleepless night you endured was not meaningless. It was purging your heart, preparing it for what is true. Every painful ending was not the end of your story. It was the beginning of God's new chapter. Real love cannot be found while your hands are full of counterfeits. Real love cannot enter until fake love is gone. Real love cannot thrive in a heart poisoned by betrayal. That is why God removes first. That is why He takes away what you thought was love, but was only manipulation. That is why He removes what you thought was devotion, but was only convenience. That is why He strips away what you thought was loyalty, but was only self-interest. Because God's love for you is too great to let you settle for less. His plan for you is too powerful to let you remain tied to what is temporary. His destiny for you is too important to let you waste it on what was never meant for you. And when God sends real love, it does not break you, it builds you. It does not vanish in the night. It endures in the morning. It does not weaken your spirit. It strengthens your soul. Real love comes with peace, not chaos. Real love comes with respect, not manipulation. Real love comes with honor, not humiliation. Real love is patient, steadfast, and unshakable because it is rooted in God's timing and established by His hand. And when God sends it, you will not have to beg for it, chase it, or compromise for it. You will not have to wonder if it is true. You will know because it will carry the signature of God Himself. But first, God will test you with removal. He will test you with loss. He will test you with separation. He will test you by allowing the mask to fall off the one who pretended. He will test you by letting the words of love prove empty. He will test you with silence where once there was noise. Not to destroy you, but to refine you. Not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because God does not want you to simply receive love. He wants you to recognize real love. He does not want you to accept whatever comes your way. He wants you to discern what is true. He does not want you to mistake temporary attention for eternal commitment. He wants you to know the difference. And the only way to know is to see the counterfeit exposed. My friend, there is a reason why God allows the false to fall away before the true appears. God is not cruel when He lets someone walk out of your life. He is merciful. He is not silent when you wonder why things ended. He is speaking through circumstances. He is not punishing you by removing them. He is protecting you by guiding you. And you must see it with the eyes of faith, not the eyes of flesh. Because in the flesh you will cry for what you lost, but in the spirit you will rejoice for what you escaped. What looked like heartbreak was actually a rescue mission by God. What looked like rejection was divine redirection. What looked like the end of your story was the clearing of the stage for the entrance of something greater. Fake love, my friend, is dangerous because it distracts you from God's purpose. It consumes your time, your thoughts, your strength, and it blinds you from recognizing what God truly has for you. That is why God does not tolerate it in the lives of those He has called for higher things. He will break it even if you beg Him not to. He will strip it away even if you cling to it with all your strength. He will let it fall apart even if you built it with your own hands. Because He knows that if you keep it, it will corrupt you. If you hold on to it, it will drain you. If you cling to it, it will steal your destiny. God's love for you is so powerful that He will allow you to experience temporary pain so that you may avoid eternal damage. Do not be deceived by appearances. Fake love looks convincing on the outside. It says the right words. It smiles at the right moments. It pretends to care. But God sees beyond the surface. He searches the heart. He knows the motives hidden behind the smile. He knows the selfishness behind the compliments. He knows the betrayal lurking behind the promises. And when God reveals what you cannot see, when He exposes what was hidden, you may feel broken. But you are being saved because you cannot walk with lies and expect to arrive at truth. You cannot cling to darkness and expect to find light. You cannot accept fake love and still be ready for the real thing God wants to give you. And hear this truth. God does not just want you to experience love. He wants you to experience love that reflects His hand. Real love, the kind that God sends, will not pull you away from Him. It will push you closer to Him. Real love will not make you compromise who you are. It will confirm who God created you to be. Real love will not belittle you, manipulate you, or dishonor you. It will lift you, protect you, and strengthen you. Real love will stand in storms, endure trials, and grow stronger with time. Because it was established by God and not by human deception. That is why God removes fake love first. Because fake love has no roots in truth. It cannot survive the seasons of testing. It cannot endure the fire of purification. It collapses under the weight of trials. But when God builds something, it lasts. When God plants something, it grows. When God ordains something, it cannot be shaken. Some of you are still holding on to fake love because it felt good for a moment. But temporary pleasure is not worth permanent damage. God does not want you tied to what is temporary. He wants you anchored in what is eternal. That is why the removal hurts so deeply. It is God pulling your heart away from the illusion you thought was real. And the pain you feel is the tearing apart of what was never meant to be joined in the first place. You may call it heartbreak, but in the language of heaven, it is healing. You may call it loss, but in the wisdom of God, it is liberation. You may call it rejection, but in the vision of eternity, it is redirection. Do not despise the season of loneliness after God removes fake love. Loneliness is not emptiness. It is preparation. Loneliness is the place where God refines you, strengthens you, and teaches you how to stand without leaning on the wrong shoulders. Loneliness is where you learn to hear God's voice without the noise of manipulation. Loneliness is where you discover your own worth, independent of false validation. And when you emerge from that place, you are no longer desperate for just any love. You are ready for the right love. You are no longer deceived by appearances. You discern by truth. You are no longer weak and searching. You are strong and waiting. And then in the perfect time, God brings what is real. Not a counterfeit, not an imitation, not a temporary distraction, but the kind of love that carries His mark, His blessing, and His stability. Let me tell you, when God sends real love, you will not need to beg for consistency. You will not need to fight for attention. You will not need to question loyalty. Because real love speaks with actions, not just empty words. Real love does not vanish when tested. It grows stronger. Real love does not drain you. It fills you. Real love does not weaken your faith. It strengthens your walk with God. That is why He cannot allow fake love to stay. If He let it remain, it would block the blessing. It would poison your perception. It would make you unready for the real thing. God removes it because He loves you too much to let you remain bound to a lie. My friend, let me tell you something that the world does not want you to understand. Fake love often looks like a blessing at first. It comes wrapped in sweetness, but inside it carries poison. It arrives in your life like light, but its glow is only a reflection of the fire that will burn you later. Fake love makes promises it never intends to keep. It raises your expectations only to break them. It whispers loyalty while planning betrayal. And if you trust it too long, it will not just waste your time. It will wound your heart, shake your faith, and make you question your worth. But God, in His mercy, will not let His chosen ones stay deceived forever. He will tear away the disguise. He will reveal the heart behind the smile. He will let the lies unravel until you see the truth for yourself. Do you see the hand of God in this? Because it is not your wisdom that uncovers the fake. It is God's light. It is not your strength that breaks the chain. It is God's intervention. You may think you discovered the betrayal, but God orchestrated the moment for your protection. You may believe you uncovered the lie, but God exposed it so you could walk free. That is why you must not mourn when false love is removed. You must thank God that you were not left blinded. God could have let you stay deceived. He could have let you continue down the path of destruction. But His love for you is too great to let you waste your life on what was never meant to remain. And let me remind you, real love will never come until fake love is gone. If your heart is still clinging to the counterfeit, it has no room for what is true. If your eyes are still fixed on what God removed, you will not see what He is sending. If your hands are still holding the fragments of what was broken, you cannot receive the gift of what is whole. This is why God removes first. He tears away the false to prepare you for the genuine. He clears out the imitation to make space for the authentic. He empties your hands so He can fill them with something greater. You may say, but it hurts. Why does it hurt so much if it was never real? The answer is simple. Because you invested your heart, your time, your trust, your energy. Even if it was false, your heart was still involved. But listen, pain is not proof that it was real. Pain is proof that you cared. And God saw your care. God saw your tears. God saw your faithfulness, and He will not let that be wasted. Every tear you cried is counted. Every sleepless night you endured is remembered. Every cry of your heart is heard. And God will restore you not with the same thing you lost, but with something far greater. Fake love often teaches you the value of real love. God allows the counterfeit so you can recognize the genuine. Without betrayal, you would not recognize loyalty. Without dishonor, you would not appreciate respect. Without manipulation, you would not know the power of sincerity. That is why even in the pain there is purpose. Even in the loss, there is gain. Even in the ending, there is a beginning. For God does not remove without reason. He does not cut away without purpose. He does not end without preparing for a new start. And hear me clearly, the love that God sends is never rushed, never forced, never deceptive. It comes in His timing, not yours. It comes in His way, not the world's way. It comes with His peace, not with confusion. It comes with His blessing, not with hidden destruction. And when it comes, you will not have to beg for it, fight for it, or question it. It will stand firm because it was built by God Himself. This is why you must not go back to what God has ended. Do not dig up what He has buried. Do not chase after what He has removed. Do not try to rebuild what He has torn down. Because when God removes fake love, He is saving you from destruction. If you go back, you are running into the very fire He rescued you from. If you chase after it, you are fighting against His protection. If you try to restore it, you are opposing His will. And no blessing can come from disobedience. Trust God enough to let go. Trust Him enough to surrender. Trust Him enough to say, if you removed it, I will release it. If you ended it, I will not try to revive it. If you close the door, I will not force it open. Do you know why some people never find real love? It is not because God has not prepared it for them. It is because they are still chained to the counterfeit. They are still looking backward instead of forward. They are still feeding the past while starving their future. And God in His mercy waits for them to let go before He releases the greater. You cannot carry the weight of both. You cannot embrace the false and the true at the same time. You must choose. And when you choose to trust God, when you release what He has removed, when you surrender to His wisdom, then the path is clear for real love to enter. And understand this, real love is not perfect, but it is purified. It is not without challenges, but it is grounded in God. It is not without storms, but it stands because God holds it together. And when you have it, you will look back and thank God for every removal, every ending, every heartbreak. Because without the fake, you would not have found the real. Without the loss, you would not have received the gain. Without the pain, you would not have discovered the joy. God's plan is always bigger than your pain. His wisdom is always greater than your confusion. His purpose is always stronger than your emotions. Trust Him. My friend, many stumble into despair when God removes counterfeit love because they mistake waiting for rejection. They think, if God allowed this person to leave, maybe I will never be loved. Maybe I will spend my life in loneliness. Maybe what I longed for will never come. But those are lies whispered by fear, not the truth declared by faith. God does not take away to leave you empty. He removes to prepare you. God does not hold back to abandon you. He withholds to shape and refine you. He is never late, never careless, never blind to the ache of your heart. He knows every desire you carry. He hears the prayers you've whispered in the quiet. He understands the deep longing within you. And He will not forget you. He will not pass over you. But He cannot place the genuine in your hands while you're still holding on to the false. Counterfeit love is often the enemy's trap designed to derail you from the greater blessing God has prepared. It ensnares your heart, drains your strength, and keeps you bound to the wrong person at the wrong time. And while you are consumed with the counterfeit, the true blessing cannot arrive. That is why God cuts it off. He knows that if you stayed bound, you would miss what was destined. He knows that if you kept walking with the wrong one, you would never cross paths with the right one. So He tears it away, not to punish you, but to align you. He breaks the tie, not to break your spirit, but to save your future. And you must see it for what it truly is, divine surgery. God is the great healer, and sometimes healing requires cutting. Sometimes restoration requires removal. Sometimes freedom requires separation. You cannot keep the infection and still be healthy. You cannot hold on to poison and still expect to thrive. You cannot cling to what corrupts and still receive what heals. So God cuts away even when you scream, even when you resist, even when you beg Him to let you hold on, because He sees what you cannot see. He knows what you cannot know. He understands what you cannot comprehend. He knows that fake love will not only hurt you now, it will destroy you later. Some of you are in the middle of this removal right now. You feel abandoned, but you are actually being guarded. You feel rejected, but you are actually being redirected. You feel broken, but you are actually being rebuilt. And the very thing you think is ending your story is the hand of God writing a new chapter. He is not closing the book. He is preparing the climax. He is not silencing your song. He is tuning your voice for a greater melody. He is not cutting you off from love. He is clearing the path for real love to arrive. And let me tell you this with all the fire of conviction in my soul. When real love arrives, you will understand why the fake had to go. You will look back and thank God for every tear, every heartbreak, every disappointment, because it all prepared you to recognize the genuine. You will see that if the fake had remained, it would have kept you blind, kept you trapped, kept you from ever seeing the beauty of what God truly had for you. What you thought was loss was protection. What you thought was rejection was mercy. What you thought was punishment was preparation. Fake love often comes first because the enemy tries to plant weeds before the harvest of God can grow. But do not be deceived. A weed cannot become wheat. A counterfeit cannot become authentic. A distraction cannot become destiny. And so God allows the fake to reveal itself. And then He removes it because the field must be clear before the harvest can come. If you cling to the weeds, you will miss the wheat. If you hold on to the false, you will never receive the true. This is why trust in God is the foundation of everything. Without trust, you will keep chasing what He has removed. Without trust, you will keep clinging to what He has ended. Without trust, you will keep crying over what He has delivered you from. But when you trust God, you stop fighting against His hand. You stop questioning His timing. You stop doubting His plan. You say, God, I may not understand, but I will trust. I may not see the full picture, but I believe you are painting it. I may not feel the blessing yet, but I know you are preparing it. That trust is the soil in which real love grows. And let us not forget, real love does not come from the world. It comes from God. The world offers you imitations, distractions, and illusions. The world tells you that love is just feeling, appearance, or convenience. But God's definition of love is deeper. It is rooted in faithfulness, sacrifice, patience, respect, and truth. Real love does not vanish when times are hard. It holds tighter. Real love does not wound you with lies. It shields you with honesty. Real love does not compete with God. It aligns with His will. Real love is not just about being loved. It is about being guided closer to the purpose God has for you. My friend, never forget that God's wisdom is far beyond your understanding. When He removes fake love from your life, it may feel like devastation, but in reality, it is divine construction. You see only the demolition of what you once cherished, but God sees the foundation being cleared for what will endure. You see only the ashes of what has burned away, but God sees the soil being prepared for seeds that will produce a harvest of joy, stability, and peace. God is not careless with your heart. God does not play games with your destiny. If He allowed something to end, it is because He has already prepared something greater. And what He has prepared will not slip through your hands like sand. For what God builds, no one can destroy. And what God blesses, no one can curse. Fake love often comes with noise, drama, and confusion. It keeps you up at night questioning, doubting, wondering if you're enough, wondering if they are true. That is not love. That is bondage. Real love, the kind that God sends, comes with clarity, not chaos. It comes with peace, not torment. It comes with security, not fear. And that is why God, in His infinite mercy, does not allow you to remain in what confuses your soul. He pulls you out even if you resist, because He knows that confusion is not from Him. God is not the author of disorder. He is the author of peace. There are some of you listening to these words right now who are still mourning the one God removed. You think you lost your future when they left. You think your worth diminished when they betrayed you. You think your life is empty because they are no longer in it. But let me tell you the truth. Your worth does not decrease because someone failed to see it. Your destiny does not vanish because someone walked away from it. Your value is not defined by the love that left. It is defined by the love of God that remains. And as long as God is with you, you are never empty. As long as God is guiding you, your story is never over. As long as God is working, your future is still alive. Stop mourning what God has already delivered you from. Stop chasing what God has already removed. Stop watering what God has already uprooted. For if you try to hold on to what He ended, you will block what He is sending. If you keep running back to the counterfeit, you will miss the arrival of the authentic. If you keep tying yourself to the fake, you will never embrace the real. Release it. Trust God. Let Him have His way. For when you finally surrender, when you finally let go, when you finally open your hands, that is when God can place the real blessing into your life. And hear this, God's timing is perfect. Real love cannot come too early or you will not be ready. It cannot come too late or you will despair. It comes exactly when God has prepared you and aligned your path. Do not rush Him. Do not demand what you are not ready to carry. Do not cry for a blessing while still clinging to the burden of the past. Trust that God knows when your heart is healed enough to receive, when your spirit is strong enough to embrace, when your path is clear enough to welcome. His timing is not designed to frustrate you. It is designed to protect you. Sometimes the delay is not because God has not prepared the blessing, but because He is still preparing you. He is building your patience. He is strengthening your faith. He is teaching you discernment so that when the real arrives, you will not confuse it with the counterfeit. He is refining your heart so that you will not sabotage what He gives you with the wounds of yesterday. He is healing you so that you will not bleed on the one He sends to love you. You may not see the process, but God is working in silence. While you are waiting, He is aligning. While you are praying, He is arranging. While you are crying, He is writing your testimony. Fake love often teaches us what not to accept. God allows it so you will never again fall for empty promises. So you will never again mistake flattery for sincerity. So you will never again settle for less than what He has ordained. When you finally meet what is real, you will recognize it because you will have tasted the bitterness of the fake, and you will cherish it, not take it for granted. That is why the pain had to come first. That is why the loss had to happen. That is why the separation had to take place, because without it, you would not be able to see the beauty of what is real. And let me tell you, when God finally sends what is real, you will not have to chase it. You will not have to beg for it. You will not have to question it day and night. It will be steady. It will be sure. It will be firm. Because God Himself will be the foundation. It will carry His peace. It will shine with His light. It will endure with His strength. And when storms come, it will not collapse because what God builds cannot be shaken. My beloved, when the weight of life presses down on your chest, and when your mind is clouded by the whispers of doubt, remember this eternal truth. God is closer to you than your very breath. He has never abandoned you. He has never turned His face away from you. You may feel the sting of betrayal, the loneliness of being misunderstood, or the crushing pressure of burdens you cannot explain. But in that very moment, God is watching. God is listening. And God is preparing to lift you higher than you have ever been before. Do not think for a moment that the trials you face are meaningless. No, they are divinely measured, carefully allowed, and purposefully designed to sharpen your faith, to strengthen your endurance, and to cleanse your heart of reliance on anything other than God. What seems like a storm meant to destroy you is actually the wind that will carry you to new horizons. When people turn their backs, when friends vanish, when support collapses, it is God teaching you that He alone is your rock. He alone is your refuge, and He alone is your deliverer. Beloved, you must learn this sacred discipline to keep your eyes fixed on God when the world is trying to distract you. The whispers of gossip, the sting of insults, the cruelty of jealous hearts, these are but tests. Do not allow them to enter your soul. Rise above them. For when you remain silent before ignorance and keep your heart connected to God, you are not weak. You are powerful. You are showing the world that your trust is not in human opinion, but in the divine judgment of God, who sees what no one else sees and knows what no one else knows. And hear this truth with every beat of your heart. God's timing is never late. You may be wondering why you have waited so long for justice, why doors remain closed, why answers seem delayed. But God's delay is not denial. It is preparation. It is protection. It is the unseen hand of mercy, ensuring that when the door finally opens, no man will be able to shut it. When the blessing descends, no enemy will be able to block it. When the truth shines, every lie spoken against you will crumble into dust. My beloved, hear this truth. The presence of God in your life will always expose the schemes of the wicked. When evil people surround you, it is not a sign of your weakness, it is a sign of your strength. For the devil never wastes his weapons on empty vessels. He only attacks those carrying treasure within. The very pressure you feel from those who envy, slander, and betray you is evidence that God has placed something precious inside you. The attacks are proof that you are chosen, that your destiny carries weight, that your light is too bright for the darkness to ignore. But do not let the noise of the wicked trouble your heart. God does not need the approval of men to elevate you. He does not require their permission to bless you. Even if the whole world turns against you, the decree of God will still stand. Remember, when God commands a blessing upon your life, no enemy can cancel it, no whisper can erase it, no lie can undo it. Their words are like smoke in the wind, loud for a moment, but gone without a trace. Yet the word of God is eternal, firm, and unshakable. When you are surrounded by evil, learn to be still and let God fight for you. Do not waste your energy trying to prove yourself to those who have already made up their minds against you. Do not lower yourself to wrestle in the mud with those who are determined to misunderstand you. Instead, lift your head high, anchor your heart in God, and walk in dignity. For silence before the wicked is louder than 1,000 arguments. The calmness of your spirit under attack is itself a weapon forged by God. Do not be deceived into thinking that evil people have the upper hand. Their plots may be clever, but they are not greater than the wisdom of God. Their numbers may be many, but they cannot outnumber the armies of heaven. Their voices may be loud, but they cannot silence the command of the Almighty. Even in the dens of lions, God will shut the mouths of those who rise against His servant. Even in the furnace of fire, God will preserve those who trust in Him. And even in the valley of the shadow of death, His light will guide and protect His chosen ones. Therefore, when evil surrounds you, remember this: God surrounds you more. The enemies may circle you, but God encircles them. They may plan in secret, but God sees in secret and exposes every hidden snare. They may rise in hatred, but God rises in justice. And when God arises, who can stand against Him? The world itself trembles, mountains melt, and nations bow when He stretches forth His hand. So take courage, walk boldly, live unshaken. Let them talk, let them conspire, let them gather. None of it can undo what God has written for you on. When you remain steadfast, when you refuse to bend under their pressure, you are testifying to the greatness of God within you. And in due time, He will lift you higher than the very people who sought your downfall. Their jealousy will turn to shame, their laughter to silence, their hatred to defeat. For no weapon formed against you shall prosper when God is your defender. My beloved, when you feel pressed on every side by the schemes of those who plot against you, do not despair. For God has already written the end of your story before your enemies ever began their plans. What they think is a trap will become the very platform upon which God lifts you higher. Every insult, every betrayal, every whisper spoken in the shadows will be turned into a testimony of God's unfailing protection over your life. The words of men are temporary, but the decree of God is eternal. Do not waste your strength fighting with those who cannot see the light in you, for their blindness is not your burden. Instead, anchor yourself in God's wisdom. When they mock you, be silent. When they provoke you, remain calm. When they attempt to pull you down, rise above by keeping your trust firm in God. For silence in the face of evil is not weakness, it is strength. It is the quiet roar of a soul that knows the Almighty is fighting unseen battles on its behalf. Remember, God has promised that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. This means weapons will be formed, arrows will be released, storms will come, but none will prevail when God is your shield. Your enemies may gather together, but if God does not permit, not a single plan of theirs can take root. Their tongues will tire, their efforts will crumble, and their schemes will collapse under the weight of God's justice. So walk boldly, walk fearlessly, and walk with dignity, for you are not alone. The presence of God surrounds you like a fortress. He has placed His hand over you, and no force in the heavens or the earth can overturn what God has decreed for you. Those who rise against you will stumble. Those who curse you will find their curses returned upon themselves. And those who dig a pit for you will fall into it by their own doing. Lift your head high, for your life is not in the hands of men. It is in the hands of God. He knows every tear you have shed, every pain you have endured, and every injustice you have faced. And in His perfect timing, He will vindicate you. When God raises you, no one can bring you down. When God favors you, no one can deny you. When God protects you, no one can harm you. My friend, hold this truth deep within your heart. Your defense does not come from your words, your strength, or your plan. It comes from God alone. And when God defends you, the entire universe will bear witness that His power is unmatched and His will cannot be overturned. My beloved, there is a sacred strength that rises within the soul when it learns to rest fully in God's control. The storms may rage. The whispers of enemies may echo around you. The world may try to weigh you down with burdens. But when your heart is anchored in God, nothing can uproot you. Do you not see? Every hardship is but a test, every obstacle a divine lesson, every delay a preparation. God does not abandon those who put their trust in Him. He lifts them higher, refines them deeper, and strengthens them for battles they did not even know were ahead. When evil surrounds you, it is not the sign of your weakness. It is the evidence of your strength. For why would the enemy gather against someone who is powerless? They gather because they see God's hand upon your life, and they tremble at what you are becoming. So stand firm. Do not let fear seize your heart, for fear is a thief of faith. God has not written your destiny for defeat. He has written it for triumph, for honor, for glory that comes only from Him. The night may seem long, but the dawn of God's deliverance is always closer than you think. Lift your eyes from what men plot in secret and fix your gaze on what God declares in the open. People may slander your name, but God will honor your character. They may block your path, but God will part the sea before you. They may rejoice at your pain, but God will turn that very pain into the foundation of your greatness. Every tear you shed before Him is seen. Every prayer you whisper is heard. And every struggle you endure is shaping you into someone far stronger than you were yesterday. So walk boldly. Speak truth with conviction. Live with the unshakable assurance that the one who formed the heavens and the earth is guiding your steps. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them conspire. It does not matter. For when God is with you, no hand raised against you will prosper. The voices of falsehood will fade. The schemes of the wicked will crumble. But the power of God will stand forever. Hold on to Him, for He alone is your refuge, your shield, and your unbreakable fortress. Beloved, as we bring this message to a close, I want you to remember this one truth. No matter who rises against you, no matter how many voices whisper lies behind your back, no matter how dark the schemes of evil become, God remains your shield, your defender, and your refuge. You are not abandoned. You are not forgotten. And you are not weak. You are upheld by the hand of the Almighty, and no weapon formed against you shall prosper. When gossip spreads, let your silence speak of your trust in God. When envy surrounds you, let your peace reveal your confidence in His plan. When lies are thrown like arrows, let your faith be the shield that blocks them. The tongues of men cannot cancel the destiny God has written for you. Their voices may roar like crashing seas, yet at the word of the Lord every wave is hushed. Their schemes may reach the depths, but the wisdom of God reaches further still. So step forward with boldness. Do not exhaust yourself replying to every false word, for it is God who defends His own. Do not let the clamor of people drown out the voice of the one who has chosen you. Lift your eyes with confidence, for the King of all creation surrounds you. Let this truth anchor your heart. I will not surrender to fear. I will not be moved by whispers. I will not falter in the midst of jealousy. I will remain steadfast in the promise that God is my shield, my defender, and my eternal guide. Step forward. With unwavering faith, live as one who knows the eyes of God watch over you, the hands of God strengthen you, and the favor of God will never leave you. For in Him and through Him alone, you are unshakable.